these teams. So it was a really close affair the last time they were on this map, so I expect more of the same. You know, I'm expecting Secret to come out swinging, get aggressive, as do most of these French rosters. That's what they like to do, get in your face and really make you work for these different avenues of the map. And what we start with here is a bit of approach from the lobby side here, you know, getting on the rappels, doing the kind of basics of bank. It's kind of like cafe and sort. You're gonna get these kind of little check boxes right at the start to kind of get you started on that. You know, looking at a few angles, see if you can cut rotates off, see if you can catch people moving around the map and things like that. But I'm gonna funnel into the site of Fennel, who's new to this roster, of course, in the last few weeks, and has been having a fantastic time so far. He must just getting some information onto Tyrant, and then he goes on the hunt there. Look who this position for Link, who's already got himself into Janitor, looking pretty good for getting on the hunt and flushing out this defense.
Yeah, they've been very quick with taking that top floor, realizing that nothing really was happening. As in the meantime, Azur finding Marto. He's finding himself in a bit of a pickle right now as Azur comes around the corner, shuts him down. Linku, as he gets tagged up on the main stairs, will be sending out a second death mark to hunt down the Goyo. We'll be communicating that to the rest of his team as well, of course. As now the first floor has officially been taken by the side of Team Secret Academy. The others all downstairs in that basement or close adjacent to those staircases. But now the real work starts. They'll have to open up these hatches. They have to get rid of the Goyo pockets still. There is so much delay in the pockets of certified skids still that they really need to get another opening or two if they want to have an opportunity of even getting that plan down, Cham.
Yeah, and they've still got work to do on the blue staircase as well. You've still got Creeds holding in there on the warden. They've just opened up the hatch and they're beginning to mount the pressure. They double up. Kendra gets a kill elsewhere as Linku falls, but Asa eventually flushing out Creeds from that position, and now they do have that control. But it's 3 versus 3. Skitty is wary that someone could be coming around from the backside in Garage, but for now it is completely safe. And again, like you highlighted, yes, there is plenty of that denial. The Goyo canisters, the flames from the Tachanka at the same time from Kendra right far back inside the lockers, with the heavy call coming through to gather as much information before they start to pounce down onto this plant. But for now, they hold. Team Secret Academy trying to suss out what they want to do and what they want to go for this plant. Too much denial there. There's still 14 Shamika launchers left. There's so much that Kendra can deny. Smokes are there to try and cut the eye lines of the defense here. Asa takes a heck of a lot of damage. He's got the defuse as well, so if he gets stranded, it's not ideal. He's attempted to go for that plant, and I did say that he likes to plant, but he unfortunately will be swung and killed off. It's 2 versus 2 now. It's Skinny's HP dwindles, but it does not matter. It's all down to Kendra versus Fennel, but there will not be enough time, and he will hide that one out. Certified Skids, they start off with a round of bank.
I mean, it's what I said at like 1 minute 40 at that point where, you know, the Goyo pockets were still in play, or 1 minute 20 was even. All the Shimika launchers are still there. There's just not enough time to go for a normal execute to try and get that plant down, especially when everything starts popping at the same time. As I tried to run through, got down to 10 HP, has to put himself on top of the desk, which is not a safe position to plant in. And you can have cover from the hatch at that point, but that's not going to be saving you. So they basically ran out of time, or rather, the opening phase from Certified Skids, where they lost 2, but also managed to take out 2 from Team Secret Academy, proved to be enough. It wasted enough time, it wasted enough buddies to not allow them to go for an aggressive take later down the line. So they did a lot of work there in those first minute 30 seconds, just to reap the rewards later as Secret Academy decided to go for the push.
I'd like to know the statistic of how many rounds have been won with Kendra in them where he just wastes the last 10 seconds lying in a corner. He's just like, I'm not going to take any gunfights, I'm just going to wait. I know exactly where you are, I know what you have to do to try and figure out the rest of this round. I'm going to leave you to it. Quite happy, just sitting in a corner there. Really, really well done. Really, really good start from Certified Skids. I think that Team Secret Academy just need to sharpen up when it comes to, I think, team management, just ever so slightly. It wasn't a crazy amount of issues in terms of the way that they took the map control. They did manage to get quite a bit of it quite quickly, but leaving it to the last few minutes to get rid of the player inside of blue is not ideal. But this time, similar approach here from Fennel and upside down repels, checking if he can catch anyone moving through that lobby area. That's not going to happen as of yet. Of course, different site this time. Almost.
Actually spots a player. Plant's already gone down.
Oh my word, that's what's managed to sneak in and attempt to go for a plant. I don't even know where this is happening. Alem's has got covered with a glass. I think they've just sent it right in there. You can see them all stacked up on the rappel, attempting to go for this. Skitty is conscious that he's going to get killed by moving out through this lobby area, but it's not going to happen for now. Creeds now inside of Janitor. You can see them looking to try and figure out how this has happened. What's gone on here? We've left a little bit of a blind spot, and now it's down to 25 seconds, trying to open up an angle to try and long arm this through here, but I don't know if it's going to be close enough to do it. Linku getting one, Skitty is the next one that falls, and now they're just down to 2 players here for Certified Skids. Azar's also taken out, and it's just Creeds. This has been an absolutely expert round here from Team Secret Academy as they sneak in. Beautifully done, Hap.
Yeah, very well done. They realized there was a gap. They just went for it, send it in, managed to get that plan down. And, you know, this is the issue, right? As soon as everybody hops out of that window again, there's no way that you're winning that round without dumb luck, really. And because they still had that player inside of the lobby rappel, they were just able to stop that long arm from even being attempted in the first place. And you know, I was about to say, like, he's the least of your worries in that position, because he is. Technically, those players that are on the rappel outside were the bigger worry. They just had to send people out. They didn't do that. All got picked off one by one, and basically round was over as soon as that plant was even going down in the first place. So a great return here from Team Secret Academy as they push over towards open area now. We're not seeing the repeat coming in from Certified Skids, as they'll be setting themselves up for a better defense, probably with a single extra person on site, just in case.
Yeah. What a round. I just can't go over it quick. That was absolutely phenomenal stuff there from Team Secret Academy. I like when you spot a little gap, you just are like, you know what, we'll send it, but we'll try and make something stick. I like that. I do enjoy when that happens. Now, into open area. Of course, different setup. More Goyo though, more smoke, more denial, more traps. I think this is pretty much going to be the idea here for Certified Skids on the defense here. Linku bringing in the Flores drone now, just trying to clear some of that pathway through the printer side as Marto now heads up to the roof, bringing along the blitz. We've seen Marto on so many shields throughout this entire event. Just absolutely loves to play on a shield operator, and more often than not, hitting the double digits as well. So knows how to use them in a very, very oppressive style. So keep your eye on that for the rest of this game. And I'm going to highlight Asa about the plant at the start there, because that's every round he's taking his views, every round trying to do this, trying to get it on the deck there. So now heads in from this top floor and lobby. They're trying to get the hunt down onto the player on the top floor, one side the elevator. It is indeed Tyrant that's trying to take that gunfight. Head in the corner for now and being held in the corner by Asa. I'm not quite sure he's aware of how close Asa actually is. Has to be careful when he goes to take this engagement. There's a player close by at the top of the marble staircase at the same time, and the first minute is already ticked by Tyrant. Really not want to step out of that corner. Eventually it does and goes for the drop, covering up off with a little shot there, so they'll know that he's dropped, but fell there beautifully, nicely done. Seen him open him up earlier on in the game. He managed to get himself a pick off that rotate, and there's a couple other that fall at the same time as Kendra's the next one that falls to the gun of Asa. Now it's 3 versus 4, Hap.
Yeah, great read there on that rotation coming out, just watching through the bottom of Kento, of course, looking through. Now, that 3v4, the one-man disadvantage, Azar forced to fall back. He was trying to play it a little bit aggressive, but you see it in the outline above. The player just coming out from the top square door, was about to hunt him down. He had no other choice than to go. And now with that minute left, it's so much time that there is now for the attackers to prepare themselves. And as they're widening the nets on the defense by opening up themselves into printer as well, they just give themselves a little bit of extra space to fight behind. If it is coming from the quad wall, if it is going to be a kitchen plant. But I have a feeling that it is going to be coming down to basically just coming down from beepers and then attacking the office right away.
40 seconds now. And they're still attempting to open up some more of this flooring to try and get able to peer down into the site directly. Here comes Fennel with a little sneak attack, moving through the teller's office. They have to be conscious of someone potentially coming through that rotate behind them here, Certified Skids. There's a little bit more work as well, Fennel, just to try and get more information. Skiddy's hit the deck. Lems is getting that one, and now he's managing to recollect that diffuser that Asa relinquished, and now it's a 3 versus 2. 10 seconds left here. A double kill for Fennel, and Creeds is stuck in the corner here. He's going to be up against it to get anything out of this, and their Team Secret Academy washing away this round and picking up their second on bank.
Again, as I said, there was so much time left for the attackers to really go for that cleanup there. They needed to get in there, get that diffuser down, or at least the pressure of the potential diffuser to go down. Did that perfectly. So, heading on to the next set of bans now. Not seeing anything problematic. Maybe the Goyo to be removed, considering it was quite a waste of time. Was played in 2 of those rounds. It is a powerful operator, of course, but besides that, I don't really think. Maybe the Blitz. Okay, at least the Goyo was there. The Grim didn't really see coming, but that's fully understandable.
player that's inside a lounge, but it's actually, I think it was Azar who's headed down all the way down into the basement. Went for a big, huge rotate elsewhere. The drone's coming through from Linko to try and get information on that. Can't waste too much time now, though. Down to the last minute, 4 versus 4, and they have to try and formulate a plan to get this done. They can't open up cash. They don't have the hard breach for it. I think there's been a bit of an issue when it comes to selecting the right utility here for Team Secret Academy. Is they've now having to just force it through doorways and windows and see if they can cut some of these players down from certified skids and just win the gunfights outright. Asa trying to be the focal point of the spear as he moves in from construction side, the smoke to cover off the Mira, and there's 30 seconds, and a leg is spotted there from Kendra. Alems stealing a pick. Unfortunate, but there's an answer back here as Marto falls by the wayside, and the Creed gets himself a double. I don't know how he's won that. Asa has him dead to rights and held in the corner. Linko now has control of the top red staircase. He knows a player in the corner. He gets him to swing it, beats him out, but Azar wins the gunfight, and it's now just down to Alems to stop this map from going away and heading to Nighthaven. He knows to check the corner, but Creed's is just better, and certified skids, they'll send us to Nighthaven Labs.
We'll be headed towards that third map indeed, as Certified Skids able to bring it back around in that second half, able to clutch out some of these situations that they were really on the down low. And they bring us back to a 7-5 scoreline. Well done to them. And that means that Nighthaven Labs will be the deciding factor on which of these two teams it gets to continue fighting, as the other one will have to wait yet another year.
Just, I'm not quite sure what was happening in that last round from Team Secret Academy. Just unfortunate, you know, not really having the right lineup there, just putting everything on the ace, and they just didn't have hard reach. I didn't think I'd see it. I didn't think I'd see a mistake like that happen. And unfortunately, that's just what kind of cost them that last kind of dying round there. But really, what a great performance from from Certified Skid there to fight that one back. I said going into it that I thought that they might fight back into this map, and I'm glad to be proven right again. But good performance from them. Team Secret Academy looked great at times, but unfortunately it was not enough to get that done. We're going to have to go to Nighthaven. We're going to have to go to a third map here, but I am not angry about that.
Oh, before we do that, we are headed to a very quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with map number 3.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We promised you that we will go into map 3, and indeed, well, Chamberine especially was right. The tenacity of the certified skids has definitely shown there. Are you happy? Are you excited, Cham?
I am excited because I just wanted to see a bit more from Certified Skids. I didn't want to see them going out with a whimper. I wanted to see them arriving, and showing the quality that they do have that is within this roster. They are an excellent roster when they put their minds to it, and there was just at times where they just weren't quite getting to that level, and they did find it eventually. I do think that they were, there was a few mistakes that Team Secret Academy made that I think are almost unforgivable, and that's the only reason I bring them up. I think in that last round there, they just didn't have the right utility. They didn't have, a thermite to kind of deal with it, and it isn't just the one round that caused you to lose a game though. So Certified Skids absolutely deserve it. They played much better than what they did on Bank, and if Nighthaven is going to deliver us the same level of play, which I think it probably will, because it'll be roughly the same in terms of the styles that we'll see from both teams, I think that this will be a nice and close game for us to finish.
Yeah, for sure. I think Nighthaven Labs, it's always an exciting map to go up against. You mentioned it before. It feels like Clubhouse, just a little bit less explored. And we often see like the best coming out of these teams as well when they have to think under a little bit of that extra stress. So I'm excited to see where that will go between these two teams, just to make sure that we send the absolute best, of course, towards the next game.
Of course, and things really do get complicated. As we're saying, there's 4 teams that everybody was looking at out of the 8th as wow. These are kind of the best, the cream of the crop in EML, really, or potential EML teams going through in Challenger Series. Right now, 2 of them are fighting as we speak. And actually, if we were to really count it, there's more like 5 or 6 competitors that realistically would fare a pretty decent shot at playing at the bottom rung of EML. Now, before we head into this third map, let's remind everybody of what we're playing for. I want to pull the bracket real quick, and then we go for the update on our map pool, just to kind of show everybody what things have been going on. The winner of this game, we will continue to watch them throughout this play day. Let's go for the map veto first. Why not? Thank you, JP. Let's pull that up. Why not? We can do whatever we desire here. It's Challenger Series, baby. Our third map is Nighthaven Labs. That'll be our decider in this case. This is the one that we're going into, which does play as kind of a weird hybrid map between Clubhouse and kind of a much bigger map in this case. Kind of Bank, but kind of not in its own way. So opinions before we review the rest?
I haven't heard someone describe it as that, but I think you've kind of put that as a good way, because it is much bigger. Well, it feels bigger anyway than on paper than what Clubhouse. There's a lot more you have to do, but it has a lot of those mini games that you need to play. You have to try and open up the IT breach, which is very similar to like that plateau breach that you have to do on Clubhouse, and that's why the two of them get really compared, and that's why me and Hap were kind of talking about it, how that it feels like a kind of not quite completely figured out version of Clubhouse, and that's why it's my favourite. I still like that there's a little bit of tiny bit of mystery, not that whole much, but there is still a little bit as well. So I'm just excited to kind of get in and see what they're going to be putting up. I do think Team Secret Academy need to fix a few of those mistakes. I think if this is the one that would punish them, but they are a team that also plays a lot of shield, so it will favour their attacks a bit more for this. So.
I feel like even though it's a bigger map, it still requires a lot more structured play, as you would see with a map like Clubhouse. So potentially things could go one way or another. Maybe Secret Academy will fall into the same pitfalls that we had them on Clubhouse. However, reminder, lower bracket run, we're going to go for the lower semifinal right after this match. It'll be the winners of both matches of Certified Skids Secret Academy and Team Heretics Diavoli. Regardless, I think we're going to get a very, very good match. Honestly, you could flip a coin. We could have covered either one of those 2 games and would have gotten a good game no matter what, really. That's kind of my expectation of it. However, it is a complicated position where you lose this final third map and you are out of the running, Mr. Happers. That's a lot to have on your back.
That's it, and it's not just that. It's also like your entire year will just have to start over again, trying to get to the same point where you were right now. And that is a huge blow, of course, having to do that. And like we're in the middle of a Rostamania right now in Tier 1, and like if you don't make it now, who knows where your players will end up down the line when any of the other roster locks is going to be explored, is going to be pushed up. So it is definitely a tough one for these teams right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think our game is pretty much set and ready to get into. Both teams really kind of loaded up and got ready, and there you go. As I say it is all set. Certified Skids versus Team Secret Academy. A tough matchup for both of these squads so far, taking it on each of their respective maps. Can they break their opponent on the third one? Nighthaven Labs, please, Hap Chamberlain, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We are ready to go with what will be the final map of this series, potentially sending a home Team Secret Academy or Certified Skids. One of these teams will be advancing through that lower bracket like we highlighted and facing off against the winner of the other game, which is currently happening, Heretics and Diavoli. And the last time I checked that, Heretics were one map up. Not quite sure what happened on that second map yet, but once that information is fed back to me, I will tell you. I really do not know what to expect, though, when it comes to this map, just because Nighthaven Labs is not something that either of these teams particularly enjoy playing. Wolves did not play it at all in EML Stage 2. They just don't really like to play that map. And I say Wolves, of course, we know why I'm saying Wolves. Most of the Wolves roster that are playing it, so it's the same kind of core that's there as well. Team Secret Academy as well, they've also kept most of that core together with a couple of changes, of course, coming into this competitive season that they've decided to make. And Nighthaven is still remained out of their map pool, not something they've really played, only played it the 4 times across Team Secret Academy's history over the last year. That's from last July, once they were picked up from the Le Galerion roster. So really, this could be anybody's game. This is a map that I could not really call. If you asked me to put money on it, I would not put money on it. I'm not really a betting person, to be particularly frank. That we head into the first round of Nighthaven Labs, and the bands, of course, just to give you a little reminder, just so you know what they were as they rang out. It was Grim and Thermite taken away, as well as the Kaid and the Mira. So first Mira ban of the day. I had to say it was been quite oppressive on a few of these maps, so quite glad that they decided. I said my first Mira ban, but since we've seen a little bit of that earlier. Now, getting into this, see that in terms of the lineups wise, we've got pretty standard stuff across the board for the defense here. You've got Kendry hopping onto the bandit there, not opting to put some effort into holding on to that IT breach to start things off. They'll have to focus on weeding him out. They have, of course, the Izami of Skitty on the Raptors area, but there is a Fenrir gadget that will make that difficult for Fennel, who thought they could maybe try and chance it, just as he sent it towards that doorway, but for now he's had to pull back. And Skitty's the one that's in charge of holding on to that. Again, using that rotate to move out of command and back and forward between both of these areas. For now, Kendra lingers and waits for someone to check that window on a full minute already burned away, and Kendra goes, you know what, that's fine, that's enough time that I've wasted, I can head back to the site. That's the call made. They still haven't been able to get these bandit charges off the wall. They're opting to try and go for a vertical play to remove them. Not brought any EMPs or anything like that you can do that. And look at this from Fenno, he's just going to step up, shoot them. So yeah, you know what, I know you've reinforced that, I know you've given up that position in Rafters. Now we'll just move through and get control of that area. Whoa, what a shot that is! Tyrant trying to be cheeky, and again, the amount of times I've said today that Tyrant has lost that gunfight towards Fennel. I feel so unfortunate every time. It just happened to be the two players that trade blows, and every single time Fennel comes out on top. There's the Deimos tracker coming through from Martel onto Azra as he's trying to move up and get something going on this exo staircase. Just to head back down. Remember, the site is the top floor, so he's kind of lost down the bottom here. There's frags going elsewhere as Creed falls, but Fennel removed in response from Certified Skids. And now Martel trying to find anyone downstairs, trying to cut a rotate out through as Asa gets in on the action. Linku also getting a kill up on the board, and now it's just Azar who's Deimos tracked in the middle of no man's land on the other side of the site. Absolutely nothing he can do other than try to fight back into the site as the defuser goes alive. A 1v3 in front of him. Oppressive pushback here from a Lens and Co. I don't think there's really much you can do from here from Azar. Flashbangs, capital bolts, fixation bolts in front of him. Just really not looking too good for him as he tries to hit back in. Azar trying to find a 1v1, trying to find someone that's going to overpeak for a second, and we'll be boxed out here. We'll find at least one, almost two. There's Marto to clean up shop. Finish off the round for Team Secret Academy. attacking round under the belt as well, and Nighthaven Labs gets things off to a good start. That's what you want. It is a notoriously difficult map to chain together attacks. That's a good start from Team Secret Academy. Certified Skids, not so much. I did think that was a pretty good round over them to start with. They wasted a lot of time. Kendra fell back, but I did think that they relinquished so much control that they didn't actually have to give up. They didn't have to give up Rafters. They didn't really have to give up IT. It was just a time call. It was just, we've wasted a minute, let's move back. And I think that had they not done that, had they just contested that a bit longer, I think that would have been a bit better from them. I don't think they realised how much Team Secret were actually struggling to get rid of the players inside of IT and try and get rid of them. Eventually it was just a player, just Fennel just running in Rafters and shooting off the bandit charges. That meant that they got control of that. Down to the basement now. Different lineup, of course, across the board from both teams. Marto opting to maybe change off that Deimos onto the Blitz. Looks as though he's going to bring along the shield here as we head down to the bottom here. Not wanting to go for much wall denial. Not going to play around that here. Looks as though the focus is be spread out here for Certified Skids, get in their faces, contest a bit more. You can see the outlines. Player in the middle floor, player on the top floor. Actually, 3 players in the middle floor, 1 on the top floor, so quite a spread across the map here from Certified Skid. Or now, Team Secret Academy, they begin work just outside that north side. Times is opening up barricades, putting pressure down. They have information, big information from Asa. They know where 2 of these players are. They know where both Creeds and Azar are just below this hatch, and Marto's the one that's been charged with getting rid of them. Linku will cut off one of the rotates, and it will be Skiddy that falls as he holds outside one at this window. Lems is the one that's there. Linku going on the hunt. He's getting aggressive, moving through. He knows there's one in the other room, but there's a player in the corner. Spots him for a second. Both taking a bit of damage either way. Roughly about the same HP lost on either side of that gunfight, continuing to mount the pressure onto the Fenrir, continuing to make Creed squeal a little bit, but doesn't know that Tyrants came up from behind as Linku falls. Fennel also fell elsewhere. And this Dekebi call going to try and assist Lems as he tries to take this game by the scruff of the neck and get in and get rid of some of this defensive spread, but half the round gone. The call's been made for Certified Skids to return to the site as Marto's now stuck in a little bit of a tricky situation at the top of that staircase. He is supported though by the ace of Asa. And the Lems is waiting for anyone that could come back out for a re-aggression, but there is no one there. They have headed back to site. They've tuck-tailed and run, and they are now comfortable turtling down for the rest of this. Asa seem to think that they're going to return back up there, but I think at this stage it would be prudent to remain on site. Down to the last minute, and now they have control of that Exo hatch. They can begin to bear down towards the site itself. Still a player advantage firmly in favour of Certified Skids. They now look to try and figure out what they want to do here, Team Secret Academy. You've got Marto aggressing from Exo, you've got Asa on the other side towards the cargo staircase, and you've got another one just up. Try to peer through some of that vertical place, see if they can catch anything, but Marto's going to be locked out of sight for the time being as Asa's managed to drop down the cargo side and goes on the hunt for more. Trying to see if he can just spot someone, see if he can buy a pick into this round and find their way back in. But there's Marto just getting aggressive with the pistol over the top of the shield. A swing just as aggressive as Marto is from Tyrant. Is he get 2? He gets himself a triple inside of this round. I talked about Tyrant, how much he's not quite been able to be at the races today, but he's certainly arrived here early on Nighthaven Labs, and Kendra shuts the door on Team Secret Academy. The Certified Skids, they'll get their defense. One apiece here as we start things off on Nighthaven Labs. Back and forward, the tug of war begins. Both teams not wanting to leave the competition early. If you're wondering why it's just myself voice that you're hearing, is Hap has been all locked out of his own PC right now. He'll be back with us momentarily. Seems I'm not the only one that's been having some tech issues tonight. It happens though. For now, just me on my lone sub. However, there are still 10 players in this lobby to fight tooth and nail for this game. Head to that middle site now. Storage, of course, being the next site on the docket. which is the stronger side than Kitchen, I think, in my opinion. I think it is a bit of a better site. Teams prefer to go here. A bit more vertical play that you can get from either side. You can hold it from above, below. Which is all above seems to be the order of the day right now, as Creed is the one that's up there just now. Popping some of those meat jammers down. What Team Secret Academy can come up with on this attack. Now, Lems is opening up some of those windows. Doing some early work. Trying to put some pressure points, some things you might use later on is Asa opening up the IT breach to get things started off and rotating elsewhere. Looks as though connector seems to be the focus for him as well. And again, they are holding on to this. So FI Skids really want to hold on to the top floor as much as possible. Make this really, really difficult for Team Secret Academy to try and attack into. And right now they are trying to sweep through the map. Fennel trying to get a hold of IT. Been able to just yet. Fennel now moving up towards that rafters door. There's a player on the other side though. It's Skiddy on the Azami right round the corner who's going to be holding on. Fennel just wary that there could be some more utility that has to be dealt with as Marto's there in support. Bringing along the ramp. Alongside him inside IT. Now they're trying to work through these Kiba barricades and managing to get through there. A little bit of vertical play now begins from the Ram, and Tyrant takes quite a lot of damage and he decides to go, you know what, I don't want to challenge that. I'm going to head off here, go somewhere else. Azar now trying to make a bit of a rotation up those rafter staircase as Asa gets the opening pick. Started off there, but two very quick responses from Certified Skids means that Fennel and Asa are ripped from the round. And now it's just 3 versus 4, and I do believe that Hap is back with us.
I should be.
Hey.
I've had some issues, you know. I was being testimonied, but oh, there we go. As Linko jumps in, I'll save the story for a little bit later. Anyway, as the trades start coming through, it is a 2-on-2 still, and I mean the diffuser's down outside of the actual site itself. Verticality is a big issue here, as Marto down to 1 HP. Kendra still playing up above. He can instantly hop down the ledge as well to just get himself to where he needs to be. Of course, a secondary shotgun allowing him to open up more verticalities. 40 seconds is a lot of time though, champ. And that means that Linko and Marta could technically still decide to go for the hunt instead, rather than trying to get the plant down.
Yeah, one tiny tickle of damage from Marto, though, and he will leave the round. Linko as well, not too great on HP, so this is very winnable from Kendra, who has the Overseer position from above. Burns that air jab, though. Managing to get above. Can't see where the plant's going down. Not quite sure where it is. It's actually on the other side. They have information. They've got the yellow ping that's came through, but won't be able to see enough of it. Won't be able to get a bite onto it. 40 seconds now, as the diffuser is now hot and kicking. Kendra has to try and find something. I don't think he's going to be aware that a player's managed to move out towards that small box on the left-hand side. You can see, not quite sure which one it is that's made that rotate through. But just on the door to his right here, I think Kendra could be about to be swung unbeknownst to him. I don't think he has any idea there's a player right behind him. Surely he's going to be out the round. No, he knew! Just a sixth sense, a step.
Time though.
Just ever so slightly for Linku. This is doable for Kendra, but he has to kill Martel first. He's only got 11 seconds. He has to go and find him. He doesn't know where he is. And the timer will tick enough past that 7 seconds. He can't recover this. Doesn't have enough time to finish off the round. Martel can finish it off for Team Secret Academy. And they respond with another attacking round.
Yeah, well done by them there in the end, realizing where the issues were, isolating the angles that had been made, and finding the safe spot to still get their plan down. So they found the success they needed to find, and they get themselves in a good position here. Finding those 2 attacking rounds early on is always going to be helpful. So
really stretching my vocabulary there, leaving me on my lonesome.
First by my microphone software with a bazillion errors, so I couldn't see anything anymore and I couldn't click them away, so I had to restart, and then my PC gave no signal, and I was like, that's cute. So I had to pull out the CMOS, put it back in, and then that's what I did in the meantime. Launched it again, and then I was locked out of out of vMix. It's like, wow, come on man, can I catch a break out here? But I'm back and everything seems to be working fine. Although I believe my camera has crashed once more, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do about that, but we'll get to that in a second.
It's alright, as long as the vocals are here, it's okay. As long as we can hear you, you're Gucci. It's Friday the 13th, we'll blame it on that. That's the issue. Just blame it on all that. Everything going wrong. Did you not know that?
No. Never was superstitious, so it's just one of the dates that fly by me.
Well, are you superstitious now after your experience today?
For a second, I was just afraid my entire PC died there, and it was like a whole other issue at that point. But no, it's fine. It's just technology, you know.
Mercury is also in retrograde, so
yeah,
there is that.
I'm not even sure what that means. I'm not astronomy.
Astrological stuff.
Yeah, I'm not an astronomy girly pop.
Usually tends to affect technology.
Oh, okay.
Hence why I've got no Wi-Fi. So listen,
yeah, was that because of Mercury, or was that because it's something else?
I am blaming. Listen. If I can get away with blaming the planets, then I absolutely will.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Solid plan.
It makes me feel good about myself. Anyway, back to the game at hand. 30 seconds already burned away in round number 4. Team Secret Academy are in front. The Yin coming through in the hands of Linku, and they have opened up that IT breach to look to try and focus on this top floor. It is the top floor that they are going for. That's where the focus is. There's a delightful opening pick from Fennel onto Tyrant that you missed on this the last time. I don't think you'll get that one for free again. Martel rotating over to the other side in the Deimos. To go on the medium side. For now, though, Team Secret Academy just moving all the pieces into place, really, just getting comfortable, looking to try and figure out where they want to go from there. There's also the glaring issue that has to be dealt with on the defense, and that is the clash.
It's just really in your face, you know, the issue. Zapping you as well as soon as you start moving in. I mean, the shield's been deployed now, so this could be a... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, this could be a perfect moment to just get a firebolt right behind it, force them off, and then get a grenade in afterwards. That's not actually what they could go for.
Loving the Brat-themed connector that's going on there. Bright green. Really channeling the Charlie XCX for now. As are being Deimos tracked for now from Martel. He's moving around the map, and this is really starting to get a little bit dicey here from Team Secret Academy. Yes, they've got a foothold in connector and IT. They have got boxes checked, and they've managed to spin round the clash and get themselves a kill off the back of it. Really nicely done. A 1-2 punch that comes through from Team Secret Academy, and it's got them into the site, got them control of the pillar so that they can go for a plant there. They've Martel down below, though, but that means that Linku's all on his own inside the site, and he will unfortunately die because of that. Where's Martel to try and pull us back? He's miles away just to stop this defuse, though. I don't think he can hear it, and I think Azur's going to be able to steal it. Really nicely done. Brilliant retake from Certified Skids, and they will respond with a defense of their own, balancing us out at 2 each.
Smoke canister, crucial there, tossed in right after that diffuser went down. Basically, smoked out Linku, was forced to move, got killed because of that, so he wasn't able to play that power position right behind the pillar for a little bit longer to buy Marto some time. It's a bit unfortunate that it went down that way, but, you know, that 2 on each keeps things nice and easy, nice and close. We don't want this to be a run over in this final map to decide who gets to play right afterwards once more. So yeah, with that, now headed towards that basement to play the 5th round, the penultimate of the very first half. It was again that calls this 4 quarters. Is that the Americans? It's like they do it.
Yeah, of course it's the Americans.
I was just wondering. I remember I was casting with someone who was like, no. After round 4, we are headed to the 2nd quarter.
Of course it's them. You know what? They're probably advocating for ads in between now.
Oh no! Don't do that. No, don't turn my Siege game into the Super Bowl. Imagine though, after every 3 rounds, you have like a big artist coming to sing a song and stuff like that. Games would take forever, but
I wouldn't mind a little performance, you know. I wouldn't mind that. Just in case you have missed it, the winner of this game will be going on to face against Team Heretics. They managed to dispatch of Diavoli and send them out of the competition 2-0 in the other side of this competition. So that means that Heretics are the team that await the winner of this best of 3. And for now, could go either way. First 4 rounds very evenly balanced all across the board. Both teams have looked good. Both teams have looked a little bit shaky in places, but for the most part it has been good siege. Martel now stepping into the building, supported by the Deimos of Linku, getting information onto whereas there is tracers coming through the wall there. Marto just completely unreacting to them, doesn't really mind it. Skitty though will react elsewhere to Fenno's presence on that rafter staircase, and he will fall away and die. That's the Ram gone. 3 players moving through the middle of this map. Look how much movement Certified Skids are willing to show here. Last time they couldn't quite get down through the middle of the map and flush out this defense, and do a good job of it. This time lost a player in that process, so hopefully we can make a bit better work here.
Yeah, losing that player early on is not going to be great for Team Secret Academy, but it's of course the big opportunity here for Certified Skids to utilize that well, to manipulate that man advantage. You're playing in the basement. It's always difficult in Siege to attack a basement site because of the lack of opportunities to actually get into that basement and then having to clear the 2 floors above first. So this should be a good opportunity as Kindred and Lems both trade out on one another, a one-on-one trade, keeping things still in favor of Certified Skids.
For the time being. Last time it was a bit hectic the way that this finished, but they did end up scattered. The defusers on the other side, so they're going to have to go collect that. All 4 members of Certified Skids, though, have returned to the site and are comfortable and holding their positions. I saw the one that's outside that Animus breach as he wants to potentially head in from there, or that main breach. Looks as though Animus is the position that he wants to take. There's a yellow ping and a drop that comes through from Marl. Formation. There is someone just floating in the middle of that site, potentially. Linko there is there. Oh, Marl almost getting his head removed, but Asa gets himself a quick double and swings it like a pendulum. Asa! Absolutely incredible! Team Secret Academy just blow them out of the water at the last second there. What a round and what a collapse that was onto the site.
I mean, well done to them, right? And for the execute they went with, they only needed 3 people. One to come in from the opposite side staircase, the other 2 trying to swing in that diffuser. All you had to do was just cut the corner, cut the pie, so to say. I mean, they were busy with one, not fully realizing the amount of pressure that was coming in from the diffuser itself. So, well done to them. Able to catch them off guard, find that 3rd round as well here on the attack as they retake that lead in this series, 1-on-1 in maps. Now 1 round ahead as we head towards the last round. There we go. I was going through F1 through other terms here and then pushing through, but last round of this very first half. Team Secret Academy, of course, will be looking to make this a 2-on-4 to buy themselves the best possible outcome for that second half.
We never got a chance to discuss it actually at the start. Who do you think's going to come on top? A little prediction?
I still think Team Secret Academy is going to be the one taking it. Like, they've been making silly mistakes on the previous map, which just cost them. But in general, they felt like they've been more in control.
Yes, I think that's accurate. I'll play on the other side and just go in for Certified Skids, because why not? Tyrant hero plays in the last few minutes. That's what I think. Or huge stuff from Kendra in the clash, but we will see. First 30 seconds of run number 6 burned away. Information getting gathered here from the attacking side. Start attacking down onto that storage site yet again. This is the one she forgot, ended up in a user getting put down and planted, and very well played out from Team Secret Academy the last time that they attacked onto this. So pretty heavy presence on the top floor yet again from Certified Skids. The ram coming through, 2 players, one on rafters, one in just into the side there, an electrical now. Crease moves away. Skiddy's wanting to contest this as much as possible, Hap.
And he kind of needs to. As soon as you lose this top 4 control, the plant is going to be inevitable. So a lot of pressure is going to be coming down towards those mezzanines. They need to clear that out. They need to get that control. As they're just removing the keeper barriers one by one. Of course, at some point, he can no longer stick around. He only has 1 left. There's no more regeneration coming through. A minute 30. Still not a single kill on the board, which slowly but steadily that top floor is now being taken under control by Team Secret Academy. Again, going to be crucial if you want to get that plant down. And they're just slowly shepherding them back to the side. You see Kendrew leading that charge. Tyrant will find Linku. Skitty follows up as well as trades coming over all over the map. And a 1-minute advantage is here for Certified Skids for this final minute.
Andrew holding on to the fish stairs or CC stairs or aqua stairs, whatever one you want to go for. He is holding on to that and he's deciding to head back down now. They've held on to that top floor enough. They've got enough from it and they have the player advantage for now. But we've seen just in the last round just how much that does not matter to Team Secret. They know how to swing the pendulum back into their favour. I'm just trying to peer through some of this vertical has been made already. Some of these angles created down into the site. Lems has been handed a diffuser and the call being made to move around to the other side as Fennel holds onto this window just outside. Stairs waiting for anyone to rotate. And they know that Kendrill's returned to the top floor and they're just, I think, going to decide to potentially play around it. And the hop's going to come in from Fennel. It will be yellow mind that there's a Lems on the other side attempting to go for a plant. Creeds is below. C4 surely is going to find its mark. Doesn't even need it. Just use the shotgun anyway. I'd already used C4 elsewhere. There's Tyrant to finish off. Certified Skids, they equal it up at 3 each on the half turn.
Yeah, nice and even split, keeping things equal as we are headed towards those final few rounds to decide which is going to be going through. Of course, there is no infinite overtime here. It's just regulation time and then 3 rounds at most if it doesn't get decided in there. I know, I would have loved to have it, but sadly not the case. But with that, that means that time is slowly running out, right? Like at some point, one of these two teams is going to be the one that goes through. That there is no denying that. And after a very decent first split from both of these at 3-3, we're basically just still at like the start of this map, you can almost say.
Well, yeah, exactly. This is kind of big though from Team Secret Academy. They pick up 3 rounds on the attacking side, and so you want from Nighthaven. We'll just see, of course, if Certified Skids can solve the puzzles that will now be in front of them. Capital and Thermite banned away from Team Secret Academy, and Cade and Bandit removed from Certified Skids. Exactly the same bans from Certified Skids that we've seen on Clubhouse, opting to remove all of the electrification. I want to be able to get through these walls. I want to see it put to better use this time on this map. It's the top floor to start, and the clash coming through in the hands of Marto, who just absolutely loves a shield operator. You know, we've seen him play the Blackbeard on tape, and so many of these shield operators tonight from him. And throughout the competition, he's one of those players that likes to do that. This time it will be clash.
It's kind of brought upon them by Certified Skids, right? Like they ran it in the second half of the previous map. They've been running it in this very first half right here on Nighthaven Labs. Now Marto is going to have his fun with that shield. Sometimes it kind of feels like it's a gentleman's agreement, right? Like as long as you don't use it, I won't use it. And as soon as one team brings it out, you just know that that clash is not going to be leaving the roster anymore for the remaining rounds and matches until it get banned. So with that said, Mirror Windows setup onto IT is going to be providing them a little bit of a look-see, but more importantly, can open it up as soon as the hard breach comes through, get an explosive out just to try and stall them.
Yeah, and it's a way to contest the breach still, even though you've lost both of the electrification operators. You can still put some presence there and still do something with it, as well as Marto also trying to contest the breach on the connector side. Somewhere else, he's like, I'm going to go for a wander here. Let's head out to lobby side. I want to look outside and see what information he can give to his teammates as to what push they're starting to flesh out here on the attack. Lem's taking a heck of a lot of damage through the reverse angle on that vertical play just below the aqua staircase.
It's going to be effectively 2 rounds out of the round now. Having to try and play this a little bit more carefully. Still playing around with those verticals, of course, is the best way because it keeps the attackers on their toes as well. You don't want to give them free reign as that Montaigne slowly moving up the staircase, trying to get towards the mezzanines. Marto will find himself a kill for the efforts. Linko will find a cover that was supposed to be there for that Montaigne of Kendra to start pushing up. And with that, they've taken the angle out of the attack. They've taken the needle out of it as well. They now need to be a little bit more creative on how they're going to be able to get this going. The Grimbees are giving away some information. The air jab should have been the end of Marto, but he's able to pull his shield back up. That is highly unfortunate for the side of Certified Skids.
Yeah, he just couldn't help himself to go back in as well. There was absolutely no need to try and retake that, but he tries anyway, and Kendrick is trying to force the issue right up this rafter staircase. He will get one. I think he was the one dead and buried there. It's 3 versus 4, and HP has dwindled quite a bit on the defensive side. So there is a chance here. Kendra's pistol is hungry for blood as Elems is the next one to fall to it. Now he opts to go to the other side. Door shot open in front of him. Knows there's a player close by. And Azur right in from behind. This link-up play from Azur and Kendra could be the undoing of Team Secret Academy, who had an absolutely brilliant start to the round. And now there's only 2 players against the 3 of Certified Skids. And a shield at that. Now that clash still getting value despite the fact he's decided to pull back here from Marto. If he ends up winning this round after should have been dead, that'd be incredible there, but they won't. Just beautiful from Certified Skids, the recovery, the way that they did that, the way they pulled back into the round. Team Secret Academy just... I don't know what happened there, Tap. I don't know.
They try to go aggressive to the shield, and the reason for that is as soon as that Montaigne comes close quarters, of course, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of it. So it was the biggest threat, and it kept opening doors, it kept peeking through little corners. All they wanted to do was just get in there, shoot those legs, or quickly knife that shield to the side. But there was cover over the shoulder every single time, and that's how they lost 2 and 3 of those players eventually. So like they were just trying to deal with that Montaigne. Like that's all. Like everybody died trying to deal with the Montaigne out there.
Yep. Happens to the best of us, isn't it? You know, shield operators are tricky to deal with, and I did say going into this that Nighthaven Labs is a really shield dominant map. It is one of those ones where you are going to see a lot of the shield play coming through, and brilliantly so. Andrew that teases with more Monty for a second there. It looks as though he might drop off of it, just with the knowledge that it's now bottom floor that they've opted to go for a hold this time on Team Secret Academy side. Still the Azami comes through, Ella making an appearances as well throughout this matchup, and Goyo ever present in the meta right now, Hap, isn't he?
He definitely is. I mean, it's a great delay operator, right? Like, he can stall you for so long. Those Goyo pockets will last for like 25 or 20 seconds once they blow up. Plus, it's a pretty big radius, so like often a lot of these already have taken quite a little bit of damage throughout the round. If that Goyo pocket is then covering you off for 20 seconds, you just have to move. You cannot afford to take that damage. You'll go down, especially in basement sites where it already takes ages to get the control of the top floor, of that first floor, before you're finally able to come down the staircase at all. Like, if there's then a Goyo, it's kind of like good luck at that point.
Azur wants to go in and take this gunfight. He knows there's a player on that staircase on the lobby side. Got the information on lock with the phone calls coming through. It's Fennel that's up there. He wants to answer his phone right now because there's an impending doom awaiting him as they try to clear through the middle of this map here, Certified Skids. Conscious. Be a bit of a spread out roam game here from Team Secret Academy, but for now, no one has bumped into one another as of yet. Good early work here from Certified Skid to get control of that top floor. Okay, Cam though, giving away that information that they've now got a foothold up there.
That's not the most important info though. It's the info that when that foothold was taken, right? Like, okay, just now they've started to take control and started clearing. They aren't aware yet that it's clear because they're still droning heavily. Which tells you that, okay, like in about 20-ish seconds, that's when the pressure will start to come down towards that first floor. So that's in 3 seconds from now. And then they still have to go towards the basement, right? So like they're doing well on the time management here.
Enos went for another bite. He came down the staircase and he was like, oh, I should maybe go back, but he's decided, you know what, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait in kitchen. He has been completely droned though, so they have all of that information on him, so... Good eye on that kill feed. Should that light up, you'll know exactly where it was. Peering down into cargo for now will happen. Fenner's got himself locked out here. Surely he's going to be dead to rights. He's stuck around the corner in the lobby, but look how much time he's wasted. He's down to 35 seconds, and Fennel will be killed off. And look at them, we're funneling through. They realise, yeah, we've killed him, we need to go and make something happen, because we're down to the last 25 seconds. There's a C4 rip from a limbs. They've got so much value coming out of these black eyes. Marto gets a kill down onto Tyrant. They have to go quick here though, and they have done that. Imagine they drop through into Animus. Skiddy gets one as Linko goes for the swing through, but they're tempted to go for the plant. Kendrew goes for it. Skiddy's HP is so low. Creeds gets Martel finished off. Kendrew's trying to go for the plant here. Can they get a swing through? Asa gets the swing and finished down. They just have to stay alive. Only 0 seconds left now. Team Secret Academy, they make it close, but they pull it.
I mean, last man was upstairs. The man with the diffuser was injured before, so all they had to do there indeed was stay alive, not overextend themselves, and wait. And this is kind of what comes down to it, right? Like, they knew they were doing well on time there on the defense, that they were getting close towards that point where mistakes will be made. Then they were hunting down that final roamer with 3 members. That is totally worth it, because that loses you 25 seconds for 3 members. It's not 25 of one, it's 25 of 3 others that then need to get back into position, get themselves ready to start fighting once more. And you know, they just had to funnel through. And you saw it on the defense because I heard them run everywhere. It's like, where do I toss this C4? And Lens is like ready to throw it, but couldn't quite find where they were settling because they couldn't settle. They just had to push at that point. But that means there's so much time gone already that they were just forced to run in, forced to force that plant. And that's when mistakes happen.
Shows you how valuable it is to waste time, you know, as a roamer. Like, a lot of people are thinking, yeah, like, I need to go and roam to try and get some kills, but it's just, you're just a waste of time. Just that's it. Even if you don't get a kill, like, Fennel wins in the round there. Sure, it's not, you know, it's almost a thankless job. You know, you go and you just mess around in one portion of the map for as long as possible and force the attackers to come and flush you out, and that's why they win the round. That's why it gets so scrappy at the end. It did look like those certified skids were going to win it, but here we are, 4 each, and still nothing can separate both of these teams. Another clash coming through. This time it's been tossed into the hands of Fennel. Again, Marto bringing the Valkyrie. They got so much great intel the last time, so it's no surprise to see that coming through yet again. Just doing some work on this IT breach, trying to focus up, see if they can get things started. Have the Izami again holding onto rafters, which is commonplace for this type of a hold on the top floor. They have to try and get through.
Oh no, Acer jumped into the hole. I was looking at it, it's like, sure, he doesn't fall into it, but
I don't want to say anything.
It's not ideal. I was like looking at him jump, and I was like, this is not the best place to jump, but maybe Eclipse.
So easy done. Once you do it as well, like, you can't.
There's no way back.
You
just have to accept your fate at that point.
You just sail down to your DBN. But he's still alive, and he can still get value from the Deimos. That's exactly what I'm going to bring through the death mark there. Got some information for a second before it was taken off. Slowly move up into IT. Tyrant is the one that's first prong of this attack. Just going to try and walk in. Asa's found himself a kill. Kendra's the one that falls. Asa's also down for his risk. Tyrant just wants to force it. He's like, yeah, I don't care about the fact that there's a clash here. I'm just going to run in. He finds one, he gets immediately traded, but Creeds is right behind them. They're just following each other's delusions and trying to take the site from underneath them. It's just falling down to Skiddy, 1v2. Asa's HP isn't great. He didn't manage to get back up onto his feet. Skiddy's locked out into IT. He did attempt something there, Hat, but I don't know if it's quite worked out there. We'll see if they can win the round out the back of it.
The glass shield activates every single time the moment he just passes by. So this is information as well, right? Like, this sound. You know he's right in front. Yeah, the diffuser also, by the way, on the rooftop. So Skiddy not going to be able to get that diffuser down on the ground. And it's 30 seconds, and a full site has just been cleared out. The camera's seen it there. They're fully aware of where he is. I'm just wondering, like, are they aware of the fact that they're just playing with him? Like, they are not even trying to go for a take. They're not even trying to go for a push. He needs to get both kills. He doesn't have a diffuser. And they're just running away every single time he gets close. He's like, oh, I hear a footstep. Time to dip.
It is genuinely cat and mouse here. Skiddy's trying to go on the hunt for Asa. He's like, yeah, I don't want to take a fight, but Asa comes back for it. Most of Christmas past comes back to haunt certified skids. Asa downed earlier on the round, sweeping up the final kill of that one. I understand it. I respect it from Certified Skids. They've seen a gap and they all just, you know, I said they were just all in each other's delusion there. I respect it as a team when you commit to something like that. You see it, like, yeah, but like, look, they've let me in this far. I'm just going to keep going and see if we can make this stick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes you just have to try and do something like that, especially on a map like Nighthaven where you do tend to try and steal some of these attacking rounds just because of how difficult they can be to get in. Seeing how much utility they were trying to get through. So, respect it. I respect the effort. Doesn't work out though, and Team Secret Academy are now in the lead again.
It's more confused how the mirror got called off there. Like, it's just looking through the window. The Clash is like walking backwards, pedaling backwards when the push is coming in. It's like, oh wait, they're in the middle. It's Mira, you might want to turn around.
Yeah, I don't think you're expecting him just to run in past the Clash.
No,
I think that's what caught him off. So, hey-ho! Pretty good half from Team Secret Academy, and they've got a chance to go on to the first series point should they win this round, and the potential for the first solid snake to come through on Nighthaven Labs from Azure. Thinking about it. Solace shotgun as well from Marto. What's your opinions on Solace, Hap?
I like it, especially when you're playing between floors. Like there's just that plan denial potential on Solace that just tickles your brain every single time. Like there's an opportunity for it. It's like, please do it. This is the greatest thing that could happen. So yeah, I like Solace.
And you open up your display and you've got sense walls going through, yin candelas, and there's just too much.
There's too much.
You're like, oh, I don't know what to do here. But what will be happening with those two operators this time because they're not on the board? Solid Snake does get stuck through, but of course you're going to have that opens up the other mini game, which is Solace versus Snake. With your information, IT wall opened up. Information gathered from Tyrant. C4 was ripped for a second there, but not sent anywhere as of yet.
Oh.
There it is. Boop. Special delivery from Asa. Tyrant has just been on the receiving end of some of the most unfortunate kills today. There was one that you missed earlier where he literally looked out of a doorway at the top of the fish staircase as someone happened to look back at him, and I was just like, oh, that's unfortunate. Let's go on to the next focus point. Oh no, the shield drops at the wrong time from Kendrew! And just like that, the round completely collapses. Hap, Team Secret Academy, they're on series point.
The small story in the entire round just falls apart right underneath. 2 map points, 2 series points they have available to them now. Their opponent already known, of course. We headed to presumably a small break before they have to get right back into another best of 3. But the good news is, for whichever team wins this, is that we usually see the team that is playing non-stop, just on one go, is the one that comes out on top because it's just warmer than when you have like that awkward hour break in between.
Exactly. I'm excited though. For this next game. If it is, no matter which team play, to be honest, this Heretics game will be spicy afterwards. Still remain on Nighthaven, and there's still potentially more rounds to go. What do you think? Still in on Team Secret? Still think Team Secret close this one out?
I've been saying Team Secret the entire night so far, so I mean, why would I jump the fence now when they're on a series point?
just double your money.
You know who is the real winner here, Chem? The viewers at home. There, I've done it.
There it is. Incredible. It's like when you're like, oh yeah, the match of the day is the final match of the day.
Oh, quick
Anywho,
openings.
final round of this fixture could potentially be about to unfold. Kendra's the one that has a diffuser in his pocket this time, which was left on the roof the last time they attempted to attack, so let's hopefully have a better position. The walls open up downstairs on the bottom floor, of course, early on. Flames already burning from Fenris Goyle canisters. Twitch as well, getting some value as well, getting rid of a lot of those. Another key thing that we haven't highlighted yet, Hap, as well, is the echo coming through from a lens. Bit of an annoyance to deal with from Certified Skids.
A little pressure now. Certified Skids on the attack as well, probably won't help. So drones giving away a little bit of information here and there on players out and about from the side of Team Secret Academy, but once again we're attacking the basement and there is quite some roamers around. We're just moving in and around the map, and as this first floor is now being taken, with the second floor completely clear, there is 2 of them they need to worry about, both playing close to a staircase to fall back if need be. With a minute 20, again, a massive roam, a massive flank could come on still from the side of Team Secret Academy, and that could waste so much time. We've seen it 3 rounds ago when they were here last. And that is something that needs to be prevented by Certified Skids. They need to make sure that they are not getting themselves caught in that trap of having to hunt down those roamers when there's 30 seconds left on the clock and they still need to be starting to approach towards the actual basement site.
There's a potential bit of a blind spot here. Kendra's just heads into Animus. Uncontested so far. Slowly slinking his way in. Damage and engagement just at the bottom of the cargo staircase. He tries to re-aggress onto the hatch. He's going to go up the staircase. He might catch them out. Depends on the hearing of the decay bait. It's not good enough. As that Azar falls, Linku, the reposition expertly done. Flashbanged out here for now. Creeds is going to get one as Asa falls. Feno's the next one that's scalped. 3 versus 4. 18 seconds left though. Skiddy gets one onto Linku, and here come the Echo drones. This is going to be absolutely huge, but I think you might have spotted it as Alems has another one to bring through. I don't know if he's going to be able to do much with these. They managed to shoot another one out. Skiddy's finished off Marto, and it's just Alems in a 1v4. He's tried to play around the Echo drones, and it's not going to work because Kendrill's going to get the defuse down, and he's going to be shut out of the site here. Courtesy of Skiddy. Certified Skids, they hold on for another round, Hap.
And that means there's a maximum of 4 rounds remaining now in this game. Either it ends here and now, with Team Secret Academy pushing over towards that 7-5 victory, or we're headed towards an overtime and another best of 3 in rounds is going to be pushing us closer and closer towards that final ending of this first best of 3, because we still have a second best of 3 right afterwards that we will be following as well. Yes, the siege isn't stopping tonight.
God.
And before that is a quick 7-0-7-0. I would cry if that's the case. So we've been building it up, but
yeah, exactly. Should be a good game. Should being the heavy lifter in that sense. But we still remain here on Night Haven. It's not done here. The dust is not settled for either of these teams. Certified Skids live on for more. Skiddy really turning on the afterburners in the last few rounds to try and drag his team through this. Top floor hold this time from Team Secret Academy. Not fun though, is it? That you have to stare down the barrel of a series point, elimination point, and you're having to attack on the top floor Night Haven. It's not great, is it?
I mean, they had to attack the basement first before that, and I think that's also a bad thing to have to go through. But they managed to pull that one out of the hat. Now they need to do it just once more so they can start pushing it back into their own favor. So is of course that question of what will wait on the other end of these breaches. What is going to be meeting them head on as they start pushing in? Because right now they're opening up, they want to go up those mezzanines, or at least put up the pressure so the garage isn't played as freely by this side of Team Secret Academy. Drones coming out, the first minute about to pass. There is instant lifelines being shot in as well to get rid of some of that utility. Think of Banshees or cameras. And with that, the first bit of pressure is done. Now they need to start taking ground. They need to start finding themselves a way into the building that doesn't outright kill them.
Easier said than done though, isn't it, Hap? Let's up on the roof for now before they decide where they want to take it from.
Oh, they're closing it off, mezzanines.
There we go. Yeah, so I just crossed that open minute mark and decided, yeah, it's time to give up control of rafters. We don't want to contest it any further. Keep a couple of keepers in pocket, shooting later on. Harbeach Gadget left in pocket here for the side, so put pressure into it. On that, Banshees, though, will begin to wail inside of IT as both Tyrant and Kendra try to link up together and pressure directly where that clash is playing. Lems's HP is dwindled all the way down to 3 points. Not looking too good for him, but what's just happened there?
Backnet, I think, just been sent through. At least open up with the can opener now. Gives them an opportunity to look through on the other bomb side as well. The concussion lifelines coming in as well as they want to take the connector piece. Tyrant looking quite close as well. Marta will find the very first though before Lems gets traded out. That brings us to a 4-4 in this potential final round. Inside to side now, Chem. Can they get this plan down? Can they get this to overtime?
Certainly gonna try. It's a quad kill for Creeds, and Skinny cleans up. And we are going all the way to overtime. They've seen Team Secrets collapse early on, and they goes, you know what? If you can do it, we can do it. You still remain on Nighthaven. Team Secret Academy had 2 stabs at winning this series, both on stronger sites than Nighthaven, and they could not get it done. Certified Skids are peaking at the right time in this matchup. Who cares what happened on Bank? Who cares that they were blowing out the water back then? It all comes down straight shootout in overtime here. Site to start with. Academy, they decide to go to storage. You know what? I don't want to go to these other 2. Not quite got them working out for us right now. Let's go for something slightly different.
Continuing the rotation isn't necessarily a bad thing to do. It keeps you in the rhythm. That is usually what these teams will go for anyway. If you just decide to go for a rerun, often teams want to be really sure that there was a single glaring issue which caused the collapse of the defense. Which means that it could have been a combination of multiple factors or something else entirely. But at least it is the first to 3, the first of 2 technically, out of these next 3.
We get into it. Set. Solace. Look to start moving from that connector area. Sweep through the top floor, do some work, try and get rid of this vertical hold that the defense have got set up. Tyrant opts to go from the other side. You see Creeds, Kendra and Skiddy all focused on this IT side, all focused on trying to sweep through this top floor. Meanwhile, I see you, Kendra. Further down. My eyes betray me. He's actually all the way down on the bottom floor. Entering from Animus. Sneaky like. Heading in from the bottom floor. Want to head up those cargo staircase. I like it up.
Sometimes you just have to get a little bit sneaky. These final moments in the game. Because there's a lot at stake here. Only one of these 2 teams continues to fight. The other, the year is basically, well, getting restarted, so to say. Trying to get back to the level they're at right now. Not in terms of skill, but in terms of potential qualification.
Oh, that's nice.
Good drone ahead is going to give away a lot of information. That air jab kind of failed. It's stuck on the stairs now. We'll be surprised if that catches someone.
Well, have you seen that? At least little link up there with Azar and Kendra getting rid of those drones or those default cams even so that Kendra can move up and look at the position he managed to get himself in. If you see the kill feed go, it's because Kendra is holding on to that rotate right through the middle of the site. Skiddy takes damage from an engagement elsewhere. We approach that final minute. There's Marto though, continuing that engagement whether Skiddy wants it or not, and they will win that one out. SMG 11 on Solace, but Marto's HP is taking a heavy dent. And there's Kendra opening up the wall. He doesn't know there's a player so close. Oh, that work, that beautiful early work, undone by a bit of movement on the defense. Now it's just Azar and Creeds. I think they know that there's a player heading up that staircase, but are they aware of how close Alems is on that doorway? I think they might be. They should just be checking that staircase. So there's Creeds to get one though. Alems is the one that's finished off. He's moving through. Commanding entrance into that side of the map as he just tries to go down into the site, see if they can find anyone. The last 30 seconds, Hap.
It's not a lot of time, but all they need to do is just hop into a single window to try and get that plant down, and that is exactly what they'll be doing, jumping down right into the warehouse, trying to get in right behind a bit of safe space that could go for a plant. There's a punch hole they have to worry about. There's a doorway they need to worry about. The plant is going to be attempted to cover, is running, it is working. Azur is trying his best to get that plant down as quickly as possible as Creed goes for the cover, gets one, gets two, gets three, they all line up. Certified Skids, they find themselves a map and series point.
Unbelievable stuff. So well played from Certified Skids. They play together. They make sure they cover the plant. They make sure they get the fundamentals done. They know that no one's going to swing from the right-hand side first. They know that it's probably going to be the left because that doorway is almost guaranteed to be a death sentence. They read it to perfection. And now Certified Skids, who were 2 rounds down and staring down the barrel of series point. I wish it was championship, but they're in the lead for what seems like the first time in yonks.
I mean, they were a map down. They need to get back up towards that third map. It was very close fought. They've been behind in that second map for a very long time as well. They've been behind on this third map for a very long time as well. But it seems to be coming into their hands right now. A beautiful play coming through, realizing and reading the situation well, getting that plant on, trusting the cover of your teammate. And I'm saying that because it is not always as clear as that. So often when people are planting and the clock is about to hit 000 and a single shot gets fired in that direction, people still go off the plant. You cannot do that. And the same for that situation. If they would have gone off the plant and Creeds would have died, then suddenly there's no time, there's no clock ticking in your favor. So they did everything right in that 2v3 situation, 2v4 situation even, to bring that back. So Certified Skids looking like they might be able to take this one home.
Surely not. Surely not from this position that they were in. Okay, they pull this one back. Team Secret Academy now under the cosh for the last few rounds. Good early work though from Asa to open up that breach. Pressure onto Animus at the same time. Marto once again assuming the role of the shield role. And they blitz through and just moving through down that CC staircase. 2 players from the defense on the top floor. Now only one as one drops down through that hatch. 3 in the middle. Here the decay calls ringing through, but there is still a player on that top floor that they're going to have to get rid of. Make sure you pay the respect to get rid of him, and it's Fennel to get Kendrell removed. Good start here from Team Secret Academy to continue to fight this one off and keep us on Nighthaven here.
Yeah, definitely, but you cannot forget that Creeds has just dropped 2 quad kills in a row, bringing them to the point where they are right now. So, like, he is the big threat right now. He's fired up, he's putting in the effort, he's putting in the pressure. So even that entry kill onto Kendra right now, I mean, you've said it before, he is the, he used to be the coach, he is definitely a good leader right now, can pull the strings even clearer. Not having to worry about all that. The Blitz shields shows it's back. Marto gets shut down, and the Kiba barrier instantly seals things off. We're back to a 4-4 as the next phone calls ring.
Really, really big there from Tyrant. Just repositions and catches himself a free kill. We thought it was going to be someone else, but it's a shield player. Creed's is still on the top floor there. Linku catches him out. Just went for a little bit too much there, Certified Skids. He wants to go again there. Tyrant punished this time. Asa winning that engagement, and now it's just 2 players here for Certified Skids versus the 4 of Team Secret Academy. Deimos tracks coming down, the Tracers coming down through the roof above them, hell raining down. Nowhere comfortable to sit. You can see just them moving around. They're trying to figure out where they can get comfortable, where they can sit to try and stop Team Secret from winning this round. If Azur and Skitty can pull this one off though, it would be absolutely huge though.
Will be in line with the last 2 rounds though. They've been able to pull back these rounds that seem to be going the other side. At 25 seconds. Things get tighter and tighter. Azur, Skitty, they just need to hold strong.
Yep.
Whereas Secret Academy about to give away a kill there. Fino almost gets himself caught off guard from above. Now they're starting to drop down the hatches. They're starting to move in. Lincoln will find himself a kill. It's a 1v4. It's a 1v none. It is Secret Academy that are able to pick up this round and push us towards a maximum OT. Round 15. And I said it before, there is no infinite OT. Whoever wins this is the one that continues to fight in the lower bracket. And the one that loses needs to build up to reach this moment same time next year, once again.
Hacker sided Haven. So we like to see what a game this is, though. Absolutely nothing to separate them. Either one of these teams deserve to go through, but unfortunately, Hap, only one can. Only one will get that date with Heretics later on tonight.
Later tonight being 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Listen, I was just making it sound more like an evening out, you know?
Well, it's still an evening, you know? We started at, what was it, 6? It's 9 now? No, is it 9? Yeah, it is 9. So we've gone the full 3 hours already.
I'm going off Brazil time. JP, what's the Brazil time?
We started at 2, so it should be...
It's like
it should be
3 p.m., I think.
Yeah, no. It's 5 p.m. now. 5 p.m. in Brazil.
5 p.m. All right, so it's and they like late nights, so technically this is still evening to them.
To them, yes. To the Europeans, we're about to head into a night out rather than an evening out.
Yeah, indeed. But heading into this bottom four is where they decided to go for the defense. We've seen that not quite working out for Team Secret Academy, but then again, it's just because we've seen a lot of attacks really successful. Linku showing some face towards that CC staircase. You got the Kiba barricades propped up on the windows to make sure that you can move comfortably.
This is what it all comes down to. There's no more second chances now. Every mistake here, Cham, is going to be amplified tenfold, as it is quite literally the last mistake these players can make inside of this competition.
I know. And also, again, there's like that sadness that I said earlier in that, you know, some of these rosters will, you know, inevitably will change things. This will not be the final rosters you'll see next year, because there's an entire year between this and the next chance that you get. But eventually, a couple of these rosters will be competing in EML. They've moved around to focus their attack now on that main breach side.
Oh no, drone versus drone.
Oh no! Lead you to the warden. Good attempt there from the Twitch to try and get rid of the echo. They're waiting on something. They're waiting.
They want top floor control. They want to go for plant.
They're just like, I think they might just go without it. You know, I don't think they mind. I think they're like, yeah, let's just go. They've got a gap. They're going to head in through. Scary now attempt to go for it. Alems will catch Kenro out.
That's great.
Finishing him off now, and surely this diffuser's going to go down. It will be live. Team Secret Academy, they're going to have to try and fight this one back here. Certified Skids have managed to steal away this plan, but look at Alems going absolutely huge, swinging out, killing the player on the breach, and it's Tyrant and Creeds together. Really deep angle from Creeds, so Tyrant leaves the round, and now there's only one player. Creeds decides, he gets himself 2! They know exactly where he is, so his position is given away. Can he fight it back from so far away? I don't think he can! And Team Secret Academy, they will send themselves through to the next round in Challenger Series. Certified Skids, unfortunately falling just at the last hurdle. 8-7 on Nighthaven Labs.
Oh, that was a journey and a half right there. The blitz was sent through as a sacrificial lamb, really. Like the echo stunning them, going after them, was taken out. In the meantime, the plant, you have 2 people, one all the way 2 stories up, trying to get that counter defuse disabled, but there was still 4 people all firing his direction at that point. That is a way to go, that's for sure. But what a game that was. 15 rounds to decide which of these 2 was going to be taking Heretics on in a little bit more time.
Phenomenal end to that series, and you know, commiserations, of course, to Certified Skids, but congratulations to Team Secret Academy on moving through. We'll get Milos back in here though to have a little bit more discussions about that game in depth. Milos, how are you feeling after that game?
Honestly, watching the last seconds of that last round, like, oh, they got it. And then, okay, look, it's fine. You can sacrifice the blitz for it. It's fine. It'll all work out. And then suddenly out of nowhere, Alems fired up. there's one player just sat prone on the breach. Why is that a thing? You don't need 2 people to be sitting by the breach. The plant's already been done. You're playing the vertical. 2 floors up.
I have
Great,
no idea if
but
Milos stopped talking because he forgot to unmute himself.
I
in
am,
Discord.
but I'm muted. But I'm muted in Discord. But people, the world could hear me, Stein. That's what's important.
That's fine. It's just like
And in the moment,
silent right now.
don't worry. In the moment, I was spitting. You have no idea. My mind was blown, seeing everything that's coming in. Fired up. You got 1 person, 2 then by the breach. Why is that happening on the attacking side? Skids sacrificed the shield to get the diffuser down. They have all the other positions set up. Why are you not playing to your strength? Fair enough. Team Secret Academy fired up in the moment that's needed. They go mental and playing that long-range engagement 2 floors up. That just says that Team Secret Academy knew the plan that Certified Skids were going for. They anticipated it and thought, you know what? We have to put bodies on the line for this. That's all right. And in 4v2, you got a lot to spare in a case like that. A beautiful game, I have to say. And that's only the first match of the 2. I think it's only going to heat up from this moment on. But commiserations and well played. The Certified Skids, if anything, they gave us some entertaining matches and a half, champ.
Just rewatching that at the end there, just what a finish to that game. Just it was one of those ones where that game deserved a round like that to finish, and I'm so glad that it delivered. I'm so glad as well that Certified Skids were managed to recover from that first map, because they got absolutely battered on bank and they could have been down and out, but they won that second map. They fought their way back, and we could be talking about them being the winners. We could be talking about them in the next round, but unfortunately it just didn't go their way. And now we see, of course, Team Secret heading towards Heretics.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that bracket and kind of refresh everybody's memory. Just in case you forgot, in the middle of the action, all that was going on. Happen Chamberlain gave you the update during the match itself, but the bracket has been updated as Team Heretics took down Diavoli 2-0, advancing on in the lower bracket semifinal. Both teams, both Secret Academy and Heretics, are seen as some of the best in Challenger Series. Very, very excited for that game, but also I don't even know how this one will go. Secret Academy might be too tired to go. Maybe Team Heretics' experience at this point is going to bring them across the line. But we talked about their experience against Gigliotti yesterday, and that really didn't pan out too well for Team Heretics' side. So, if anything, I think I'm fair in predicting a barn burner of a game, and that's only the lower bracket semifinal. This does not determine who goes to EMLs next season, but it does put you 1 game away from making it to EML.
I think that's the crazy part, right? Like, we're looking at these teams now. One of them was at SI, the other has been around Tier 2 for a very long time. And like, you're looking at this game, it's like, this could be a grand final. But like in a tournament like this could be a qualifying match. It's neither. It is a chance to play a qualifying match. Like, that's it, right? Like, it is
The
not
chance
even,
to get the chance.
It's a chance to have a potential to qualify. It's insane. But that's of course what like Tier 2 in Europe has always been, like upsets and like unpredictability. It's been like that for years. So why would we change it now?
Yeah, if only we had a Dutch team that didn't fail 3 or 4 seasons in a row.
I'm not having it. They beat Team Liquid on LAN, and then they couldn't qualify for the European League. You know, it's
they beat them in the tournament where the bracket had like mini golf gutter playing in there. Please have.
Hey, they still beat Liquid.
You cannot. Okay, where's Liquid now?
Hey, Leonski. Still love you, man. Like
that doesn't change. No,
I just
that part
don't
doesn't
forgive you for Dirt Tunnel. That's the only thing. That's it.
No, yeah. I don't forgive anybody for that game that they played against ENS on. It was still ENS back then.
Honestly, if Fights gave his best quotes, really gonna win those. One of the best quotes
that console
ever.
game. Yeah, it was. That was on Clubhouse. That was the first time where they lost, not the second time. There are multiple of them.
There's too many.
Anyways,
there's too many.
That's what I'm saying. That's the memories that last. It's been so many 7 years at this point. And those memories still remain from Challenger season. All I'm saying is there's a lot more that are waiting to be formed this weekend. But we still have one more game for today. Who makes it to the lower bracket semifinal? We'll find out after this break. Let's give our teams a moment to relax and rest. And you will see us here for their match in around 15 or so minutes. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Challenger Series. We continue on with our Playday, which so far, I have to say, has been action-packed. Our first game, best of 3, really had to go the distance. Fortunately, for UK fans out there, well, we had to say goodbye to certified skids. Hopefully not leaving any skid marks on the way out of the garage. Though that's something that we'll have to defer to our man in the pit, Mr. Steinhappers, who, in the meantime, has been observing Heretics destroying Diavoli. And we'll be playing against Team Secret Academy. Team Heretics, of course, they've been on the up and up since the end of 2025 into Tier 2 finals, into the Spoit Invitational, into SI and LCQs and all of that, and into today's lower bracket, Mr. Happers.
Yeah, and not to play for a spot in EML 2026, but to play for a chance on a spot on EML 2026, because whoever wins this game, they will be moving on to that lower bracket final. Whoever loses that upper bracket final tomorrow will be their opponent, and then that match will decide the second qualification to EML. So it is going to be one of the most important games they'll be playing for the year. If they win it, the game they will play in 2 days from now is going to be the most important one of their career. So there is a lot on the line here for these two teams.
Absolutely. And Chaparina, I want to hear your opinions on something very specific, which is our map Veto. Let's pull that up and have a chat around and kind of go through things as this Veto is just completed. I'll let you take us through it, please.
Interesting. Border to start us off, then Chalet with a decider being on Nighthaven. We've just been to Nighthaven Labs on a decider hap, and if it follows the same suit as that, I hope we get all 3 maps and all of the overtime. I'd absolutely love that. But to start with, seeing us going to Border, I'm quite surprised too. It's quite aggressive. Did I say that? I'm surprised I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that Heretics have let it through for Team Secret Academy, but I'm not surprised to see Team Secret Academy go there. They're an aggressive team. They like to play aggressive maps. Why not? You know, like, it makes sense. You know, it's pretty up there for them. When it comes to Heretics, they generally tend to trend toward the likes of your consulates, your chalets and stuff anyway. So again, this is very much just the run of the mill from them taken to chalet. I think you could have literally picked any of the kind of, you know, me and Grace called them the 3 C's. You know, your consulates, clubhouse, chalets. You could have picked any one of them that they would have went to, and they would have had a good time on it. So it's not real surprises there. I am intrigued by the Nighthaven one though, because they don't really go there that much for Heretics, and we've also just seen Team Secret Academy on there. So that's catching my eye a little bit. I'm kind of intrigued to see what they can do. Maybe Heretics have seen something there and they've been like, yeah, you know what, we'd like to go there again.
I am wondering if Heretics finish their game and then immediately we're watching our stream, because they finished 2-0, whereas we had to go an extra mile on an extra map and in overtime. So there is that. However, as you see, our game is set and ready, and we're going into Border, so I'll let them board the helicopter and take you into our game. Cham Hap, all yours.
You broke the rules! They said do not attempt to board the helicopter, Milos.
To the chopper!
I'm so disappointed.
Does that, and then he just disappears.
Yeah, it just disappears. Gives everybody the permission to do what was for years forbidden to us by the game. And Milos just comes in and tells us to break the rules. I'm not standing for this behavior, this heretic behavior from Milos. Okay, into the game then. As we head off to Armory Lockers first. Hey, look at that Mira. How often are we going to see Mira tonight? We've already seen quite a bit of it from the previous matchup.
We've seen a lot. We've seen a lot of Mira, and I'm quite surprised at how much it's been kind of allowed through. But I don't know. It's a funny one. I guess there's like stronger operators that you kind of want to ban. I like the smoke ban. That's fun. That's something exciting. But, you know, a little bit of spice, something breaking the curve a little bit. I've just been like, actually, yeah, we're going to ban something that's like kind of fundamental, but like so fundamental that people don't really ban it all that much. But we have been seeing smoke bans up on the trend for the last little while. Six Invitational seen a couple as well. So that's not too crazy, you know, far-fetched to talk about, but I do like it. I do like that they've decided to go for it. But I am also excited to get into Border. No, I can't stand playing Border because I suck at it, but I absolutely love watching it. It is chaotic. It's like a nice little refresh. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's that map in the map pool where you know that you're going there and you're kind of switching off like one part of your siege brain and activating another. You're like, there's not going to be as much strategy going on here,
But there is going to be a heck of a lot of gunfights up.
Yeah, but also like lots of rotations often happening. The map is super small as well, of course, like super connected. A single wall and you're already at the site is quite usually the case here. So with that, there is room for movement, and I think that is where Border really often shines, or where teams can make the difference by deciding to move to the right position at the right time. Maybe not so much in like the 3-1 executes, because the map is just constant octane.
Yeah.
But being in the right place at the right time definitely does help here.
Also, this last time Heretics were on Border, they won at 7-0 versus Al Ula in Swiss stage. So, pretty good CV there, but they haven't been on it a whole lot. So this, I think, is probably a bit more in the wheelhouse of Team Secret academies for now. But getting into this round in front of us, you've got a bit of pressure mounting here from Oscar on the Blackbeard, moving through that catwalk area, moving towards break. Fennel gets the opening pick of the game started off. Gruby the first one to fall. And Flexy's just in sight. Yeah, sure, why not, Flexy? Why not? Asa punishes him for it, though. That's the kind of stuff that Flexy likes to do. Find the gaps. Try to get in the face of these players, but unfortunately he's punished for it. And this round will pretty much whimper out unless Leader can come up big. New man on the roster, just being brought in to replace Skeptic. Just recently came in from for Heretics, so see, of course, if he can pull back a huge clutch, but he's got goo mines in his feet. There's no way. There's nothing he can do there. Marto sweeping up that round for Team Secret Academy, who open up the scoreboard here on Border with a round.
And it kind of makes it like an anticlimactic round. Talking about like how it's like super high octane, but it's just kind of like happening all over the place, like very apart from one another, and it just ends like that. And that's the first round into Team Secret Academy. But this is also something we've talked about, right? They had to play for an hour longer, which means that Heretics had an hour of break. What we often see is that the team that just played more recently is the one that has a bit of an advantage, especially in those first opening rounds, in that first map, which could already be the difference maker, of course, in the best of 3 if that first map is going to be deciding. And it's not like Heretics played 3 hours ago. No, they've played like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
For Secret Academy, though, it's just been 15 minutes since they've gone out of the server, maybe 20. So it'll just be a little bit more into it.
Yeah, the guns will be a bit hotter, but I mean, most of the time you're spending your downtime between the games anyway, playing something, or trying to keep yourself feeling good. So I don't think it'd be too much to separate that. I think the more advantageous position would be really what they've got, the tape that they've got on that Nighthaven, I think, because that was the decider.
You cannot use that yet, right? Like, the players are playing right now. Like, they were watching it, but they don't have time to counter strat, right? Like, maybe 1 or 2 small things they realize is something they can take home.
I think in a game like this, though, that's what will make a difference between these 2 teams. I think that's what the tiny margins is what's going to make a difference. Because these are 2 of the best teams that we have. Team Secret Academy have been going at this for the last year, as have Heretics. You know, of course, previously known as Project Zero. Of course, there is only 2 members left from that original Project Zero. Flexi and Newport are the 2 original ones that signed up for that Rumble in August last year. But stayed true since Gruby came in really to the main 4, and then they've changed things up. Of course, Leader come in. It's a really nice position here from Fennel, just stepping up on a catwalk. Martel gets the opening pick on it. Oscar over that east staircase here. Catching one, not quite looking there. Fennel might get punished for this. Pushes through him. Oh, finish off Newport. Really nicely done. Can he go for more? Gets a down onto Leader at the same time as his shotgun got the distance. It does indeed. Fennel with a huge double. Team Secret Academy are not messing about at the start of Border here, Hap.
No, definitely making sure that they're keeping that momentum in their favor here, as I'm not sure why you wanted to repel in at that point. Like, you could have just jumped over the wall. Gruby will at least find one who will deny the flawless round. But he still has 4 to find. That's a nitrocell right above his head.
I think you thought the player was maybe dead.
Underneath, yeah, no. I was going to say, like, I'm hearing the nitrocell. I'm not sure if he did, but that round going out as well in favor of Team Secret Academy, very much in favor of them. At complete control, were able to just shut them down before they even got into the building properly.
Yeah. don't think I'm too surprised to see this starting. Like this Team Secret Academy again, known for aggression. Don't take a French team to border. Really, it's maybe a lesson that Heretics are about to learn the hard way. Unfortunately, the 2 rounds that we've started off with are very comfortably done. Now we head down to a bit more difficult site, heading down to that bathroom site, which is a bit trickier to hold. But really, I mean, it's the same, isn't it? Border's just the same. Doesn't matter which site you're on, you're pretty much doing the same thing, aren't you?
You're always a window or a wall away from the site, like...
Well, exactly.
It isn't like, you're basically always having to be afraid of someone just running in and planting. So yeah. But Secret Academy already finding those first 2 rounds, this early on, very nice to them. Of course, they want to instantly get off at the right foot. They had a long best of 3 just now, where, I mean, the first map they took 7-1. Afterwards, of course, a 7-5 loss, and then an 8-7 to get to the place where they are right now. Of course, they don't want to just instantly whimper out of the game afterwards, right? Like fighting a series like that. You don't want to just instantly fall flat in your face. So, Secret Academy bringing in those 2 first rounds early on. As Border, it's always a bit of a coin flip. You never really know which way it will go, and that goes for every single gunfight in this map.
See, both these teams haven't played this map all that much, actually. Over the last year or so, kind of compiling Zero and Heretics together, really. I've kind of kept most of the same core. Both teams have been less than 10 times they've been on Border. So we know of anyway. Counting potential some open qualifier statistics, but really not a map that features that much. But everybody knows how to play. Everybody knows that you just have to do this. You just have to shoot people in the face. First one to receive their death is Flexi on the ace as well. But they've got the Habana in support to ensure that they can get some of that hard. Still not a whole lot they have to do on Border, but there's still some of it that has to be ticked off. Half the round gone. Heretics already suffered a loss, and position of Linku will be known. There's the KB. Call coming through from leader. Uport will snatch onto a kill at least as Linku falls, and that information was vital in getting that one done. But 4 apiece here now, Hap.
Yeah, for sure. And next check coming in with the death mark as well. The Melusi now being chased. It is going to be Marto, currently 3-0 in his first 2 rounds. With a minute left on the clock, there is definitely a lot of things to be done here as they open up the pipeline, instantly being swung afterwards. A double kill coming in though as Oscar and Gruby both find kills for their efforts. And that means that the side is now definitely under a little bit of pressure. Lem's opening up some extra verticalities here as he's trying to hold off for dear life. Does have to be careful though for potential pushes to come in from the horizontal level, because that's of course where we see these Heretic players to start to move in. A little bit of a take over the top floor with 30 seconds left. I mean, there's not a lot of time for them. All of them are currently up above. Yeah. They need to go down to get that plant, so they will have to drop inside of the bathroom or over the railing into open area to see if they can then make it into Teller. So I'm curious to see how this will go.
As am I. We've seen how many times Team Secret Academy have managed to steal a round out from underneath the opposition just on the time basis alone. There's only 7 seconds. Heretics really need to get a move on, really need to get going here. Oscar will find Marto and now attempting to go for the plant as leader, the one that's in charge of doing just that. Lems finds one onto Gruby. Position will be known though. The call will be made that they'll know where Lems is. That's outdated information, that ping, unfortunately. Doesn't quite know where the rest of this team are. Has to go on the hunt, and there's one close by. Leader remained on that diffuser and remained long enough to get the finishing kill. Heretics, they will get an answer back before it gets too far away from them. 2-1 here on Border.
Information not really out there flowing by the side of Team Secret in that last couple of seconds on that round. There was a bunch of flashbangs falling down the hatch in the bathroom. Could have been a telltale sign of what was to come, but instead taking the fight towards open area, losing one, getting one kill in return, but that meant that the diffuser could go down in that same time. So Heretics have found themselves that very first round. They'll be more than happy with that. Team Secret Academy now trying to re-pick themselves back up as we head over towards the Armory and Archives once more. Now, of course, the attackers haven't been locked in whatsoever because there is always that repick phase, but you see that line, you see the sense. Cannot help but think that there is a little bit of a quick play at mind. The yin doesn't make it better.
That's one way to put it. Just drinking in that order ambience. Or someone shoots the speaker.
It'll take a while. 10 more seconds. If someone will tell him to remain quiet for the rest of the round.
Yep. Look at that.
Just turn off. Yeah.
He's done making his announcements. Now we start. Now we siege. Where is the focus this time for the Heretics, who... I'm glad that they got an early response. I'm glad that this didn't get away from them. I was a bit worried that Team Secret Academy were just going to march on through a pretty one-sided half, but at the very least they've given themselves a chance. And drones coming through on that east side, just getting some information, opening those walls. You can see that there's quite a bit of sight lines being removed on that office wall. Air jabs coming through at the same time outside, just making sure no one can hop out those windows and doors, which we've already seen quite a lot of. We've already seen Feno causing a nuisance. There's your favourite operator hat. There's your sentry coming through. I've just cursed Feno out of the round, I'm sorry. I threw that to you for your description and you first just killed him. Oh.
I don't even need to speak.
Just auraed Feno out of the round. Crazy.
Great pick though.
Team Secret Academy are down a player.
Important to note here, though, is the amount of stall that is currently still available on the side of Secret Academy. You have the Goyo pockets around, you have the Shumikas of Lems that will keep a door shut for long enough, but also those mirror windows that will just be problematic if you decide to go for a normal armory take, which, I mean, for whiles, like, ever since Border was released, has always been, like, the standard up until, like, the latest rework, of course, when other options became available.
It's like terrifyingly quiet. I don't like it. I don't like the way this round feels so far from Heretics. They're just so slow and controlled there. Oh, what a swing that is. Linku kept teasing us. He kept doing it, kept popping out of that doorway, swinging things, and eventually Linku's the one that falls into it. Surely he's not going to get another. He does. Flexi finished off in the rotator. Flashbang over the top comes a little bit too late. Alems has got one on the other side as Oscar falls, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Upor and Groovy have to try pair together to pull this back, but the round is not gone yet. 45 seconds, plenty of time to utilise. And the diffuser's still in the pocket of Upor, and they know that there's one on that CC side, so it's a 2 versus 2 effectively on site. Managing to isolate one, but Lems gets the fadeaway as he drops down the hatch, and Groovy, he's gone. It's just Upor. 30 seconds. Flashes himself for a good measure. Oh no. A potentially disastrous end to the round here, Hap. Only 20 seconds. What can he do from here?
20 seconds is loads of time on Border.
Yeah.
But it is most likely not going to be enough.
Nice.
He's going to be able to find one. 8 seconds left though, and the other two are way too spread out. He's going to be able to at least pick up one more. That's a big question. Sees one, is going to be fading out. Not going to be able to get that kill. Secret Academy. And he started off with a great play around on CCTV that has given them enough ammunition to go on for the next round. And they found themselves 3-1. But that's actually the funny thing, like, we've seen them struggle for 2 minutes there, and there's like a minute left on the clock, and on any other map you'd be like, oh, like they really need to get a jog on now if they want to be in time on the actual site, and then on Border you're like, I mean, if they, if they start with 15 seconds left, they'll still be in time for the site. If it's ideal, is question number 2.
Nice,
but...
okay. Listen, I don't know how you feel about it, Hap. I'm eager to hear your opinion, but I love an early timeout. If you know there's going to be an issue, just address it quickly.
I agree. I'm a fan of them as well. Rather a little bit too early than not at all or too late. Like the last round is often like, okay, cool. Like you might have wanted to stop them before they got to this point, but
unless you're calling a specific strat, you need extra time to thing it. But it's very rare that it makes a difference. Usually, it's these early timeouts that I've seen some phenomenal coaches over the years utilising the early timeouts. Fabian Fett, not, you know, just bringing out an early timeout or two to help the team's mental.
You know, when Fabian actually joined our EML desk, we got a swear jar. But it wasn't filled by Fabian. Everybody else had to fill it. It was
for swears on broadcast or swears in general?
on broadcast.
I've swore once on broadcast, and no one has ever pulled me up. No one has ever found it. So
I've sworn twice, and that I know of, but probably more than that.
I swore once because for a split second,
yeah.
I was observing. I was in the POV of a player who was playing smoke in a position that I play in a lot. And so I actually, for a split second, my mind thought that I was calling out for people, and I used a sweary word. But it's okay, no one heard.
Milos is throwing me under the bus. He's saying, Hap has sworn like 329,348 times. The thing is, I just don't realize when it's done, but I'm pretty sure I'm not swearing that often. Not as often as Fabian, at least, you know? Like, Fabian's definitely beating me.
In my presence, so I'll say that.
I've not sworn this last year. I'm a reformed man.
Anyway, the first 30 seconds of round 5 have already gone past while we waffle on about who's swearing and who's not. We still have all 5 players in the server for this round at the very least. Again, hasn't been the quickest of starts to the rounds for a border matchup. It has been very methodical from both sides. Dictate that pace being on the attack, so get the vital kind of small check pieces, small tiny mini games that are dotted around the map done. Top East is the focus for now. You've got a couple of players, ACOGs, trained on that area of the map. The Decay call comes through. The combination with the E1D of the Lion also at the same time, and a C4 from Marto will throw a cat amongst the pigeons to slow down that attack from Heretics as Groovy leaves the round. A TCSG in the overbearing angle inside of Archives, and there's Linku back in his same position inside a CCTV, being an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and CCTV is just one of those sites that you need to have control of, because if you don't... Actually, quick shutdown there. Simultaneous, Marto and Fen both being shut down.
Okay.
Linko falling seconds after as well. Heretics from a man down to 2 in advantage right now. Asa dropping back. Minute 15. And this is just an eternity on this map. It's going to take so long for something to happen at this point, because Heretics just want to make sure that their moves are going to be correct at any... That's a diffuser down! But only up to Asa now.
Yeah, 1v3, not looking too good. They will be able to go out and get that diffuser. He's playing inside of the site, so they still have to come down and meet him. It's not going to be comfortable. Not going to be a fun scenario to find yourself in. You can see a couple of them perched up just around about that hatch, but one goes out to recover the diffuser, and that is Upor. Puts it back in his pocket. I don't think Asa realised there was a player on that reverse angle just to his left there through the vertical. Has to peel away into the corner. They are starting to flood into vents now, so that's the focus for getting that down. But there's Oscar through the wall. Knew where he was going to be playing in Heretics. They'll win another attack here on border.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 there. There was nothing he could have done at that point. He was basically stuck to die. Unless we had a little bit of a miss from the opposing side. So, well done by Heretics, turning around that man disadvantage into a 2-man advantage, eventually 3. And just playing it slow, not pushing it too hard, and making sure that they take the time that they need to get that plant secured, or in this case, the kills secured. So well done to them. And again, like, a minute is an eternity on border. Because that map is just so small, there's not that much you have to worry about. And they just took the full time that they had.
It's been a strange border so far, actually. Pacing-wise, it's been a little bit strange. You know, tentative is probably the word I would use to describe it from Heretics. You know, I mean, they're not in too bad a position. You know, it's 3-2 on the scoreline, so it's not the game's completely gone away from them, or, you know, they're not running away with it themselves. But I would have expected a bit more aggression from Heretics on their attacking side than what they've brought so far. But listen, it's working so far. Not too crazy. Team Secret Academy are playing just about what I was expecting. Hanging out the windows, jumping out the doors, all sorts of stuff. Another Lion Decay Bait combination for the attacking side here. So much Ella nowadays, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure.
A time where you would just be laughed out the server for bringing Ella, but now it's like, you know, I'm bringing Ella back.
You know, that's just the nice cycle of Siege. Operators come and go in the rotation. Either via banned forces or buffs and nerfs that come through. It's good to see that basically any operator is playable in this game.
Yeah. Someone asked me that the other day, actually. Someone was like, what, on stream, someone asked me what operators I thought were actually not viable, and I was like, I actually think you can justify just about every operator for a round. Struggle to find a reason.
Some are more situational than others, but like...
Yeah, exactly.
They all have their place.
But there's not any at the stage where you think, you know, years ago when someone would play Tachanka, you'd be like, what is going on there, you know? It's not like that. Again, that's what I said about the being tentative. Again, this is what, a minute and a half in and we still haven't had a kill. This is border, half. This is border.
Yeah, it definitely is. It should be quicker. It often is quicker, but teams slowly, you know, trying to figure out how things are going. It's Groovy. It's finding much. I'm not quite sure if that was a jump out or if that was just a well-timed shot as they were on the ventilation window being shot at themselves. The Lambs find themselves Oscar looking through the floorboards to the door above, hoping that there was a second challenger to take his name. Not going to be the case. And with a minute left on the clock, again, it is plenty of time, but it does mean that the move needs to be made at this point. And fallbacks are starting to come through on the side of Team Secret Academy. They don't need to hold that top floor. They just need to make sure that they're not able to enter the bathroom as freely as they did in the last time around here.
That's exactly it. 40 seconds left, and now Heretics are having to get a jog on. I've said about it being tentative and taking quite a bit more time than what I was come to expect, but normally you would think, oh, this is going to come back to bite you on usual maps, but not on border. Over repositioned from a Lems, has moved across into custom side. They're just waiting. They're just lying in wait. They're just waiting for an opportunity to show itself, and that comes on the other side as Flexy's found himself down. Groovy returning fire through the vertical play will find one. Groovy's also got another one as Linkus got caught out at the same time. Uper though attempted to go for the plant here. Look at this position from Ass. Imagining it in the middle of the side. Groovy's on a quad. Groovy's on a hunt for an ace here potentially. But Uper's attempting to go for the plant as Asa goes for the swing through. He manages to get it. He's on the other side. He didn't realise where he was getting it down. 1v1. Flexy's on the deck. Can't be recovered here unless he can manage to somehow get back through. But I doubt it's going to happen. It's just going to be who can get the 1v1 one out here. Asa knows he's around the corner. The flashbang comes through and Upor comes out on top. What a round that is from Heretics. Let it go to the death a little bit there. I thought maybe Groovy might get himself an ace, but no. What a finish.
Yeah, well done by them, and that equalises that scoreline, more importantly here for Border, making sure that this stays a any man's game. A tech pause is being called, though, by this side of Secret Academy. Will probably be done. Oh, no, it's already done. I was going to say often done after the bans, this time right before. And it gives us time to check in on it a little bit. But you're right, like the game hasn't been as high octane.
Yeah.
It often comes down to like the last bit of seconds. But that's okay. That means that there's a lot on the line. That's when these teams are often like trying to feel each other out a little bit more rather than just throwing the full throttle against one another.
Well, I think that's exactly. I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head there. I think that's exactly why it has been a bit more kind of reserved from specifically Heretics attacking into the building. You know, they're the one who set the pace for it being the attacking side. Moving on to Border, they have been doing a lot of due diligence and a lot of droning, a lot of, you know, making sure, double checking, triple checking, and then kind of pouncing at the end. They did get it done there. It's 3-3 on the half split, so I don't think that you know, I think that method has worked out for them. Again, it could go either way. Like a 3-3 half, you're happy either way, especially on Border. So we'll see. We'll see where we head now. Azami Ying taking off the boards. Again, the good thing about Border is that you get to see some different bans. You get to see something slightly, depending on what the flavour is. There you got a Ying and a glass ban going through on the attacking side. I love that little combo, eh?
This was just unfortunate, right? Like, he couldn't get out of there anymore. Probably best chances to keep on fighting. As I hear, he had the opportunity to go for the counter defuse on the other side of the wall. The plan was going down in the meantime, just not having the information. A bulletproof camera inside of the bathroom would have been able to tell them enough, but not there, bringing us to a 3-on-3. We're just keeping, you know, in line with the previous map that we've casted here when Secret Academy eventually came out on top on the 8-7. But that was also like a back and forth, 3-3 split, 3-3 split. And then eventually overtime, breaking that tie.
Well, I'm ready for the first attack of Team Secret Academy onto border. I'm ready to go. Excited to see what they can come up with. See if how different it will be, if different at all from what we've seen Heretics come up with. Already a couple of differences there. If I will, I mean the glaring one is, I think it's pretty obvious what's happening here. Marto on a shield. Heretics not really playing all that many shields on their side, and Team Secret Academy are never going to pass up the choice. We're not going to see Marto play any other operators. He just loves to play a shield. Loves to make players uncomfortable. And when you've got a good shield player, they are so valuable.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the moment where they can up the pace themselves now. Team Secret Academy on the attack. They dictate how quick this round will go now. It's up to the defense to try and stall that out, to try and slow them down. But a shield and Marto, good combination to ensure that it can still go quick. As they are holding these long angles all the way to the side itself, hoping to catch one off. As LMs holding tight, a run out from CCTV could be coming up next. Double smoke right now could indicate a potential push to come through as well. Often cause for a fallback, not quite happening. Groovy sticking around on the main hallway, hoping to hold tight. There is, of course, that bulletproof camera feeding a lot of information as well. And as the shield is slowly coming in from behind, that Grismo is going to be a lifeline for Flaxy, because as soon as he jumps in, that will stun him. That is going to push that shield to the side, and he has the opportunity to go for the kill.
Ruby here waiting for a player to move in from top east, and unfortunately can't react quick enough. There's Upor though to save him from getting killed off. Linku dying out. There's a nice angle there. Flexy's got found one as Marto popped in the window, was being supported from behind at the same time. Asa though catches Upor, just not quite paying attention on that catwalk area. Fennel also getting in on the action. 2 versus 3. Asa and Fennel, last two on their feet for Team Secret Academy, and a breathe for a second. A little for they go again. They know exactly where Flexy is. Grimby's being important, but unfortunately, now they're going to know. There's one headed into break. Banshee in the road. Zasa now goes 90 instead to check, but there's a mirror window calling at that position. He thinks, you know what, I can't justify that. Flexy with a swing. And tries to do something else, and he goes again. Flexy, wonderful performance inside the security. Quick 2-piece to end the round, and Heretics, they'll get the first defense.
Great on them, able to take that lead in this current situation. As we head towards Ventilation Workshop next. Secret Academy not quite able to put up the pace they wanted there. They tried to go for it, got shut down at multiple different occasions. The Blitz, however, will make a reappearance, although it might be shortly because of the repick. But things just not quite working out as they expected. And having to go, of course, towards that ground floor. It's often that gamble, like either do you go for the B side, try and quickly get that plan down, or do you have to clear out the entire top floor to push on from there and then see if you can get that plan down afterwards, and like lose a lot of men in the process, because taking the top floor is just a bloody business to do. That will never go like unharmed on the attacking team.
To be fair, any business on border is bloody, usually.
You could stay outside, do the pacifist run, you know?
How often does that actually work on border, though?
It doesn't work, but you won't die. Maybe someone would actually come chase you.
A good old-fashioned OSA plant and sit on the bus or something like that. Reset the mental that way. That's how we do it. Alas, we have Fenno using that Twitch drone to sweep through that top floor, get rid of some of these goo mines that have been a bit of a nuisance. Double up on the drones there, using the regular drone to go through and check, first of all, if there's any players there, and of course if there's any utility, so that you can then follow through with the electric drone and get things gone.
It's like the Schrodinger's drone, like,
yeah.
He's watching, he doesn't see anybody, but he doesn't know if there's people there, because he hasn't droned it out. Like, you assume there's someone there. There's actually 2 people inside of office. But the drone is just there to catch them if they move back.
Indeed. Ruby in a vital position here. Moving from just outside off his door to that. I love the impact nade just to be like, yeah, there's someone watching this, by the way, so just be careful, mate. Just be careful as you come past that window. There's Linku that's on the other side of that, so you have to be mindful if he goes through there. Lems takes quite a bit of damage in engagement, but wins it out versus Groovy anyways. He tries to sweep through the top of that east staircase, but there's Leader with a response inside the archives as Fennel tries to take that gunfight, and that balances us back at 4 versus 4. And halfway through the round, doesn't quite favour anyone as of yet, as Asa's perched outside that main double door downstairs, just outside of vents. I've also got another one on the window. Lem's got the death mark information onto Upor on the Solace. Here they go, steamrolling right into the middle of the site. They've managed to just slip right through. They're just ignoring anything else that's happening. They don't care about the top floor. They've left them to their own devices. They're just like, you know what, let's go. We spotted something. There's Upor though with at least one response. He gets a kill onto Lems, and there's another bounce back here from him. Upor dropping through the hatch. He's found himself another. He crosses back, shotgun close. Another one from him. But Marto continues to fight, but it won't be for anything. As Heretics, they managed to retake, expertly so.
And this is kind of the issue, right? Like, if you just decide to go for the site, like, the defenders will still be there, and they are about to just roll back in through the same doors you used to get in. And yeah, well done there by Heretics. A great retake coming in shortly after that plant went down. Now a tactical timeout called from the side of Team Secret. Because things are slipping away, as it seems.
You can tell that we're now starting to get to the business games, because both teams bringing out the tactical timeouts in this. I mean, we've not seen that yet. We've not seen where both teams have managed to bring it out tonight. And the amount of times that people play through early parts of the tournament and don't take a timeout. Now we're starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, now we really need to dial in. Everything needs to be pitch perfect, because this is the point where it properly matters. Really, really big games.
It is. I mean, kind of last game was also part of it, of course, because like losing out means that you're out of the tournament, and that still goes for now. Like, losing means you're out of the tournament. There is no second chances. These teams that have been playing for a year, they want to qualify for EML, not only because it gives them, you know, the security of the tournaments they'll play, an easier way into majors, into 6 invitationals, but also org support, like, or potential, of course these 2 teams already have org support, but for others it's like org support that could come with it as well. Now, of course, there is that thing with Team Secret Academy. If they manage to qualify, then Secret and Secret Academy would both be in EUL, so I believe that there will be, or there is some rules in there that will dictate the moves there, but that is an issue for when they actually get there.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah.
I think, like, we actually haven't spoken about that all that much on the discs. You know, we've been moving through this lightning pace where we actually haven't got into, you know, how much roster mania has changed the way that Challenger Series is played this year. Last year we didn't see as much movement in the rosters at the top of EML. We've seen, you know, it was kind of the end of the first year for a lot of rosters, you know, that have kind of been put together, so there wasn't really there was some changes, but, you know, this time I think I've seen a statistic from Dev Marta where pretty much every team bar, I think maybe 2, across all regions had actually
it was
changed
5.
the roster or something like that. Is it 5? Is that the
Yeah,
conference?
when you have SAL, APL, EML, and NAL, and it was 2 across EML and NAL, if I were correct.
Okay. So yeah, basically everybody's wanting to make changes. That's meant that teams that would be competing in Challenger Series have made changes last minute. So there's teams and players that are in this right now that could end up in EML, where 6 weeks ago that wasn't even on their mind. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm just excited for that. You know, I'm looking at some of these rosters. I'm thinking, you know, I hope some of these guys, you know, I hope these guys don't, you know, forget how good of an opportunity this actually is.
I mean, again, it's also like, it's not just that, right? But it's also like, if you don't make it now, like, you're still playing yourself into the spectator. And of course, like, rosters,
Beautiful.
At least the trade is there.
Yeah, nice. Really nice, actually. That's a really nice collapse there from Team Secret Academy. They bring the bait Groovy out of the corner. They immediately trade out, yeah, and now they've got the player advantage. They've got pressure mounting onto Upor as well and season security, but he has a rotate to get out of there. He has been cut, though, from the other side, and this is just try and find a way out, try and thread your way through to the other side and get out without losing your life. You're managing to get himself to a nice, safe spot. The question for you, Hap, is what do you call that spot that he's in right now?
The one he's in right now?
Yes.
I always used to call this Africa. No, was it Africa? No, Sandwich. Is it Africa? I don't know anymore. Like,
No, Africa's the one in sight. That one, heard Sandwich for it this week. I've heard Taco. Taco's my favourite one.
I've never heard Taco. Like, I'm pretty sure it's called, like, I've called it Sandwich instead. Is the
Anyway,
plan's
they're
going
planning.
down?
Yeah, sure, Fennos just decides to go into sight. He knows exactly where he can go and where he can be safe. Leader gets one back as Linku falls. It's 3 versus 3 now, but Leader's on the deck. Upor trying to come down that staircase and bring something from behind. They will find themselves a kill as Fenno falls, and now it's just Asa and Marto. Oscar, or even Leader, can get back up on his feet. 3 versus 2. Asa heard the run as Oscar tries to recover back to sight. 20 seconds there, caught from behind for just a second. Oh, unfortunate timing there. Trying to stick it, trying to go out and do it, but he can't. Team Secret Academy spot the gap. Just decide to head in and plant down.
Yeah, well done to them on spotting the opportunity and deciding to go for it there. For a second I was afraid that it was going to be another plant and just an instant retake to come through from the side of Heretics, but this time they had that post plant set up, had themselves in the right positions, cut themselves enough time to get themselves prepared. Mira and Dokkaebi to be removed for these next 3 rounds. Heretics still 1 up on the tally, needing 2 more to secure this first map in their name. Secret Academy chasing slightly behind, but not too far away. Especially that last round managed to show that, you know, all they need is just a little glimpse of an opportunity, and they'll take it with both hands.
Of course, they do that the one time that we have a discussion about something. Punished for a mid.
As any good rush kind of comes, right? Like mid-conversation.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you say that, it was like, what, a minute and 20 seconds or something like that? I think so.
It's still the rush in that moment, right? Like, you just skipped a bunch of steps. So, like, in my opinion, it's not like an early round rush, but it's definitely still like it's like you didn't do everything that you usually do, right? Like, you didn't finish your step plan. You just saw an opportunity, you went for it, so you rushed for that opportunity kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. Works so. You'll take that. A Thatcher axe in there. I still think people are sleeping on Thatcher, you know? I still think people are not utilising Thatcher to the highest level we can see, actually. Still incredibly strong.
Well, I think he gets stronger, if anything, right? Like,
yeah.
Being able to see where everything is, just lining up the shot. Sure, you don't have the giant radius anymore, but what we already saw is that as soon as the pocket EMPs are being brought in, yes, they have smaller impacts, but they kind of function the same as normal Thatcher. So we really saw him fall out of play quite a bit, and I really do think that this, yes, 6 now as well, also being quite helpful.
Yep.
It's Flexi. His position given away, but the Griswold there will protect him if there is an instant imminent push. No, he won't care.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like it's like playing smoke on blue stairs and things like that on bank. It's one of those positions where like there's going to be someone there. They won't be bothered if you have information. This exact information is not ideal. He knows there's a drone there. Here's it moving around, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of that. That's fine." There's the Thatcher coming through. Using that to help remove him from that position as Flexi decides to peel back here. Oscar trying to support from the armory door, but can't do much as he sees the shield barreling past. Flexi, though, turns on a dime and shuts down Blitz. Lems has fell elsewhere at the same time, and halfway through the round, they've sustained quite a few casualties here, Team Secret Academy, trying to get that position inside the security.
Heretics about to find themselves on the map point. And going down as well, outside the window, shut down by Defector Oscar. He takes a hit from Fenno. He's also finding himself kind of stuck in the archives. Doesn't have the diffuser. Still 2 to watch. Groovy will take his head. And Asa, well, he's just been completely overwhelmed there in the final couple of seconds. And Heretics, they put themselves into 6. Now 1 round away from putting themselves a map up before we head toward Chile.
I'm intrigued by this. I'm intrigued. I don't know what Team Secret Academy are doing wrong, really. They're trying to play quick. They're trying to play, they are respecting the flow of the map. They are trying to take those positions. They go to sweep through security. They use the Thatcher to help get Flexi out of that position, but he still steals a kill. He still finishes off. They still shut down the push coming from the actual shield, and it's just difficult. Fine margins here and there. They managed to flush out that position a bit better, and could be talking about that round in a very different light. But Heretics, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty good for it so far. Down to Workshop, though.
And Heretics right now, they find themselves in that driver's seat. They are in control. Secret Academy, of course, having played 3 maps this series before. And that's the other point, right? Like, fatigue could also hit. Like, these teams have been warm-up scrimming before this. Then they play a best of 3. Now they go into another one. It's too early to fully say fatigue will start hitting, but the longer these series go, the more tiny, small mistakes we will start to see from Secret Academy and Heretics, of course, because they've played a series at the very same time as Secret Academy. And as they push... Yeah? Oh!
Oh, okay. Well, Upor's dead.
Ambitious is what we call that.
Yeah. I guess just... You're 2 rounds up, trying to potentially see if you can finish off border a bit quicker. But they attempted it, and it didn't quite work. What I was going to say there was, I was just quite surprised it was Heretics that chose to take us to border. And given that French teams tend to like this map, tend to play it quite well, Heretics evidently bringing in something for it. And again, it's not really a map that they've had that in their arsenal for a crazy amount of time. But pretty good going so far.
Yeah, and I definitely think they'll be quite happy with the choice as well, with how things have currently gone. 4 to 6 on the board in a 5v4 situation right now, but we've seen these situations flip and swap over and over again. So even that Uper died early now, I mean, it is a big fragger off the board, right? 11 kills, don't get me wrong. But that doesn't have to mean anything. That one is more important, though. Getting that 2nd kill on the board and that 3rd, that really starts to cement themselves into this round, as the SMG-11 will find 2. Second one was injured, though. It's only up to leader now. In a 1v4, 1 is injured, 1 is low on HP. The other 2 pretty healthy, so he needs to make a big choice, a bold choice here. He gets spotted right over the staircase. He's being hunted down by every single member that is currently on the Team Secret Academy side that is still alive. The Deimos from up above. The plant in the meantime going down 45 seconds. Counting in his disadvantage, and as soon as he leaves the room, he's shut down by Marto.
Early aggression punish there from Heretics. Upor trying to head out there and try and get, steal a couple of kills or something. Fortunately, it doesn't work out there. And then once you're behind, especially on a map like Border, you tend to start swinging things, and Heretics have always had that behind them. That's always been their kind of style of play, and this is where I'm quite surprised that Leader came into this roster. I say that I'm quite surprised, but I guess it levels out the rest of this roster because Groovy, Oscar, Flexi, Upart, they will be swinging things, and we've seen that in that game there. Whereas there's been quite a few times where Leader's been the last one left alive. Skeptic, of course, was the one that was previously on the roster, and he was known to swing a few things. So I think that they'll be a bit more reserved on this one. They want to finish this map here and now. They won't want this to go to overtime. In terms of the defensive setup, we're heading down to that bathroom teller site this time. What about Wamai action? Don't see a heck of a lot of Wamai nowadays.
I was just thinking of operators that you don't see a lot anymore.
Yeah.
Thunderbird, of course. I think that is one of the most like operators that you don't really see in high level gameplay. There's definitely a place for her in lower elo because of the healing. Doc, don't see a lot of either. So basically the healing operators, I think those are currently in a lesser place. I think you can also count Rook because of ever since the nade change, of course, where you cannot cook them anymore. Because Rook had, of course, that nice passive ability when you were wearing the vest. You could never be instant kill. You'd always go DBNO. But that's less important now because of the fact that the nades are no longer able to be cooked.
Oryx was the only operator that I thought the other day that you couldn't really justify taking that much.
It depends on the map, right? Like a cheeky bank flank.
Does it ever work though?
It sometimes does. It's just about the mental. You need to have them afraid that it will happen.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you bring a cav. E1D came out there and gave it the position of Flexi and Upor just for a second though. They do of course have LMs with the Deimos alongside. Ensure that they can get a pinpoint location on the rest of this defense. Slowly does it here in this first minute. Looks as though Wamai is the target here. Uport, they know that someone's going to swing. They're pretty convinced that someone's going to swing from the top of that staircase, and Heretics are the team that usually kind of do that. Stalling out a little bit here, Team Secret Academy, just getting in, but look at this from below. This is really nicely done. Beautiful entry there from Asa. Drops down below and heads in from Passport. Link, who's found one at the same time as Upor, falls away. Alems has also gotten any action, but is immediately traded out after killing off Leader. Oscar trying to hold on for as long as possible. Marto catches Flex out before he can pounce out that doorway. And now it's just 1 versus 4 in front of Oscar. Slow the roll of Team Secret Academy will not be able to do anything as Fennel is already in the site, already holding the hatch, and sending this to overtime to start off on Border. What a game we've got here.
And ever since we've had that tactical timeout, things just have started to turn the other way. Team Secret Academy able to bring this into their advantage bit by bit as we head towards that overtime, of course. Still on the attack, Armory Archives up next. Of course, everything is off lock now. There's nothing anymore that is forbidden in terms of site selection. And Heretics not having the best of the last 2 rounds. That does really seem like full control for Team Secret Academy.
Missed opportunity for Heretics if this goes awry for the rest of it. Team Secret Academy have looked really good. Just have to stand there and say how well they have for the last few attacks. I wouldn't have it any other way though, Hap. You know, a fantastic end to our Friday Night Siege. The first map of the series. The first map, everybody. Overtime. Why not? Why not?
Love me some OT.
Can Hap's PC handle 3 maps of OTs?
Oh no, definitely should be fine. Like, again, the microphone gave me 1,000 errors at the same time, which I couldn't click away. So like, it's just my task manager crashed, and my entire PC just decided to quit. As long as my mic is not giving me errors, I should be fine.
Still on the defense here, Heretics, of course. And we'll see what we have now. again, slowly does it for the start for Team Secret Academy. Conscious it could be someone floating past the window inside the security. Fenn was on, or Lem's even on the repel for a second, but looking to focus towards Archive side. Brought along the Grim Lion again for those E1Ds just to seize those players. It's info, as much info as you can get, really. Different positions. Fennel trying to start to build that pressure inside the office and Fountain, start to move these players into different areas and get them caught in some of these cross angles. There's Asa down below as well with the Buck, who played it expertly the last time. Linku now trying to step up and he will get himself his free kill. Uport can't react in time. There's no one to support him. There was a player in security, but just couldn't do much about it. Opening pick, that's Asa again. This is a different Asa that I'm seeing here. This is like Border. You unleash a support player who's like, yeah, you know what? You don't have to. You're not stuck on hard support. You're not stuck on opening up walls. You can just go and kill people.
The last 2-3 rounds, he's definitely been having a bigger impact as well with these entry engagements. As the Green Beast coming out, of course, to secure. Make sure no one's actually around somehow. Jumps the dance. Ella being tracked by the Deimos as well right now. Flexi stepping back in, fully tracked, will find himself a kill. Looking to find more. One on the main stairs, actually jumping down. Leader will find him. And Heretics, they find themselves in a advantageous position once more. Question is, can they hold on to it? Minute left on this round. Lems trimmed onto one of these positions. He's trimmed. He's waiting, hoping to catch off that one person off guard. The chems are being shut out, and Lems is being double swung, and now that puts us into a difficult position because they know where he is as well. Those flashbangs are being called off. He needs to be careful of two different angles as he goes for the swing with the skeleton key. Will find one for his efforts, not the second though. And that drops the diffuser cold on the ground as well, with only Marto and 20 seconds left. In a 1v2 as he just picks up the very first kill, but will not last longer than that. Heretics find themselves with a map point once more, this time in overtime, with 2 rounds to try and close it out.
It's much better overall, managing to hold each other's crosses, making sure that they're trading each other out. That was just an overall better defense from Heretics than what we've seen the last few times. Yes, they lost the opening pick, but it didn't really matter because they were trained on the right angles. They were holding each other into the right positions, and it just looked really, really good from them. I don't think Team Secret Academy really had a chance there. They were pretty comfortable for the most part of Heretics, despite the fact they lost that opening pick, which was an interesting way to view that round. And that gives them another attempt at map point, their third of the series. So we'll see, of course, if they can convert this one. It is their own map pick as well, remember. They chose to go here. For the defense, Team Secret Academy have decided to take us to Armory, which is perhaps just predictable, isn't it? And some Mira action, also predictable if she's open, eh?
Especially on this side, yes. I mean, it is the favorite side of almost every single team, especially with Mira. It just makes the basically entire Armory entrance almost impassable. As long as that Mira window's out there, you don't want to be moving up on that catwalk whatsoever. And that forces you to really go through office and to go through metal stairs if you want to go on through. And it just means that the defense is able to just hold on and divide their attention a little bit better at that point.
I always love when teams are still doing setup at the start of a border game.
I think it's the most dangerous map to still do setup on like 30 seconds in.
It's in action phase, yeah.
Again, the map is a single wall thin, basically.
Especially when you got Glaz on side, you're just ready for hearing that sound of a sniper coming through the middle of the map. Oh, whoopsie. Anywho, everyone survives the first 40 seconds of the round. And Flexi running around the corner. Looks like he was paused for a sec before he decides what he wants to do. I imagine he's got this Glaz to hold this really deep angle into Armory. I think that's what the focus is going to be here. You've got Uport around on the other side with the diffuser, flashbanging a player on the catwalk who did decide to drop. Groovy out on this rappel, which again is a really important part of the map here. You managed to cut right through the top of that east side so you can cut off any rotates and hold people into positions. Heretics, again, more than happy to take their time, ensuring that absolutely everything is checked off and they're comfortable before they decide to pounce. And look at them all, look at each other like, okay, when are we going now? When are we going? 3, 2, 1. E1D does come through, but still waiting on something. Still waiting till they're fully comfortable at.
I just want to do a little bit more preparation, and of course the nice thing is that you have the time to just work on that on this map. You don't need to be as efficient with every single second. So for example, you have to be on bank. Good information out here from the side of Groovy. He's probably going to be resulting into a ping and a bit of a pre-fire from his side because he knows exactly where they are. There you go, free pickup onto Feno. He's playing around there, and that gives him a little bit of an opening towards this office area, but there's still one more person inside that fountain prone. There is still pressure close towards the archives as well, so Groovy on his lonesome's not really going to be able to move through here.
Yeah, there's also a player down below as well that they have to be wary of. They're running down the clock, and now it's starting to get a bit squeaky here, down to 40 seconds, so they have to now begin to look at getting that diffuser close to the floor, starting to work some sort of plant somewhere, because they haven't got that much done towards the actual site. You've still got Groovy away out on this staircase trying to be a bit of a nuisance on the archive side on his own, but it's a full armory focus here. Again, still got players below, and Grumine in the foot of Oscar as well will give away an idea that there are a couple of players towards that CC side, but there's Flexi, as he always does, just finds some sort of gap to weed his way in. He's inside of this small office area, holding onto a window, goes on the hunt for more. Groovy's got himself one from the backside at the same time, and he sweep right through the middle of the site, but Alems has a response. Marto has a big response! He gets himself 2, and now it's just leader on a 1v2, and somehow that man Marto pulls it back from the brink from Team Secret.
He was alone on the site as well. His teammate was rushing back up metal stairs. He was holding on for dear life, finding himself the kills required to continue that fight and push a 7-7. It was a 4v2 situation. Surely that should have gone to Heretics.
It's diabolical that he's done that, by the way. Again.
It's just the Marto way.
Yeah. It's just put him in the corner, back against the wall, 500 people running at him, and he just thrives.
What's the lesson we learn out of this, Cham? It's do not run at Marto. Like, if he is in a clutch position, just let him be, let him stay in his corner. Go to the other bomb site. There's 2 of them. You don't have to go to the one where he's sitting. Oh my.
14 and 8 as well, by the way. Oh, what a guy. Massive rounds tonight, by the way. Huge rounds from him. Steps up when Team Secret Academy needed him, because that was a Heretics round. They did absolutely everything right until Marto decided to just be like, you know what? No. I'm just deciding that you're not going to win this round. I decide that I'm winning this, and you can't do anything about it. So now we have one round to decide which team is going to pick up the first map in this final game tonight. Heretics' map pick has gone all the way to full overtime. And I did say this going into this, that I wasn't quite sure what to feel of this, given that both teams haven't played a whole lot of border. I didn't think that this particularly favoured anyone. I thought it was maybe leaning towards Team Secret Academy a bit more, just because they are that French team and they like border, usually. Team Heretics also picked it. Now, we'll see who can come out on top. There's Fennel. This is a different pace. This is the pace I was kind of expecting a bit more of on border. A very quick start there. Groovy gone, dead to rights, out of the round.
A pretty big pick. Mm-hmm. And that is going to be like that quick pace is definitely going to be causing a little bit of panic as soon as that round started. It's like, oh, they're inside already. They're on top of E stairs and wherever they might be. As the pressure's now starting to slowly being put up to the site. Talking about putting on the site. Asa is on the site. Like he's just hovering around there. Where is the diffuser at this point? Where is Linker? He's upstairs. Why is Asa in the site all alone? What is he gonna do there? He's just gonna hold, wait for the fallback? I think that's exactly what he's gonna do. Like they're gonna no, Linker's coming as well. They're gonna plan. They have no clue what's going on.
Well, I respect it. Again, it's just trying to surpass his top 4 hold. For now.
They don't need to.
We've seen the Heretics retake the last time though, so we need that's still on the cards here. Link is just going in. Yeah, he's just gone for the plan here. There's Oscar though. He will finish off a Limbs. And now the diffuser is hot to trot. 40 seconds before this round is over. This map is over. Oscar's got himself one. It's a double kill inside of this round, actually, for him, as Linku's the one that falls. And it's a 3 versus 4. Have to open up this hatch, though. The pings are coming through. It's a little bit scarred here from Heretics, as Oscar is unfortunately killed off. Asa lying in wait. Like a python in the grass. Uper trying to catch one out. He will manage to find it down on a finish onto Marto, so that man's left the server now, but there's only 18 seconds. Heretics, they need to get jogging on. They need to move here, or this round and this map is going to go by the wayside. The leaders managed to get it down to just one player for Secret. Feno, though, has been fantastic the entire day. He gets two, he gets them through the wall, and they don't have time. They surely can't do this. It's Feno to win the map for Team Secret Academy. What a performance from him, and what a performance from Team Secret Academy.
For a second, I was afraid that he thought that he had the one that was counter-diffusing because he shot through the wall, managed to actually kill one, but that wasn't the counter-diffuser. It was one of the others moving back into the side. But Secret Academy showing their resilience here, showing what they can do. An 8-7 victory after being 2 map points behind and a 3rd after that as well. Amazing stuff from them.
Really fantastic, and lesson learned. I said at the start, I said don't take French teams to border. Don't take them to border because they just love it. They're aggressive. They love to swing absolutely everything. But I need to genuinely give some flowers to both Feno and Marto, because Feno has been fantastic the entire day so far. He's been kind of not getting as much kind of limelight as what Marto has. Not really, you know, having the big heavy hitting rounds and kind of pulling them back from God knows where. But he has been fantastic, and to kind of hold his nerve at the end, to make sure that they get that across the line, just really, really well done. And, you know, I don't really know what happened to Heretics letting them in the back door there, but you know what a game it was. Only one round between them. I'm just so excited for the rest of this series.
Well, we'll be headed to a quick break before we break that one down and go over to the next map, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the show. We're ripping the Band-Aid off for this one here because Team Secret Academy, they have taken the first map in the series, and my God, what a way to do it as we speak. Seems like that hammer, Marteau, really keeps hammering it in, and the entire team really working together when it is needed, Chamberlain.
It's just fantastic from Team Secret Academy. You know, they are really putting in a great performance. You know, credit to Heretics. I do think that map was theirs to lose, and unfortunately they have lost it. You know, they had so many opportunities to close it, and they just couldn't. Team Secret Academy, it's getting now down to the point where it is coming to who just wants it that bit more. And for right now, it does feel like Team Secret Academy, specifically Marto, just want it that a little bit more. And that is the fine margin. That's the difference, you know, because in terms of gun skill, in terms of strategy, in terms of everything else, these are very, very close teams. In terms of experience across the board, they've both, you know, got sprinkling of tier 1, tier 2. They've been around the block quite a bit with both these rosters and all these players. So it's nothing like you can really go, this team's amazing, they should blow this one out of the water. Chalet's going to be a complete different pace though. You know, border's border, completely different game.
Border does tend to get quite hectic very, very quickly, as we've seen in this example, but pretty much any other border that you get to watch out there. As, yes, we have to go into overtime to call this one here. Heretics seeing many of the rounds slipping away from them. And I remind everybody, Team Heretics, then the reason why you'll hear us hyping them up quite a bit is because this is the team that has been on the up and up in Tier 2 competition, Sport Invitational, in the SI qualifiers, and at the Invitational itself. Yes, out of nowhere, a team from Tier 2 EU qualified for the Invitational. That is huge, so you're putting a lot on their shoulders, but maybe it is a lot for them in a moment like this, as this very final round, things thrown around, no time left, and Fenno is able to clutch things out for Secret Academy, winning out the game with no time left. And a clean up for them, though. We'll take a look at our map veto once more, because you mentioned that Chamberlain. This is going into map number 2. We'll see potentially if we'll head into our third one. And it's the chance for the adaptation, the experience of Team Heretics that they've been able to gather up. Is it going to be enough to bring things in for Chalet, Mr. Happers?
That is going to be that tough question. Like, I like Chalet, and I know that this roster of Heretics also like Chalet, and I know that Secret also like Chalet. So it's like we're just going into this spot now where everybody's feeling confident, everybody's feeling comfortable, and one team might get sent home at the end of this, which is less fun. So it's a tough one to call for me. I think this one, like, we could honestly just see another 15 rounds right now and have a coin flip decide which of these two teams wins it. We might as well do the coin flip now to decide which of these two teams wins, because I just cannot predict which of these two is going to have the better time going into this map.
Well, thank God that we're not just functioning off of pen and paper and flipping coins to decide who makes it into EML, Stein, because there's a lot more to it, right? You have to get in there and actually show your mettle on the server itself. In the lower bracket, a reminder, there are no second chances. This is how they got into a situation like this. Both of these teams went into tough matches yesterday, and through the lower bracket, they've been forced to fight and eventually butt heads, because only one of them is going to advance and play in the final of the lower bracket against whichever team is dropping, either Maestroesca or Gigliotti, that they'll be facing off against in that final come Sunday. And once the time is done there, then who knows what will happen. Of course, tomorrow will be our focus on Maestroesca and Gigliotti. That'll be our one and only matchup. So will the lower bracket final be our focus for Sunday. There's a lot to go through, and there's a lot for us still to discover that requires teams in those positions. And the situation, or the question is, can Secret Academy pull it across the line? Because their game against Certified Skids really put, I guess, almost burned out their fuses in a game like that, Chamberlain.
Yeah, they used a lot, of energy. They went all the way through to all 3 maps, you know, taking all the way to full overtime, and then they've just came back in and then straight back into the server to go to another full overtime, you know. And yes, sure, it is only 2 best of 3s back to back. It's not a crazy amount of siege. You'll have rank sessions longer than that, but at the same time, you're operating at a much higher level of focus, and it can start to kind of bleed into your game and make things a bit more difficult. Team Heretics a little bit more rested, so we'll see, of course, if it starts to affect things. Chalet, I'm glad that you brought it up, Hap, in terms of like not quite sure which way to call it. It's actually both of these teams' second favourite preference. Secret's first preference being Bank, and Consulate being Project Zero, and now obviously Team Heretics, so that was their preference. They're a Consulate team through and through, but both teams, Chalet fits firmly into that second spot for them in terms of liking to go there and winning there. So they're close. They're very, very close on this map, and this will be the decisive map in terms of form. I think you can look at Border and think, okay, this team's doing this, you know, this team's getting it. But the thing is that because it's Border, because it's such a different style, you can't really be like, oh yeah, this team is performing so much better, unless they completely smash through a team. Even then, so many people lose Border like 7-0 or something like that, 6-7-0, and then they go on and win the second map just because, again, Border is just, you shoot people.
No.
Don't do that, Milosh, no.
Where's the red card when you need it?
There you go. That's our red card. Thank you very much, my friends. Let's get into Chalet to decide things. Do we get a map here or not? It's Secret Academy versus Heretics. Enjoy.
I think it's time we cancel Milosh. I think this is the moment where everybody needs to unfollow him on socials. And
I don't think you can cancel Milosh. We literally just watched him dancing on the big screen at Six Invitational. I don't think that we can.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible. It's not possible.
I expect an apology from him in that case on the next time he's on screen.
Anyway, it's time to get down to business, Hap. We are on Chalet, and of course, just in case you're just joining us and you're not quite sure what's happening, you're a little bit bamboozled. This is Team Heretics versus Team Secret Academy in the lower bracket semi-final of Challenger Series. And if Team Secret Academy were to win this map, that would send Team Heretics home, and Team Secret Academy would march through to that lower bracket final and a chance at going to EML. The top 2 teams will be the ones that qualify to get into EML for the next stage, and I am ready and excited to see who it was. Last year it was Wild and Matchgo, and it's a potentially new roster that'll be doing it, I guess, because, well, Matchgo might just do it again in a different form.
It is inevitable.
Italians to T1 inevitable.
Yeah, at some point it became inevitable. It's been a long time coming when they finally made it at that point.
Yeah.
But as we get going into Chalet, a nice breezy map. There's only one map that is colder than Chalet. Do you know which one it is?
Gotta be Yacht.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for at least knowing the casual maps. Like a lot of people who just freeze out here and not know what to say. So
don't you worry.
I know I'm speaking to a siege connoisseur now.
Yeah, I got that 2015 badge on all my operators, baby.
Very good.
Forged in the fires of Yacht. That's where I was. Anyway, first 40 seconds, or well, 45 seconds already burned away in this opening round. We flashed past them at the start, but we've got Aruni, Azami banned away on the defense, and Grim and Dekebi also banned on that attacking side. It's an interesting start for the site choice, going for that games bar. I like it. For now, Team Secret Academy just trying to suss out how they want to go about doing this. They've got Marto on the other side towards that master area to try and sweep from that side of the map, but for now, Lems is peppering in those shots through that barricade and into Piano, but there's no one playing around there.
It's just Phantom
more
Pressure,
traditional
right?
style of siege. Yeah.
Oh, from like 3 different angles. He's very likely to get out of that alive because there's someone in bar, someone on the top of mezzanine, and someone in the kitchen hallway, all firing rounds towards him. I'm honestly not sure how he survived that.
Thought it was a gap and it just wasn't. This mirror window's going to be a bit of a problem here. Marco trying to face up to it, just coming in from Piano, but for now, going to have to step back. Going to be difficult to sweep through that. Upor gets the opening pick of this map, and it's Linku that's the first one destroyed. Upor now gets back and comfortable in his corner as he just waits for anyone to try and take him out of there inside the library. We'll see another player of Team Secret Academy fall at the same time. LM seems to think that it could be safe to potentially hop in that window. They haven't been able to clear out library though, Hap. That's the key thing though.
Yeah, library being up is going to be problematic with the hatch opened as well. Gives him that verticality to play around with. Asa, of course, with that diffuser. I mean, it was worth a shot at this point. I think the round was already looking to be on its way out for Heretics, and it's even more so stepping into that direction. It's just Marto now in a 1v5. This man's had some amazing clutches throughout the day already, throughout the year already, but this one even is going to be impossible for him. He's just going to hold on tight. Let those 10 seconds pass and just have a little bit of a chat about what exactly went wrong, because they tried to take control of that library. They weren't able to break through. They tried other things. None of them connected. It's just one of those rounds that fall flat.
Yeah, I think potentially maybe this is just site choice. You know, they decided to go to somewhere, I guess, slightly different. You don't expect everyone to go to games to start with. But again, you should still be able to attack onto it. They just didn't get, they couldn't do the fundamentals of getting rid of the player inside of library, getting rid of any of them, really. Still 3 players up there.
Yeah.
Stalled out on piano double door. Just Team Secret Academy struggling to get anything really kind of done properly, but I think that's more credit to Heretics. We've seen an example of that when Fennel tried to go on that double door, that there was 3 tracers hitting down at him from different angles, so he thought that he had a gap to go in, and he was immediately pushed right back out of it, and that happened a couple times around the map. Heretics were locked in terms of their cross angles and holding each other. There's absolutely no way Team Secret Academy were going to get that round. But a different place to fight it out this time here, Rap. The top 4.
Again, like, fully wasn't sure how Fenner survived that initial swing there with 3 people shooting at him and a razor bloom popping off, but he did. And indeed, the top floor is going to be up next, the next battleground. As rotations being made by leader just to make sure that everything is well and ready to go for when this push comes to shove. On the side of Team Secret Academy, of course, they have that first map in their pockets. That is going to be the biggest breather they can have going into the second map, knowing that both of you really enjoy playing here. But they also know that, you know, like, the longer this goes on, the more this will favor Heretics at some point.
It's not going to be fun to contest. You see that Linko's upside down rappel opening up that wall to put pressure directly into sight. Leaders had to move out of that position, and now it's really open. They had that rotating those head holster to play there. Anticipating that someone would open it up very quickly, and that's pushed them all the way back, so they can get control of solar. Looks like it's quite a bit of a focus on that solar side. They're just making absolutely sure that they're safe to go in. Marto sending in quite a bit of utility. There's nades coming in. They're sending absolutely everything in. Everything but the kitchen sink. As Marto now has a good grip of that solar position. And looks directly into bathroom, and I'm just thinking about maybe going into the site here. They have enough of control, but there's a hop out of the balcony. I was about to say, like, is there someone out there? Like, what's happening here? But they have information anyway. There's 2 players downstairs as well. They have so much information. They'll be so safe to go for this plan. There's a trade happening elsewhere. Flexi gets one, Groovy gets another, and yes, they managed to go in and potentially attempt to go for a play, but unfortunately they go stuck in the middle of the site, and it's just a Lems on the Cali on the rappel. They've tried to make something work. They've tried to go for a little bit of a set play, and it just hasn't worked at all, Hap.
I feel like they might have gone a little bit too aggressive there. They were in safe, they were planting, they were getting that diffuser on the ground. Too many members moved too much. They all got picked up as a result of it, and now it's just the Lems in that 1v3 situation. It feels like Secret Academy kind of over-engineered that push a little bit because they were in a perfect position to try and get that plant gone. No.
Nope.
Oh, the beam. The beam caught it. That would have been a very scary way to go down, though. Just like a Kali shot coming through the floor. Still doable, though. 40 seconds. Has that one-shot rifle, of course, but doesn't have to walk into crossfires like that. Leader shuts him down. Heretics, they find themselves a 2-0 opening.
Yeah, I think you're right on your assessment there. I think it's just slightly over-engineered. They thought, they were given quite a bit, and I think they tried to take a bit too much. Instead of just trying to force it down. Sure, there was 2 members down below and then to worry about. They had players there, they had the numbers, and it happens to the best of us. Just overthinks different things. I'm still not really sold on a solar take though. I never am. More of a... Listen, I like my top floor takes on Chalet a little bit more boring, a little bit more, let's just go for the half wall.
I see. I'm going to be interested to see how
I don't play the game, so like...
I'm going to be interested to see how that one works when the half reinforcements come out.
To be fair, that's just a test. It's just a little trial.
Yeah, but like surely it's been asked for years, ever since the game came out, basically, where people were like, half reinforcements, please. I don't see the backing off of it at this point.
I'll have to get my hands on it and see if I can decide. See what I fancy. Kitchen now is where we head to for the third defense here for Heretics. They've managed to string together 2 already. And we've got what is not a predictable, but also kind of a predictable lineup for this site. You've got the Sense coming through, the Lion. You've got Capital as well. You can see what threads we're starting to pull on in terms of the setup for this, can't we, Hap?
Yes, I think that there is a reasonable suspicion that there is going to be some site obscurance before the push will come to shove. Love always seeing the Sense, of course, like having them sent through the drone holes back in the day.
Yeah.
Which was always fun to see on Chalet to work out. Like, that's a person. Be careful here to not get yourself swung on.
Yeah.
Secret Academy not having the best opening so far.
Just okay. Oh, Upor caught it from behind. They're not expecting there to be a player on that bathroom window, and Fennel gets the opening pick. Minute burned away. E1D's ringing through as well. Will only betray the position of Flexi. But as we've seen throughout the entire game so far, Flexi just doesn't care. I mean, he's taking loads of damage here and he's still just like not reacting. And this is the cross. Unfortunately, he'll die because of that. Very deep cross angle. I don't think he was quite aware of where he was being hit directly from. A much better start here from Team Secret Academy on the sweep on this top floor here.
Definitely saw them manage to get those 2 entry kills on the board. They have quite some control already. However, still plenty of people up and about. Still piano control. The office is still under control. And the reason for that is, of course, quite simple. Verticality is king on this side as Linko finds one more. Now, with one inside of games, Oscar will be able to find that kill, instantly falling back towards the kitchen, not wanting to stick around. Leader inside of the office is also trying to hold off for dear life, but he is responsible for keeping that top floor under control. And he falls by LMs, and that means it's just up to Oscar now. The grenade will drop down, the repelling will come, but there is Asa already jumping through the game's window and just shutting them down. A trophy window, sorry.
Cleaner, just cleaner. That's all you can really say for Team Secret Academy. Just a much cleaner attack there. Called in the janitor to clean it up a little bit. Holding cross angles, flushing each other out, pushing people into their line of sights. Just a better all-round performance there from Team Secret Academy. No surprises to see a Miraban coming through, and a Capital, which has been played a heck of a lot from Team Secret Academy. Especially given that we're going back to Bar and Gaming, you know how much of a nuisance he is on that site. And cast your mind back to round number 1, they did struggle getting rid of that Jaeger in that position inside the library, so keen to see how they deal with that this time.
Yeah, that's really where it fell flat. Just that entire library push to come through. Might even see a more like formulated push coming out from the bedroom, from piano, rather than the library itself, or of course a completely different kind of approach with utility. Now, Snake is being brought out by Marto. I'm not quite sure why. It could be, of course, like, never mind. Okay, never mind. Not there. Been re-picked out. I was about to, you know, test my brain to see why, but not necessary.
No, I mean, I had a discussion about this on social media about Snake and how I think he's really, really strong. Chalet's a map that he is really strong on because you slap someone on a rappel somewhere and they can call out so much information. So I was surprised to see it flash for a second. They've opted to go for something a bit more standardised. I like the Flores coming through from Feno as well to try and get some of these positions cleared up a bit. Mainly for those ADSs so that they can get some burn factor going on. 4 nades. 4 flashes. Plenty stuff for throwing in those windows, Hap. Plenty stuff.
There's plenty of stuff indeed to send through those windows. You see our Ciroteros are slowly starting to clear things out. They realize nothing out there. Barbed wire will be caught with 0.18 seconds left on the RCU timer. Slowly but steadily, confirmation will be gained.
Ooh, like this.
EMP loaded. It's not going to be fired out as of yet. Of course, we want to get control of that library, spotting out that my player and the little connector part. Going to try and find an off angle to try and deal with him. Because
yeah, they built enough pressure onto library so they can start to focus down onto it. Marlo's just aware someone has been floating around that bottom floor and was holding it for some time, but now he's decided to, well, swear he knows it. They want to hold on and deny him from doing what he's just done, which is open up that stock wall. Make it uncomfortable for them moving around this side of sight. Fennel gets the opening pick there. Fennel's got 2. He's hopped in a window and found a double kill onto Heretics there. Leader now got into a bit of an aggressive position on the double wall. Fennel's on a triple kill on the top floor. He just decides to hop in and sweep through them all. Scalp after scalp after scalp as the limbs falls for Team Secret Academy. Leader gets his 1 on that window at the same time, but he can't do anything else as Fennel, well, shut up shop on that round for Team Secret Academy. The 4K from him. What a round from him.
yeah, well, Don just moved in, cleaned up, did all the preparative work as well, of course, with those RC Roteros. Cannot forget that. Might have actually made him the perfect person to deal with the setup. Like, he's seen everything by clearing it out. He's cleared out everything himself as well. Knows exactly what to expect and when. And just goes in, takes some those kills onto his name. Brings them back to 2-2. We were just 0-2 behind, now 2-2 drawn up. So Secret Academy definitely starting to put up a bit of extra pressure here.
A game of all time so far, that's what we're getting. Inseparable, these two. Like a romantic couple dancing the night away. That's what's happening here.
Only it's a very aggressive dance.
I guess so. It's Scots dancing, that's what it is. That's what we can say.
Well, as we head into the 5th round, of course, Secret Academy, for those of you just joining in, are the ones that managed to take that first map with a maximum OT scoreline of 7-8. Just now they were 0-2 behind, and they've managed to bring it back towards an equal scoreline of 2-2. Great work from Feno in that last round specifically. Because now they're looking to take the lead.
Yes, indeed. Library sided approach here for this top floor. That's where most of this team have reserved and setting things up. You know, that's on the other side towards that balcony from outside of office. Fennel waiting for a ping on information. He knows that that's where the shield's going to be. The top of that mezzanine staircase. And Nade as well. Nothing protecting it. Can get it for free. Ella being caught out here by Demos and Tracker. But just below the window for now. Ellen's can't snatch onto a kill. Martel has somehow found himself downed on the other side inside a fireplace. Flexi finishing him off, but here comes the charge in from Games. Flexi's got himself too, surely not. They've tried to go on the hunt, they've tried to go aggressive, but Heretics, they'll be laughing with that one as Flexi gets a huge 2-piece. But there's Linku to try and find a backstab up that Ivy staircase. Groovy not looking in the right direction. Gets himself the free kill. Acknowledging how well played that was from Linku to steal a kill back. Fennel will eventually shut down Flexi's reign of terror on the bottom floor, and now it's back to 3-3 hat.
Yeah, and that diffuser is about to be recovered as well. And whilst there was a great opening, of course, you're taking out that Monty, taking out Asa as well. You know, you're back in that 3-on-3 now. It's equal man count trying to push on through. The one worry that I still have for them, though, is these frost mats. They could be out and about underneath these windows, and that means you have to look down when you're jumping through them. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself caught up and killed right afterwards. So, keeping that into account, is that going to be a troublesome point for the side of Team Secret Academy as they're preparing themselves away into the site with the Vendetta? They still have the ROUs ready to go. They still have an E1D to push together with a grenade as well. They're trying to get themselves on through, but still the breach isn't made wide enough.
He's trying so hard to make this rotate to get into the site there, but I think he's going to run out of ammo before he can do it. Stalling it for just a second there. Last 30 seconds. Linku decided to drop down. He has not have a heck of a lot of travel left. Finds one from below though. Nicely done. They'll know the position of Upor and Oscar as well, courtesy of the EE1D, but we're down to 15 seconds. Secret need to get a trot on to get into sight. Looks like they're going to go for a plant slightly off default here just to try and catch them out should they go for a swing. It looks as though Lems will be successful in getting that down, and now we're in a close plan. He heard it. What a shot that is. Linku turns on a dime and Lems snatching out from behind the diffuser. Team Secret Academy with a beautiful finish to that round.
Linku 1000% aware of the moves that were being made there, was having that cover on and on and on and on, and as soon as he realized that that plan was down, watched his flank, took out the flanker, and instantly got back to supporting his teammate. Well done there, Team Secret Academy, from 2 down, able to bring it back by a massive performance from Linku in that round. Also, great job on sneaking in, getting that plan down at the moment they did, because without it, of course, that round wouldn't have gone anywhere either. And Team Secret Academy to find themselves a round up now. As we go for a quick replay. This was beautiful, of course, getting the ping. Was already below, instantly able to respond, and then this flick as well saved the round 1000%.
Really, really well done. Team Secret Academy, again, proving that you just don't want to put them in a down position. You actually ideally want to lose a player yourself, let them be in control of a round for a second before, if you actually want to win it. Because the second that they're down and they're like not in a favourable position, they just turn on some sort of flaming hot fire to just be like, yeah, you know what, that's fine, we're just going to win this one. We go lock right in here. Been fantastic to watch these two battle it out. Final round of the half here though. Team Secret Academy established the lead for the first time in this series. They pull it back from 2-0 down to go into the lead. Now the attack onto Baron Gaming again. EE1D coming through again, which has been so pivotal in a lot of these rounds and making Heretics stay in place. They are a team that like to move around a lot, like to flex their muscles when it comes to roaming around and taking gunfights, so EE1D is perfect for this. They brought the Brava this time, Marto. Try something different. I don't think there's anyone playing in that corner in library this time. They've opted to go for a different hold. They've got one still in the small box. Oh! No, that's the focus.
The Bravo could be very interesting with the Razor Blooms. Just taking those out. Sometimes, you know, placed on doorways just to make it like you cannot outrun them anymore. And you have to shoot them, and it's just not something you're going to be aware of as a defender. That, I mean, of course you'll know they're there, but it's just not something that you're prepared for at that given moment in time. So that could actually do quite a bit of good damage there. Thought for a second he was able to line up the shot. Not going to be the case. Fenno already quite close towards the side itself. He's just playing around on the staircase, flashing out the Ivy stairs, receiving some shots. Hey, look at that. That's just a head popping up. But it's Groovy that actually will find the Lems instead. Fenno taking a bit of damage, but he's pushing up the staircase. He's not afraid whatsoever, but gets himself shut down by Upor.
But Team Secret Academy are down again, and I never want to count them out. They've got a Deimos track onto Flexy's position. Still 2 players up here on this top floor that they have to root out. Link is the one that's at the forefront of trying to do just that as we enter this final minute here of this first half of Chalet. Still lots of work to be done at the top of that mezzanine. Smoke here from Martel just to cover off that rotate so they can potentially go for a hop in. I think they use the smoke elsewhere and drop down instead, so that you can't be shot from above. Is to enter in from that doorway, but there's Upor again, punishing another player as he tried to head up that Ivy staircase. Just feeding him. There's a razor bloom that forces him out of that position, but Grooby's held it. Linku could do anything but die. And now it's just Marto on a 1 versus 4. And I think this could be a 3-3 split. Loading right now, Hap.
It will be. There's no denying that. The fuser's, yes, but the fuser's down. He's on the rooftop now, and everybody's just too far removed from one another. It's just a moment to break the momentum that could have been built by Heretics on this round. They know they've done their job. They got 3 attacking rounds here on Chalet. It is a bit more than what you on average would need. So it's on them now to try and outdo their opponents on their defense. Take 4. And just lock it off at a 2-0. The 6th map could potentially be dreading for Secret Academy, considering how long they've already been playing.
Yeah. Fantastic game, though. Genuinely fantastic. You said it before that this was a coin toss, and it still is. Still literally is on the edge of which team could come out and, you know. Team Secret Academy, they go into the defense. Heretics get to dictate the play on that attack inside, so. Getting more and more excited, Hap. I'm getting more and more hyped up for the end of this game, for the meat of my course. We've had the potatoes and the trimmings and border, and we're getting closer and closer to the main part.
We could just go for a 2-course meal here, rather than also having the dessert Night Haven Labs afterwards.
Exactly.
We'll see how our stomachs are faring at the end of this game.
Now, down to Baron Gaming again. Starting off here. Teams are enjoying starting off on this site. What do you think? What do you think's the best site, or Charlie? Intrigued to hear what your opinion is on this.
It's rough because I think they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I think Bar Gaming is the easiest to hold because of 2 things, and one of them is library. The other is pantry. Like a combination of those 2 makes it just super difficult to take that site, because first you have to take care of library. That often doesn't go without spill of blood on the attacking team itself. And then once you've done that, especially if there's a mirror on the board, which, I mean, it is available, just not being played right now, but you can make pantry such an annoying room to deal with, where the mirror is just going to look at you, and you know you're going to get strong as soon as you drop that hatch. So that's why I think Bar is definitely the easiest one to defend.
Interesting. I think that Chalet is one of the maps where it has one of the few maps that has all 4 sites that are viable. And you could really go on any of them. Early work here getting done to try and root out the players inside the library and get a hold of that top floor. Azami being the operator of choice for Team Secret Academy and holding on this. Grooby gets the opening pick. It's Linku to fall, and as I literally cursed him out of the round there, I mentioned Azami was the one that was to hold that, and fortunately he is gone. Half the round burned away. The Heretics have got off to a pretty good start here. Marto wants to try and retake that position at the top of the Ivy staircase. And for now, it's just going to fall away as Fennel has unfortunately found himself in a down but not out situation. Flexi will finish him off. Grooby catching a limbs on the other side at the same time. And now it's just Asa and Marto together here. Hap 2 versus 5. What has happened here?
It's completely fell apart, and I mean, you look at all the phones and where they're laying down, it seems like some might have gone a little bit too aggressive on some window plays. Others just pure unlucky to being wall banged out there. Martadell finds a big pick. That is going to be the diffuser gone, but he will be punished for it with his life. Asa, the last man standing. Luckily for him, time moves in his favor. Unfortunately, though, it is a minute left. And he's trying to lean back into the hatch fight, taking a bit of damage in the process. Gets one. The drop comes through. He needed to reload the SMG, but the other one already came through the doorway. There was no way. Oh, it's actually just a 3-man collapse coming down. There's no way he was going to get through that.
Yeah.
So happy
just,
that the game tabbed out on itself.
I thought it was me for a second. I was like, whoa. No, we're all good. We're all good. It happened. Team Secret Academy timeout coming through. Just want to reassess things and see if they can have a little bit of a discussion to see what has gone wrong there. And again, very, very early timeouts considering we've just gone on to this half. They've just gone for their first attack or the first defense even. But it went so badly wrong there that they've evidently decided, yeah, we need to actually address this and be sure that we are going to go ahead and fight this through, because they want to finish this. So you don't want to go to Night Haven. You don't want to have to be doing another map when you can just win it here and get it finished off here at.
That's it. They want to get it finished. They've already played 3 maps or 4 maps now. If they have to go through a 6th at some point, again, those mistakes will start creeping in, will start making life more difficult for you. And we might even start to see that somewhere in this map already, because, you know, you're just playing at the best of your abilities for such a long time. At some point, it's just gonna, you know, crack slightly. And if Heretics is still feeling fresh, they can start to abuse those small cracks.
Bottom floor this time, with the second defense, Team Secret Academy going through the motions, of course, you know, of rotating around the sites, not going back to the same site first though. And Kaid, when was the last time you've seen Kaid in this tonight? It's been a long time.
It was banned for a long while, so.
Yeah, when was I can't even remember. I think the last time we've seen something electrified was on Night Haven, where we've seen a bandit. It's not been a lot of electrification allowed to happen. We never really spoke about it too much when it came through. The bands that were of choice was the Castle and the Denari, which was interesting, which always catches an eye. You know, Denari got a lot of value on Chalet, one of his stronger maps. And I think this is what's interesting and intriguing about Siege at the minute, is that you're seeing so many different bands come through in competitives, different specific operators that you're like, oh, this guy's going to be a problem here. I'm enjoying it. Oh, ho, ho. You poor knew there was a player on that window for a second. But they've fallen away. They decided to hop back down that hatch, move away and not get too aggressive.
Secret Academy is going to have to make sure that they don't put themselves at unnecessary risks here to get themselves caught off early. I say as Flexi takes a bout of pressure. Not quite sure where he took that damage from, but doesn't really matter either. Still stands, still fighting. Oscar with the shield is the one leading the attack, just cleaning things up in a shepherding way. Of course, they have to go all the way towards that basement eventually. But you cannot really just ignore those top floors, because they will come back down towards you. Hey, look at that. That's someone just spotted on that top floor.
I think he just wants to try and get something here to start off, but there's no one on that window. It's a lost cause over there. They've came from the library side instead. You've got Upar Gruby and one other player on that other side. Arthur's still showing face inside of office. Quite scattered here, actually, so far for Team Secret Academy. It doesn't look as though Heretics are too focused on playing into it. There is a drone there that's given away the position of where Fennel is. This is really nicely done. Fennel's went for a drop down as well, so he'll be known. He'll know where he is. Linko's still moving around with the Solace as well, trying to get some information. Surely they know where Fennel's coming from. Surely this has just been held.
They should be held, yeah.
I don't think there's really anyone there to receive this. This is quite bizarre. Linko will get the opening pick here, as Oscar's the one that's got out just inside of Dining. He's gone. And I am watching one of the most bizarre rounds of Chalet I've seen in a while. It's like cat and mouse, but no one knows where anyone is. Eventually, Linko's position is known as he fades back to site. Gets back in and gets comfortable now, and we're down to 30 seconds, by the way, Hap, as they've tried to move through this map. It looks as though Heretics just haven't been able to get anything going on this attack whatsoever. There's Asa with another one. Fennel will catch leader as he's trying to move through. They attempted to go for that main breach push, but it's just not really working out here. Only 2 players now. Flexi attempt to go for the plant. Asa's killed off Uber elsewhere. Truly, I'm not even really sure what quite happened in that round.
It's just one of those rounds that keeps going, and like there's just no real formulated push coming through. It's just like bits by bits by bits of pressure. A Secret Academy, they find themselves their 4th round as well. Once again, tie up the scoreline as we stay no more than 2 removed over this entire series so far. And with that, of course, and again, an important round, Secret Academy looking to push themselves up to a 5 on that scoreboard. Already have that first map on the board. They want to make that 2. So they will be the ones fighting, not tomorrow, but the day after, for the final EML spot at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Top floor hold now, up to Master. As where we head for the next site of choice for Team Secret Academy's defense. And of course, with the top floor, there's less of a chance for Heretics to get lost on Shelly, because I don't really know what was happening on that one. It seemed like every time it cut to a defender, there was just no pressure at all on them, and I was a bit like, Marto on the clash as well, again, brought it up so many times tonight. Marto, just at any opportunity for it to be relevant, will be hopping on the old Shieldaruni. Yes,
I'm honestly quite annoyed by the runouts that keep happening from the side of Secret Academy. It's like, if it's gone wrong a couple of times, and on the back of that, they lose the round, and they're just doing it constantly. Oscar taking a bunch of damage here as well, so it's definitely working out in this round to some extent. Kruby, please don't fall.
It's a terrible repel try and get one, isn't it? Oh! It nearly falls to the player in bathroom. I think he wasn't expecting a player just to be right beneath him as he swung round to that window. Just going to get a drone in instead and just assess why they were being so aggressive. He'll lose his drone off the back of that. Fenno's the one that's on.
No more drones. If that is, there is one in pocket. So again, it's still not quite working.
Yeah, do not trust that overlay.
Yeah. I thought it might have been fixed at this point, but oh yeah, that's okay.
Keep you on your toes, Sal.
Yeah, we need to keep counting ourselves in this case. Which I count 2 drones, maybe, potentially, maybe 1. Doesn't matter. A minute 30 left on the clock. As the push needs to come to life any second now. A little bit of damage done onto Oscar from an early run out. The air jabs are running and throwing through as well. Double goo mine, both Leader and Flexi, so they're going to be aware of the fact that 2 are entering from the library side. But as long as Marto is allowed to just play around on this balcony, this is just annoying. I would be so annoyed by a player just giving away like his position like this, because you hear it, you see it. It's giant in the middle of your screen. This isn't genuine tactic. He's just annoying them. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, that's just it. Wastes as much time. Be as much of a nuisance as possible. And that's what he's still yet to do, because look how much work they've still got left to do. Yes, they've got that breach open up, but Martel is still here. He's like, yeah, I'm going to hold on this. I'm just going to put this down. He moves away from that nade. Doesn't need to be bothered by it. They were down in the last 30 seconds. There's Flexi with the opening pick as Fennel falls, but Linko has an immediate response as Groovy falls elsewhere. And it's 4 versus 4. 25 seconds. Ooh. And just like that, Team Secret completely blow up in the middle of the round. It's just a Lems and a 1v4. Heretics just squeezing around the site, squeezing all of the life out of this round, unless Flexi just completely forgets to look into the site. I think he was pulling out a goo mine.
Yeah, he was.
And now it's just a Lems. Oh, no, did they know there's a player on that default? I'm not quite sure Lems knows. There was a yellow ping there. Yeah, he doesn't. Here's Uport. Heretics just explode into the site, sweep right over the top of Team Secret Academy. And again, tug of war, back and forward, back and forward.
Yeah, that really just fell apart within seconds there of the side of Team Secret Academy. It seemed like they had it going for them with the clash shot there, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Of course, the flashbangs came through whilst deploying the shield. Like, you will be overran at that moment in time, especially with the door behind you as well. The cover just wasn't quite there, but you know, it's okay to have that first map on the board already. They still have the time to equalize the score. I mean, it would only be right if they do so, because that's all we've had happen so far. And with that, we are now headed towards that round number 10. This is the moment where Heretics can put themselves onto a map point to push us a little bit closer towards that third one.
Well, they've been there before, huh? We've seen how that went.
That is very true. But
Solid Snake preview, maybe? Not really seen much of him. Not seen a whole lot. Which is interesting, I think, because I do think that Solid Snake is really strong. But it's just not really bleeding into competitive, which I think people are more inclined to take the Deimos instead, because it's guaranteed position that's lasting for a longer time. So, and there you go, Snakes. They've decided to sub him out.
I mean, hot take, but drones.
Yeah.
They have ran our scene for a while, so it's like,
yeah. I think so. I think that I'm quite surprised I've not seen any like Solid Snake kind of backstabs or anything like that, or someone out on a rappel or something, feeding some information, things like that.
I think it's just because of the drone. Like they can roll around the corner, they can give the information. You still have another gadget that you can work with, of course, right? Like it's the same. Like Nuck works well because it bypasses information, but it's like a super selfish kind of gadget. Otherwise, same goes for Vigil, of course, and like. In this meta where like there is a lot that you have to do, a lot that you have to worry about. A lot of the operators are also like able to do multiple things, right? Like they have soft end or heart breach, they have soft end or stuff to destroy shields or other PC utility with. And Snake of course doesn't have any secondary utility except for the fact that he needs to salvage it. Which is also, I think, a big part.
I think if he had access to the Heartbeat gadget, I think he'd be a bit more.
Yeah, but like he needs to salvage stuff, right? Like that's kind of the thing. Like you don't have it by default. You need to kill someone first before you get a gadget. But these gadgets are crucial to getting kills as well at the very same time. So it's like it's great when it works, but you could also just guarantee yourself gadgets and a gadget that will help the rest of your team more consistently, possibly.
Well, we're having our discussion about Solid Snake and his whereabouts. He's not in this round at all. Still 5 versus 5, and we have everybody ready to go. Oscar's the only one that's taken any damage into about half HP, and it is a kitchen and dining hold. They have done quite a bit of work in opening up that main wall in towards B side. There's a prone player currently in kitchen, and it looks as though Heretics are thinking about heading in. They're like, are they actually giving us this much? Are they giving us this much? Can we go in, maybe, potentially? Marto's really deep inside the kitchen, though. He's going to be holding on those longer angles. They're trying to play around these echo drones a bit more, as Groovy's the one that got that opening pick. A C4 over the top, but won't find this mark, as Fennel takes quite a bit of damage elsewhere. Now it's Oscar a lash onto a kill onto Marto. 2 versus 4, as Upor should be able to get this plant down. Echo's gone, so you can't really deny that anymore. Fennel also dead, and it's just Asa. 1 versus 4. They've managed to hold on to the top floor completely, but really not bothered about playing into it, Heretics. They've just been like, yeah, we're just going to all play around you guys, question mark. We're not really bothered about playing into your setup. We're going to do our own thing. There's a Deimos track as well. It's not going to make sure it's a bit more difficult for Asa to try and retake. He does at least get 1 consolation prize in the form of a kill onto Flexi, but there's Upor cleaning it up, and Heretics, they'll get themselves their first stab at map point on Shelly.
It felt like they were relying too much on the yokai drones there. Like people prone on the ground, not being able to go anywhere. Trophy wasn't really under control of Team Secret Academy. And in the meantime, you had the yokai drone ready to just burst whenever they wanted to go for the plant. Like it felt like they might have benefited a bit more if they had an extra gun, firing over the shoulders or holding off angles, rather than them focusing too much on the yokai drones out there, of course. You don't know how it would have played out, but it just felt like they were missing that one person that was sitting on the drones at that point.
Yeah. It's just strange rounds. This happened the last time, on the last map, where Team Secret Academy just had very strange couple of rounds in a row. The Heretics were just like, yeah, let's just like play around this, maybe, see what happens. And now they're in the driving seat for the rest of this map. So they've got 2 attempts at closing this out here and now and sending this to Nighthaven, which will be the third map and final map of this evening, final map of the series, should we get there. But Team Secret Academy have shown us so many times, just in the short time that we've been watching them tonight, shown us just how many times you should not count them out.
Well, can they bring it back yet once again? Now, this is going to be the famous K trick, the K juggle. But of course, the Thatcher can, you know, just blast them out before they activate.
Incredible. We barely see Cade all night, and then the first time we see, well, the second time we see Cade is in disaster class.
There's nothing you can do against the new Thatcher together with the thing, right? Now? I have no idea.
Main breach. All right. Okay, Martel. Just kills the thermite, which is huge in terms of the rest of that round, because now they can't get a rotate round and open up that wine side if they want to. They've opened up the main breach, sure, but the rest of that map is just going to be very difficult. So they're going to be either forced to go in for this one side or funnel through doorways. Unfortunately, no more hard breach can be used. It's a huge pick, Hap. That's a huge pick.
It definitely is necessary as well, considering finding themselves 2 points behind.
Yep.
And losing a round would mean heading towards map number 3. Gruby takes down Linku. Gives them a little bit of extra opportunity. The shield pushing through as well. Leader making waves. I'm not sure why they don't just try and go for the plant instead, as Leader will find one more kill. Over the top, trades are starting to come through as well.
Wow.
As the Lambs will find one for his efforts, but 45 seconds will be counting in favor of the attackers right now. This could be the moment where we are headed towards a map number 3. This could be when Nighthaven Labs is going to be once again deciding who gets to continue their story, as it's Marto in a 1v2 situation with 30 seconds left and needing 7 to go for the counter defuse. It seems unlikely, and unlikely it is. Leader will shut him down, and that is going to be the end of this map.
A bizarre way for it to end indeed, but Chalet has fallen in favour of Heretics, who send us all the way to Nighthaven. One more map required before we can settle who the winner of this series is and who the first team is into that lower bracket final on Sunday. What a performance here from both teams so far. It's just been fantastic siege. I mean, enjoying it. I think Team Secret Academy a little bit lackluster of the tail end of that game. I wasn't quite sure what was happening there, but maybe that is that little bit of fatigue settling in. Maybe.
But let's give them a little break before they have to go over towards that third map and have it all decided for them, because, again, whoever loses this is out. So don't go anywhere.
yo, what's up? You like map 3s? Because we have a lot of them coming your way. We actually have a second set of 3 map matches that are happening, and I really am so excited to get into this. LMs is not going to have an easy way into EML, or at least into the next set of matches that could take him into EML. It's going to be a tough one, and Team Heretics are really giving it their all. But first, let's talk about that second map and how things went. Hap, can you help us kind of recap all the action that happened on map 2?
I mean, for a long time, it seemed like it was quite equal, right? Like it just kept going back and forth. Of course, we had two like flying start rounds from Heretics, but afterwards it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I think Secret might have taken a little bit too much risk in some of their plays. Other times they were maybe a bit too passive when they were, for example, relying too much on the yokai drones. And that's eventually what led Heretics to be the victors, I think, in this game.
Would you agree with that, champ?
Yeah, I think you've pretty described it to pretty much the exact way it is. I don't really think there's really much more to add, other than the fact that, like, I just feel that Team Secret Academy just kind of slipped up a little bit at the end. Mm-hmm. You know, they just weren't quite... I don't know, it was kind of similar to what happened at the kind of latter stages of Border before they reactivated again, and Heretics didn't let them back in the door. They didn't allow that to happen again, and it was a really bizarre way for Team Secret Academy to lose that map out, because I thought it was like, okay, this middle portion of the map, you guys are phenomenal, you're unbeatable at this point, and then Team Heretics just decide, you know, no, actually, no, you're not. And it just felt like Team Secret Academy like beat themselves. Like, I'm always the person who, you know, who stands up and says like, look, this is actually you're focusing on the good parts of it, you know, and you're saying like, oh, Team Heretics did this great stuff. But it did just feel like there was just a few times where Team Secret Academy just didn't really have an idea what they wanted to do, and I was a little bit like, this is strange. What's going on here? Like, they just let Team Heretics wander and walk right through the middle of the site after spawn peeking their thermite. I'm just like, or not spawn peeking, but killing them first. But strange, very strange into that map.
Opportunities missed in that way on Chalet, but let's take a look at our map veto one more time, our final time actually for the evening, because after this map we are done and dusted. We were talking about the unexpected nature of Nighthaven Labs and what really to look forward to, I guess. Should we get to that map? And indeed, we did get to it after a very tight border in Chalet. Here we are. The question is to be answered now. How do you play on Nighthaven Labs? Both Chalet and Border lend themselves more towards aggression. By Nighthaven, you have to have that teamwork and strategy that we saw basically really shine from Team Secret Academy in their previous matchup app.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 points we can make here, right? Like, one point is Secret Academy played this a little over 2 hours ago, which means that the strategies and, you know, the steps are fresh in their head. They realize what worked well there. They realize what didn't work well there, which allows them to maybe be more efficient in the calls that they are making. But at the same time, Heretics wasn't playing during that time. They had the opportunity to look at that game, to see what the weaknesses were, to see what the opportunities are, and maybe IGL their way through now. That there isn't enough time for a full threat analysis from like the coaching staff, right? Like there is no time to have it fully worked out and put into a PowerPoint presentation that they have just run through, dry run, and then scrimmed on afterwards. But there is still going to be these small bits of information that they're going to be able to utilize potentially.
Sam, you're more than welcome to come in and tell Hap that he's absolutely wrong.
I don't want to say he's completely wrong. You know, I think there's some truth in what he's saying. I think he's established the storylines pretty well there for this map. But I will say this: I think that this will be decided in the bans. I think you know, you brought up a great point there, Hap, by saying that like that Heretics have been able to watch this from Team Secret Academy, and yes, they won't have time to fully counter strat things, but banning a couple people that you know that they've used in the last match, you know, like for instance the Clash, you know, if they pull out a Clash ban that Marto can't play it, or a shield, one of the shields, you know, or just double down on the shields, I think that will be what kind of changes things around in terms of the style of the map. I would be expecting Heretics to double ban a shield here and make themselves a bit more comfortable. Actually, triple, but if they triple ban the shields, I feel like they've been counter strat. But if not, I could be waffling.
This goes back to the last game where in the middle of the cast it was like, yeah, there's kind of a gentleman's agreement. The moment one team starts to pull out a shield, then it's a free-for-all and you can just do whatever you want. So I guess that could be the understanding in this case. But let's keep in mind both teams have already gone through, but for Heretics, this is the 5th map that they play for Secret Academy. This is the 6th map that they're playing in a row. They've been competing, for the past 6+ hours at this point. That's something that you're going to have to manage exhaustion-wise, Hap.
Yeah, for sure, and you know, that's why these breaks in between these maps are also quite important. And then the question is, okay, are you allowed to go on a little bit of walk, stretch your legs, maybe quickly go outside, catch some fresh air, grab a fresh glass of water, take a banana or like, you know, some kind of fruit to give yourself some extra energy, or are you sitting there quiet behind your desk listening to the last notes that are coming in? Because one of them gives you energy, the other one might, you know, doesn't break up your focus pattern, so you get more fatigued later on in the game. So I guess this comes down to the coaching staff, how they like to handle this, because 6 maps straight in a row, that's brutal.
Do you have a favorite fruit to consume once you have these little breaks in between games, Hap?
Bananas are super fruits for this. Like they give you quick energy. So yeah,
I thought it was the reverse, that the sugars take time to.
Yeah, but they give you quick energy, but it also takes time to be fully digested. So it's long lasting, but also a quick initial boost.
Cham, what's your favorite kind of fruit to enjoy in between maps?
Strawberries.
Oh, fancy pants over here.
I can see that too. Nice little strawberry. Yeah.
Well, on that note,
what's your favorite fruit, Milosh?
My favorite fruit in general?
No, for in between maps.
I'd say bananas are high up there, but if I'm very lucky, then it's grenadine.
Yeah. Are you calling Chem fancy when you're coming in with the grenadine?
No, what's the name of it? Hey, I'm from the Middle East. It's normal. We have it very commonly. It's just, you know, here we just get them, and then my wife is wonderful, so she ends up preparing them. But clementines are great as well. Anyways, our game is ready, and I'm gonna leave you to it. Just asking chat, what's your favorite fruit to consume between all the ranked losses that you have every day? Chamberine, Hap, take it away.
Shit, thank you very much, Felix, for bringing us into the final map of this evening. Have a great discussion about whatever fruits. I don't know how he managed to squeeze in so many different, I guess, posh names for fruits there in one go. Clementine is a Clementine is a crazy pull. I love it. I love it. But anyway, we are on Night Haven Labs. We've just seen the bans ring through. Heretics have gone for one of the shield bans. So look, I was half right. They've taken away the Grim at the same time. And on Team Secret Academy side, they've finally banned Amira alongside Kaid. Now, top 4 hole to start things off here, Hap, and putting our fruit aside. How do you feel this is going to go here?
It's hard to say because we haven't, it's been back and forth the entire time. I haven't had the idea that, one fundamental is more so missing than the other. It's just that, small aggression mistakes more often than not have cost rounds in this game for both these teams. So I don't know. It's a tough call. Again, like I said, last map, you could flip a coin and decide who's going to be taking the victory here. I think that's still the case.
Very much agreed. Early work here done on the connector wall, which is now wide open, courtesy of Asa on the Thermite. Exothermic making quick work of doing that. Now it flicked between the drone. Flores in the hands of Linku, getting rid of some of those Banshees so that they can push into IT later down the line. Poor position given away for now, but I don't to be too bothered about that being on the smoke. Do have Flexi on the Azami still playing on Rafters. He's actually playing just on the left hand side of the IT area, IT doorway, so they have to be conscious of that should they decide to push in here. They've got the air jabs there to make sure that no one can swing through. Not deciding to put it up just yet. They have Denari devices on the main breach, but they were shot out just a few seconds ago, and halfway through the round we've yet to see someone fall here on Night Haven, Hat.
It's not too uncommon though. especially considering the importance of this matchup. The teams will just take it slow initially in these very first few rounds. Maybe also have learned from, you know, the mistakes of the over-aggression in some of the previous maps they have played. There is a player out there. Morto had multiple opportunities to try and lock that one off, but wasn't able to quite confirm. He's in the meantime being flanked, by the way. One player trying to come towards him as flashbangs are starting to go on through as well. Goyo being tracked. Flexi still on mezzanines, trying to hold on for dear life. Not quite sure what's happening though, like how Marto hasn't been killed yet at this moment in time. A little bit of elevation mixed into it. Another flashbang to be tossed out. It's actually Feno just putting his focus to a different spot as he's being shut down, but Linko out there as well to find yet another kill. So with 30 seconds left, Secret Academy, they found themselves with a single man advantage. Okay.
Ooh, Lem's just caught sleeping for a second inside a connector. Youper getting himself a free kill. Asa with one on the other side as Groovy falls. Or they decide to sweep back. Oh, the timing just decides to throw the smoke babe. Such bad timing. Unfortunately, Youper will win that engagement out and now attempting to go for the plant. He's killed the cover here, though. Killed at least one of them and knows where one is. Can he get himself the second? He can. It's a 1v1 between Leader and Asa. There's questions about Leader's aggression earlier on, and he brings it in this one, a body shot as well, just to show how passionate they're getting. Leader on the recovery and the counter defuse. What a performance from him in this round.
Yeah, well done there. Well held on as well. For a second, I was really afraid, like, them not popping that Goyo canister inside of Connector could have been detrimental, but in the end, the clutch still coming out from Leader there, securing that round for Heretics. The very early round as well for Heretics. And with that, even though they were on the back foot, they managed to find themselves in that lead. Again, it doesn't matter how you get there at this point. It matters that you manage to get these rounds on the board. It is the first of 7. They will continue to fight on against the loser of tomorrow's matchup for a spot in the EML. And for a lot of these players, that's all that matters. You're working so hard, day in, day out, often next to like another full-time job, because they have a passion for this game and they want to be full-time. And the way to do that is to go to EML, to go to the main league. That's when you can start making a career. Like, and nothing, you know, against Heretics and the fact, you know, they've gone to SI, they've been picked up by an org, but it's like, if it's just an occasional tournament every now and then, so to say, that doesn't give you that security that you want to have. So like qualifying to EML, that's the moment when this can really become a career for some of these people, or become a career again for some of them.
Yeah, some first timers as well, you know, that haven't made it to tier 1 before. So that will be firmly in their minds for this matchup. Flexi comes to mind, you know. Player that I've rated for quite some time. He's been bouncing around a lot of rosters, and he's found great success on this one for the last year, and I hope to see him in tier 1 one day. But we are unbiased in the cast hap, you know. I'm not picking sides yet. I'll be happy with either one of these teams to go through. Point is that we are going to get some great teams going up into EML. See, of course, what they can put up. Now, different attack needed here. Of course, we are down to the bottom 4. Oscar gets things started off here with a C4 onto Marto. Unfortunate start there, but there's one back. Flexi, the next one that follows, as I mentioned them a few seconds ago. Asa getting one back there for Team Secret Academy, and now it's 4 apiece, and we're a minute and 15 seconds in, and it's a pretty action-packed start here for this Nighthaven.
First round was a little bit more quiet, of course, than this one in these early stages. That's definitely helping them out. Great hunt there coming through. Linku forcing him out of position. Alems catching him through 3 doorways eventually. Next hunt already on the way. Leader being targeted. And with a minute 20 left on the clock, there's that 1 minute advantage here for Team Secret Academy. The big disadvantage, of course, is that they need to go down towards that basement eventually, which means that they still have to descend through these floors. I don't know if they have completely cleared out the middle and top floor in the meantime. It seems like Youper is still roaming around.
Yeah, he's managed to get back to site though. He's moved back. He's decided, yeah, now's the time to get back down. He gets back down that exo staircase so he can move back into the site. Support Oscar and Leader as well. Now Asas went down for the drop as well into site. Lems is on the cover, just waiting for the hatch to push there. Fennel dealing with Leader inside of the site. They get aggressive now, attempting to go for the plant there. Upor is unfortunately killed off. And Oscar at least manages to keep a lifeline inside of this round. Getting quite a bit of shots down onto Asa, but he manages to get the plant down. He can't get back into sight. It's going to be very difficult. Lems, it locks him out of sight. And Team Secret Academy, they win that round out.
Yeah, managed to equalize the score again, and you know that's just something that is going to continue happening for the next 50 minutes of this game. Back and forth, and eventually we'll find out which of these two teams is allowed to continue onwards. As Heretics moving over towards storage and control now, not deciding to rerun that lost site. Again, I mentioned this earlier on the broadcast, a lot of these teams just have the preference to continue their rotation, to continue their momentum. That's how you dry run it often as well, you know, like you just go back to back sites. The only reason why you would choose to rerun a site is if there is no real other alternative that you have faith in as a team. Or if you know the mistakes that you've made as a team that can result, like if you fix them, result into the round win. And to just give an example of the first one, like occasionally it happens that a team is forced to a map that they are not comfortable with. These are usually teams with smaller map pools, especially if they then end up in a best of 5 situation. At that point, sometimes they just might only feel comfortable with 2 of the sites on the fence and will continue to run those as long as they can.
Off Flores action today. Fennel's the one that has been enjoying him. I did say, I thought that Thatcher had the greatest lineup when it came to guns in terms of the options that you have. L85, the AR-33... That's why we have the AR-33 running on Flores. It's one of my favourite guns in the game, and Fennel has been running. Enjoyable evening on it. Exothermics popping off as well on IT on the top floor to begin that pressure and the peel back of these layers on this top floor map. Of the map. As I just kind of go back and forward for a sec, they're like, where's my final exo needed? What will we do?
It's just debating where to go, what to do. Plenty of time. The first minute just passed right now, and as the push is slowly starting to come up, the Goya pockets will keep them at bay for now. As quickly getting rid of those Kibas, taking quite a bit of damage for that. It's not going to be ideal. Better to probably just wait for that fire to sizzle out. And 90 seconds left in the round. Prepped Windows spotter is going to be called out as well. Don't want to be surprised by that. Actually, it will be used by Linku to enter the connector. Exothermic now placed onto the jungle wall.
Jungle that is bright green at the minute. I'm not quite sure what's going on there with that visual. But I'm all here for it, you know? A bit of a brat rave happening in here. Look at it.
Can of paint has been it's been utilized.
Spilled. What should be some weird Easter egg for something that's going to happen in the future or something like that? Titanium roll, I'll figure it out for us if there is. Anyway, Asa goes for a big rotate around the other side. Fennel's decided to come back up. And now they're starting to get into position. Flex has been caught out. Look at him trying to be sneaky. Moving up that aqua staircase. And he's just decided to Kiba off that wall. Or that door even. He's not moving, no. He's still here contesting it. There's absolutely no reason for him to be up here with 30 seconds left other than getting himself a kill. Why not? Linku falls. LMs at least has a response on the other side of the map as Oscar is destroyed on Heretics' side. There's another player on this rafters, but can they win the gunfight? No, Marto was ready and waiting for it. 3 versus 3. Only 15 seconds about to be remaining, though. This is not ideal for how this is going to maybe turn out for the attacking side. There's still a player on the top floor that they have to remove. A big swing. This is just scattered here. Really, really late attempt to try and win this round out. Asa has to stick the defuse because it's 0-0. LMs is there to cover, and Groovy wins the round for Heretics. Very, very tight on the time management there.
Interesting kill cam like this. the beams have been removed. But yeah, I mean, it just kept on going. And you know, the fight just kept on going. People retaking that top floor as well after they've dealt with it initially on the side of Secret Academy. Heretics reading that situation well, doing what needed to be done. As the next set of bans come through, his army, quite understandable. Dokkaebi, same thing. Again, nothing to worry about.
It's kind of outrageous that Flexi gets to exist on that top floor for so long.
There's 2 people on the top floor at 30 seconds left.
I know. That's what I mean, though. It's like every few rounds, Team Secret Academy just roll a really bizarre round. Do you know?
They go to their website called Strat Roulette, and then just go for that.
It's strange. It's strange. Because I don't even want to call it mistakes, you know? I don't even feel like that's what's happening. I feel like it's just they're not quite, you know, they're not either locked in or they're not really focused on that area. They're like, oh, we'll just leave that area. I can't really pinpoint the exact area that's going wrong, but that's a couple of times on the last few maps where they've just had a few rounds on the attack where you've just thought, what's going on there?
I mean, we're gonna get small things starting to creep in at these points, right? Like it's 5 maps for Heretics, it's 6 maps for Secret. They've been playing non-stop. They've been playing warm-up scrims before that as well, because you don't go into these important games cold. So you can basically say that these guys have been playing for the last 8 hours straight at this point, with minimal breaks of 5 to 15 minutes. So it is only logical that at some point small mistakes or small disconnects will start to show, and that is, of course, the challenge here today. Is, do you have the grit to just face through that, to not be completely dismantled by these small disconnects?
That's a little bit unfortunate. The last few times they've tried to take through from IT, they've had the Flores. This time they've decided to drop off of it in favour of the Nomad for Fennel. And it's meant that dealing with these Banshees will be a little bit more difficult. They only have the nades to do that. And they're being completely used up now, so dealing with these Banshees will be a bit more tight on the time. And still got the Denaris that they have to get rid of. I don't know how effective those Denaris have been. They've just been shot the last few times, so. Mind you, the last time Leader was on Denari on this site, he just went absolutely nuclear, so why not?
It's also a little bit of like denial of the area, right? They cannot just run through without it being heard, meaning they have to take it out. It takes some time, it takes some precision. And I think that's where Denari actually comes in quite often as well, because it isn't guaranteed to just stop people, of course. Flexi, in the meantime, actually taking some damage on that shield. Not quite sure what that's happening. Ooh. They just removed the shield, but he got a kill on the back of it, though.
That's unfortunate. Just plants it in the ground at the wrong time.
And that's not even it. Like, he planted it on the ground. He had his gun ready to fire at Aza, and the moment that the Gaunt 6 comes through, he starts firing through that shield, gets the kill. He'll be killed for it, but at least he took one with him.
Yeah. Incredible. Heretics still have the player, or not the player, the advantage for now, as they have to wait and invite the pressure. They've got control inside of electrical for now. Forced back, there is a shield just around the corner, and the smoke will choke away some of that pressure. Deimos getting information, but nothing you can really do with that from where he is. Knows there's another one that's floated down that staircase.
10 seconds.
On the backside of the site, only 10 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Not a lot of time to get things going. So many of these rounds tend to go 2 versus 2. And now we're starting to get down into red time. It looks as though it's going to be all over for Team Secret Academy. Just Marto and a 1v2. And again, the time coming into the factor. Team Secret Academy just taking way too long on this map.
Taking quite a bit of time indeed, and you have time, right? Like there is time, there is an opportunity. It's not the biggest map, but there was a lot of pressure towards that ground floor. That wasn't really necessary. Like, we had 2 people roaming around there for quite a bit of time, and yes, I understand the Deimos wants to try, because there's a lot of soft flooring. That's correct. Deimos tried to get some shots in from below, wasn't quite able to hit it. But at that point, there's 15 seconds left, and they're all just rushing towards the site again because they haven't been able to take that pressure onto that site to the defenders earlier. And again, those are like the small disconnects that will start to form. Just missed timings. The tiredness will make you slower with how you do things, with how you drone things out, with just average response and stuff like that. So this is something they need to get out of now. Team Secret, they need to make sure they snap out of these last 2-3 rounds where they've kind of been blundering slightly. Not massive blunders, but just small, like, mistakes that have been costing them momentum in the round and eventually lead to their downfall. It's not like, okay, this mistake has cost them the entire round. No, it's like this mistake gave Heretics a little bit of an extra oomph for the round, which they then managed to manipulate into a round win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely correct there. And I'm not surprised to see Marto now hopping on the shields. I thought this was going to happen a little bit earlier. I have been quite surprised that they haven't been using the shields as much. It's just something that Night Haven lends itself to. It's just a map that you can play the shield really, really well on. So I'm quite surprised that they haven't brought. There you go. First thing he does is kill Flexi with it. Right off the bat. This feels a little bit better. I think that they've recognised that, yeah, let's just change this up a bit. Marto's come off of it and they're on the hunt. Look, they're double up as well. Link, what the heck?
No, I saw him coming up the stairs.
Oh, no.
Like, Huber came up the stairs the moment that Marto turned away that shield. He ran out, Linko got shot on the back, and at that point Marto's finding himself in a bit of a sandwich, gets himself killed on the back of it, so that is unfortunate. They had the initial pick there, but like, siege timing, I guess, not checking for long enough. The moment he turns, someone comes around the corner. Luckily Fina, though, still around, finds 2 kills for his efforts, but Oscar is in a great position here, actually.
Yeah.
All he has to do is wait. Leader, same thing. Both around on that first floor. No one actually on the basement. Only a matter of time, though, before that is being read by Team Secret.
Yeah, I think Oscar could get himself a free kill here. He does. There you go. Kill feed lights up. Fennel disintegrated out of the round. And now it's 2 versus 2. Down to a minute. I have the green paint downstairs as well.
Why are they still on the second floor? Okay, they're moving down now, but I was going to say, like, as it looked like he's desperately still checking around on that top floor. No one around there anymore, of course. 50 seconds is plenty of time, champ, to make something happen. They'll be headed towards one of the staircases now to get themselves closer towards the site itself, opening the hatch as well in the process to give themselves a second way down. As corners currently being checked. In the meantime, 35 left, 20 have evaporated whilst they were moving down towards the basement itself. Grenades being tossed in, still 2 in pocket. On the other side, we have just a bandit wire and a bulletproof camera left. So that's not going to be doing too much. You cannot hurl them at the attackers out here. With these 15 seconds, they need to get a move on now. The pressure is on the side of Secret Academy. All Heretics have to do is wait and make sure that they have 2 angles to play with here as they're trying to push in towards Assembly. It is being held by Oscar. He's digging in deep as it is going to be Leader coming in from the flank. The plant in the meantime is happening. The cover is on as well. They need to be quick, and there we go. A cleanup in the end. Heretics able to still secure that round.
Sloppy mistakes coming through here from Team Secret Academy. I think they need to go back to the drawing board here, have a little discussion. I think a tactical timeout probably would be best at this point. I want to try and get one more round on the attack. You know, I think you're right in terms of your assessment of it's starting to get to them now in terms of the amount of rounds that they've played. Exhaustion now starting to come in because they're not quite playing at the level that we've seen earlier on, especially given that they've seen them at Night Haven earlier on and they were playing really, really well. Oh, there's too many times where they're getting caught. They're finding an opening, but then they're getting punished immediately after. Heretics just seem to be all over them right now. That's not looking too good, but it is only 4-1, and it is attack on Night Haven. So if they get this one round and they finish 4-2, you're not completely mad about that half, you know?
Yeah. No, for sure.
It's the vibe, you know? You feel it.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, it's not like the rounds have been ultra close, as in like it's not a single bullet that decides the fate of either of these rounds that we've seen in the last couple of them. Heretics have been, in general, more in control of this game on this defensive half. Secret Academy is kind of trailing. Again, some weird rounds here and there that we're seeing. Some small mistakes that basically just got out of hand. It could come from a lack of droning, but I mean, take a look at the last round. Oscar, he was sitting on that staircase in warehouse for 1:20 straight. There's 3 people left. No one accidentally droned or had a drone gone by. But you know there was 2 people on the top floor, so like it's kind of like strange that wasn't droned out, that wasn't known at that point, and you lose a person to it, which is unfortunate, for sure. But it is what it is, and you know they move on. They're quickly trying to get the breaches done as well over that top floor. Of course, the site they were going to easily accessible from the outside, but you want to make sure that you have IT under control.
Exactly right. Down onto the rappel as well, sprinting along. Looks as though opening up that warehouse wall seems to be a focus point. You've got Leader and Flexi playing together, both up on the top floor side of the server. You can hear all the way down the bottom that warehouse wall will open up. All exothermics expunged from Asa, as well as all of the Selmas as well from Lemons. So, on all the work that they needed to do, is Linko now brings in some of that information game with the Deimos, trying to get as much as he possibly can. It's Leader's position that's noticed, and that's the pillar upstairs for now. Minute 20 now. Looks as though Team Secret Academy are starting to get into position to start sweeping through this top floor.
Completely different vibe as well for Secret Academy compared to the previous matchup they played here. Lems will find one for his efforts, but will instantly be shut down afterwards. With a minute left on the clock now, Flexi is going aggressive. Linku will find Leader for his efforts. That is going to be a massive pick. Puts them on a 1-man advantage. However, that top floor is still not fully under control, and Oscar is finding himself in an angle that most likely will not be checked either. Gets himself a kill before he's shut down. Flexi still over the top floor. Has a great opportunity of locking out 2 kills, potentially a grenade being tossed in right after him though, as Fenno gets himself shut down. Flexi still over the top is going to be making sure that there is contest going over to stop them from getting that plan down. Smoke canisters being tossed in as well. Gruby needs to stay alive for all that he has to make sure that they cannot get that plan down. Linko now trying to get that plant on the board. The smoke are keeping them at bay. He's coming around the corner, managed to get him with the vendetta. That means it's only up to Gruby now to try and save this round. He gets shut down from above, and Team Secret able to put a second on the board as they manage to just barely hold on to that round.
Really big, really big. It's not, you know, it's not pretty, it's not the most fantastic siege in the world, but they get the job done when they really needed it. They needed that round. I cannot express how important that was to them. A 4-2 split is not something to be scoffed at, especially when you're attacking on Nighthaven, and given that they just weren't, it didn't feel like they were at the races in that half. So that's not too bad a finish here. Heretics still in the lead though, still got that 2-round cushion as they move on to their attack. And if they continue in the form that they have been going on, we'll likely see... I'm quite surprised to see the double electrification ban from Heretics. Thought we might see a clash ban, you know? Martel straight onto it. He's like, yeah, if you're going to leave it open, I'm going on it, mate. I don't care.
Yeah, to be expected, really. I mean, Secret Academy is currently with the backs against the wall as well, 2-4. They are finding themselves at a deficit that they are trying to bridge. And bridging it, they'll have to do over the next couple of rounds. If Heretics is allowed to get away with 2 in a row now, they find themselves on map point, on series point. And that is something they need to stall out for as long as possible.
Exactly. This is a big round though, in terms of not even on the scoreline, more so on the mental game for Team Secret Academy. They've just came out off of a grueling first half, and now need to readjust, reassess, you know, get back into the groove a little bit, because that wasn't quite, you know, I hate to be negative, I hate to be, you know, have a bee in my bonnet, you know, about you know, when teams aren't quite playing at their best. But we know how good Team Secret can be. I know, fantastic. They played this map earlier on, and it just didn't feel like they were quite firing on all cylinders in that first half. Team Heretics, however, they looked fantastic. And they got started on this attack here. Of course, it is a top 4 start here. Martel on the Clash as previously highlighted. He'll get comfortable in this position. Kiba barricades, Uzami, rafters, combination with Mira. We've seen it all before, Hap. We know exactly how they're going to want to hold this. Selma's being the choice of hard to reach because the Thermite was banned as well, which I do like the Thermite ban. I do like a little bit of Thermite action being banned away, you know? Especially given how strong Thermite is. He's the strongest hard breacher by far right now.
I mean, he needed some love, right? After Hibana having that many pellets and Selma's being with 3 as well. Like, a single bandit trick would have done the job, and basically, like, it just neutralizes a lot of what Thermite could do at that point. So giving him a third one, I think definitely is the right choice, especially with how important the walls are for a lot of these sites. And it gives some ease on the other defenders as well. Svino gets the very first. Uper will be shut down. That's a great opening, something they can work with. But that's also something they need to keep up now and not fail to manipulate into a round win.
Jealous of Asa's pink black ice on his SMG-11. Flexi trying to send in some shots towards Connector. Doesn't know there's a player up there though! Unfortunately doesn't know that Martel's in that cheeky position. Oscar sneak up the rafter staircase as well, will catch Linko out, and that will flush out the positions on rafters. All 3 members of Heretics now focused on this one singular point. There is a player that's managed to slink their way into IT, so I think they have to be cautious of that. Send out some drones and make sure you drone that and get the information fed back. This is a key drone, by the way. This is really key because they have no idea there's a player that's managed to move into that corner. I think it's good. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely not a clue that Fennel had moved over there. He gets a swing and a fadeaway. He'll finish off the leader. Groovy's taking shots that he has absolutely no idea where from.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, so am I. I have no idea who swung him there.
It was 2 quick shots that came through. I was thinking maybe drone hole, but they sounded heavy hitting as well.
Yeah, it must be Fennel. Oh, that's big. Big from Fennel. Really big from Fennel. Repositioning back into IT. Steals that round out from underneath Heretics, which is just like a storyline we've just been saying so many times tonight. Team Secret Academy winning rounds in really strange ways, you know, pulling out 1v3s, 1v4s, and Fennel doing just that. 3-4, and just like that, there you go, big round, you're right back into it, only 1 round between it after having what was not the greatest half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, for sure. And now 1 away from equaling the scoreline, and once again putting us back towards the coin flip challenge that we've been having for the last, what is it, 15 plus 11, so 20, 26, 34 rounds, something like that. Quick maths, yeah, like calculating on well, not even calculating, it's just adding numbers together on 12:30 on a Friday night. You know, so some people go out to a bar on Friday night. I add round counts together. That's that's what I do.
Where are you sitting in terms of your predictions for winning this?
What did I say again? Like, I genuinely forgot. I don't know what I chose anymore.
I don't actually think we did them.
I don't think we did, yeah. Well, in that
Who
case,
you got, then?
we cannot
Who you
lose. I've just, you know, I just have a better feeling about Heretics at this point.
Yeah.
But, again, it is close. It's hard for me to...
Agreed. It's a very convoluted decision here. Groovy trying to get an engagement there with Martel, who's causing a nuisance in the kitchen. Groovy thinks better of it though and goes, you know, yeah, maybe not drop down and hatch into the waiting gun of Scorpion, which seems to have the biggest mag in the world, 41 bullets.
Right, An opening already made over the top. It's just to make sure, of course, verticality out there. Oscar finding himself in a bit of a fight, sees him slipping by as well as Linko will find Flexi. It's going to be, again, a massive pick, one that they need to manipulate. This is now troublesome for Oscar. He is being pushed. The flashbang not detonating in time. Feno able to shut him down just in time as well. The phone calls are a little bit too late in this case, and will eventually run out as well. 2-minute advantage here for Team Secret Academy. All they have to do is just sit by, patiently wait now as they try and push this into a round victory.
I'll give them a call.
Final life game loading right now. Look at that, double kill in this round. Upor's the next one to be claimed by his bloodthirsty Vector. 2 minutes already burned away on round number 8. Spotted for a second there, Lems, but leader can't react quick enough, and now it's just Groovy. 1v5 round all but over. Takes quite a lot of damage from the C4. He's held from both sides, and it looks as though he's going to at least get 1, potentially 2. Doesn't realise there's going to be a keeper barricade round the corner. Flashes way out with this one, trying to get aggressive, but there's nothing he can do. Team Secret Academy, they chain 2 together in 2 comfortable rounds, Hap.
Very well done by them indeed. A timeout now being requested by Heretics. Of course, they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. Instantly, they want to make sure that they maintain in the lead of this current situation. They can, of course, pick that back up if they are able to take this 9th round under their wing. Because right now it's just it's a race. First one to get 3 rounds is the one to take that victory. Basically just stalled it all out, but the defense of Secret Academy has been a little bit too strong so far for the side of Heretics, and I think this will suit them as well. Of course, like when we're talking about fatigue on the attack, you need to make the difficult calls, you need to be quick on your feet, whereas on the defense, everything, I mean, it isn't loose, if you know what I mean. Like, you have the opportunity to be a bit more free in some of your play. You're more individual in your positions, and that might actually help them out in this stage of the game. As you see, for example, Feno, just now, swapping from place to place, just taking out everybody in his path.
No. Just like that, we're on even playing field again. Seems like we've been here so many times. Look at us, look at us. Who would have thought? If we'd be back here after that first half. Same question then, Hap. Are you still on Heretics' side?
I mean, I said, like, I feel like they were a little bit more under control, but it's still a coin flip, so I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's too hard for me to call where this is gonna go. So I'm just not gonna make a call.
taking a leaf out of Grace's book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You can't lose a prediction if you don't make a prediction.
Exactly.
That's it. That's
Big Brain Academy is what we call that.
What a game, by the way. What a time. That's where I learned all my maths. A joke, by the way. 30 seconds gone already on round number 9. And we get to see if Team Secret Academy can establish themselves their first lead on Nighthaven in this final map. Selma charges coming through from leader, opening up that warehouse double. They know there's a player on rafters. They know that they've got Linku up there that they have to deal with. Of course, as we've seen so many times. Keeper barricades dotted around the place. There is pressure on the other side of the map mounting. Oscar's already managed to sneak himself into the site. He's managed to get the diffuser down. Complete and utter blind spot from Team Secret Academy. Feno at least has one in his sights. It's Groovy that falls. Leader's got another. Martel from above as well, finishing off Oscar. And now it's 3 players for Heretics. Trying to locate where the diffuser went down. Trying to find where these players are. As the solace of Martel on the top floor. Flexi taking back damage in that engagement. He's outside. He managed to finish off LMs. It's 3 versus 2. His HP so low for Flexi, but leader holds outside. Feno, he's going for the counter defuse. Somebody get him! Somebody has to finish. He's done it! Hap! They've snuck in and planted, and he's snuck in and counter defused.
you know, the best way to go in a ninja plant is a ninja defuse, I guess, at this point. So well done to Secret there, being able to retake that. I mean, it started off well. As soon as the plan went down, they had that top floor under control, instantly taking out the Blackbeard, instantly taking out another player. So they were definitely on some good terms there, on some good moves towards that retake. Able to just get on it. Of course, physically is then the next step. And if they were unable to respond, well, then the retake has been successful. So with that, Team Secret Academy, they take the lead. They were the winners of map number 1. They lost out on map number 2, and now they find themselves 2 rounds away from having a shot at an EML spot later this week.
Still, again, very, very close, very, very fine margins. Not a comfortable round by any means of the word there. Respect Heretics for seizing the gap. And that's what Heretics have always done really, really well. When they were under that Project Zero banner, that's what they did. Found different areas that they could sneak players into and steal plants and steal different positions away from teams. And fortunately, Team Secret Academy had other ideas there. It's not an early run out. I've not seen a lot of spawn peaks or attempts tonight. I like it from Marto. Bringing a bit of aggression. He's still there. He's still there. He's still thinking about it. And he's,
he's off now.
What? Okay, that's enough time. I've wasted enough time trying to do that.
It's not the first time he's tried it either. He's been trying it all night, trying to hit one for the clips, for the highlight reels.
He doesn't commit to it though. He's kind of.
No, but he's committing in other ways. You know, back against the wall, finding 1v3 clutches, 1v4 clutches.
Yeah. It's like, hold my beer. I'm going to win this round.
The spawn peak, no, that's what he's not successful at, but those clutches. Also, just quickly showed his face there as soon as that window opened.
You'd rather have the clutches in your arsenal than the spawn peak, so mind you.
Yes, for sure.
You said that with a question mark.
Yeah, because like if you manage to get the spawn peak, of course, the entire round gets easier for your team.
Yeah.
Clutches are nice to have, right? Like those are wins that you otherwise shouldn't be having, but it's not something you can build a career around as a team.
Unless you're Breedy.
That is true.
But he's an exception to the rule. Oscar holding on to the top of the staircase, conscious that someone could be peeking their nose out from there. It is Asa that's holding on to that position yet again, on the top of that staircase. They have managed to eventually get the IT breach open. Took quite a bit of work. A lot of Tuberal, Zoro canisters there, and a mirror window in place made it quite difficult, but they have managed to get it open. I think it's a little bit scuffed, but I think it's open enough to put a presence there, maybe? Well, I don't know. Maybe not.
That's a hard one to call. Oh, that's going to be great, though. The Clash being out there, quickly having to get that air jab out to try and push them back. The flashbang to blind them as well. With the E1D still hoping to get that fight to go their way, will eventually, of course, get that kill into the Clash as they now have connected control.
How does he do that? Flex just hops in the window, gets himself to hop back out. He's like, yeah, okay. Sure, why not? Asa's now rotated through to the other side. He's holding on to the side of the servers. They've got a Lems right next to him, but a Lems really, really close to death. Linku as well, also close to death. Not looking too hot here for Team Secret Academy. Heretics looking to try and fight back into this and even up the scoreboard yet again, but only 30 seconds here. The time could come into play as it's 5 versus 3 and a really aggressive position being held by Linku inside of IT. Asa smokes will slow them and delay them for now, but just like that, it's Linko in a 1 versus 5, and the diffuser surely will be able to go down here. Leader can attempt to get it down. 1 HP and a dream here for Linku. Absolutely no way of crossing. He'll get 1 at least, but surely he's going to be locked out of sight. He doesn't know which way to look. There's a Deimos track coming through. A nade to the face. And Oscar with the bullets to finish off that round. Heretics, they will even it up at 5 apiece.
Again, it is only correct that we will be headed towards an overtime situation, Cham. Like, again, it is quite literally a coin flip every single round. So, with that said, Secret Academy, they're on that defense. It seems to be favored to some extent to them. And Heretics just finding themselves a pretty decent attack here. But need to find 2 more if they want to end this in regulation.
Our producers just made the... Well, it depends how you view it. As a mistake or not a mistake of saying OT question mark.
Yeah.
So we've now introduced another avenue. We've got the caster curse. Now we've got the producer curse. Which,
Well,
to be
is it a
fair,
curse? We don't know yet. And also, is it a curse? Because he asked the question.
exactly. You know what? It's a curse technically because if it happens, then he's technically cursed it. But it's kind of also a curse that I would kind of want to happen because I kind of want to get overtime, and I think everybody else should want to get overtime. Maybe. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's not even any question about it. I want to see every single round possible on this game. C4 prep from Lems ready to go out that window. We'll see who's going to be on the receiving end of that in a second, if there is anyone. See if I'll peruse down the bottom of the screen, see if you can see any outlines moving towards them. I don't see anyone yet. Still waiting. Still holding. There's Oscar. Moving. Oh! There you go.
That's a three-pointer.
Beautiful. We said it in the last round. Spawn peak's not quite what Marto was exceeding in LMs, however. He's like, yeah, I'll show you this done, guys. I'm going to use
That's
C4.
the heart breach as well. We're basement. Like, they're not going to be able to use the exterior entrances. So they'll be forced to move down the staircases, or if they're lucky enough to find a hatch that has been not reinforced, to try and use those. So, like, that is a massive pick for the side of Team Secret Academy.
Really
Probably
big
the
pick.
best one they could have had in like any of the 5 players they could have found.
Yeah, completely risk-free. You know, you just send a C4 out. Not at risk of taking any damage, and you get the high-value target. Valkyrie now the one that is targeted. The limbs receiving a bit of pressure from UPOR, but won't be too worried about that. Ooh, spotted for the breach. That is not Vert that I would be challenging, unfortunately. Defense lose that one out, but a couple of quick kills across the board as well, and we're at 3 versus 3. Just like that. There's a chance here for Heretics to fight back into this, but again, they don't have any hard breach capability, so they're going to have to funnel down staircases and force the issue directly into the site hub.
Yeah, not just that, but, you know, Marta also traded out one-on-one with UPOR, so that means that Deimos off the board now. The little bit of information they could have gathered is gone, and that's exactly the issue. There is people still up above playing around on that roam. The Deimos would have been crucial to have here to try and isolate those players. Now, eventually they do, of course, trade, but it's back towards a 2-on-2 situation. Nitro's being tossed out, won't find anything. The Lems trying to go for a bit of a rotate as well. A drop comes through with that diffuser. Flexi is out there to try and provide support as well. Leader, all he has to do is dig in right behind to try and get that plan to go on. He's attempting it. 45 seconds soon to be on the countdown, but he had to go off. They had to go for the push. LMs will find Flexi, who tried to come in to provide a bit of support, but Aza comes in around on the other side of the pillar, finds that final kill, and puts them to map and series point. Team Secret Academy are in the lead.
Deservedly so. Really excellent end to the round. Really well played in the 2 versus 2. Heretics, they did really well to get that down to where it was, though, after losing their hard breach very, very early on. They lost Oscar right at the start with that C4. The Ace and the Selmas with it. Made it really difficult to attack onto that site. That meant that they had to force it down the staircases, try and force their way into the site, and made a good account of themselves. Now, we get to the really, really high pressure moments. The round that you have to win if you're Heretics, if you want to have a chance at qualifying. Team Secret, you win it, and they're into the lower bracket final.
That's it. It is the qualification game for the qualification game. And Heretics looking to push this towards overtime. After a 7-8 border and a 4-7 chalet. Comes down to this round, first and foremost. If Secret Academy is able to hold firm on their defense, it ends here, and they will move on to the game in 2 days. If they drop the ball, Heretics will push us towards overtime. We'll get another 3 rounds. 2 or 3 rounds, I have to say. to decide which is going to be proven worthy enough to head towards that final spot game of EML.
Well, let's get in amongst it. Oscar bringing along the Montaigne. Not often we've seen that many shields coming through from Heretics. We've actually seen quite a shieldless Nighthaven for the most part when it came to the attacking side. We'll see, of course, if this is now the thing that they need to solve the puzzle of Nighthaven attack. Information gathered on Martel's position inside of, I think he's an IT, I think that was, I caught that right. Fennel and Electrical on top floor, droned out as well. We'll just check to make sure no one's following up that drone, which there will be someone following up, and his leader caught a sprint.
That's
he did not know that Fennel would continue to push that, and yes, you're absolutely correct. Diffuser cold on the top floor. I imagine Fennel will contest this. He's had an absolute life game. Fantastic half so far. C4 prepped and ready, potentially with Oscar name already signed on it. Keep an eye on Fennel's position as he'll try to contest as long as possible. He's got himself another one. Flexi gets Martel this time. Alem's shutting down Flexi on the immediate refrag. But Upor and Oscar now, the two players to try and keep Heretics' chances alive in Challenger Series 2026. Fennel, who's been absolutely massive for Team Secret Academy the entire week. What a performance so far, happened. Seems to be the one that could potentially have won it here.
Yeah, he found the perfect kill in that matter in time. He found the diffuser, which has called them to basically hold on to that for a bit of a long time, then fall back because it is just a time-wasting sink. Because now they have that top floor under control. They have that diffuser. Great. But what's next? Actually going towards the site now. And with 40 seconds left and yourselves in a 2v4 situation, well, it's great you have that shield, but he's not going to be able to provide you with too much cover when you are actually going to try and get that plant down. You want that fully automatic weapon ready to sing around your ears as you're trying to get that plant down. And Oscar, as he extends his shield, gets shot in from the side. It's only up to Uber now. And as he takes the very first fight, the question is, can he live long enough in these last 14 seconds? The answer is no. Team Secret Academy, they knock out the team that went to 6th Invitational. They are not going to be in the EML, but instead Team Secret have the opportunity to fight for that spot on the Sunday.
Last year, we sent a full Italian roster to EML. This year, the dream of sending a full French roster to EML continues on as we head to the lower bracket final. What a performance from Team Secret Academy at the end there. I did ask some questions. They had a few bizarre rounds. It looked as though they were starting to get a little bit tired and things were starting to kind of fall apart there. But Team Heretics, they unfortunately just couldn't quite get it going in the last few rounds. And attacking onto Nighthaven, that's the issue. That's the issue. Sometimes that will be your undoing. It was enough rounds at the start there for Team Secret Academy to close out on the defense. But I really, really want to just shout out Fennel for the performance for the entire day. I felt like he was the unsung hero for a few of these games, but really came into his own, especially on that final map there. Fantastic stuff, Hap.
Definitely fantastic stuff, and let's also bring back in Milos to have a bit of a conversation, I guess, about the game that we've just saw, how things ended, how things are looking in the future. I'm almost doing your job for you, Milos.
Hey, I asked the questions here, brother. Look, the end of it is Team Secret Academy have had one of the biggest upsets now. Team Heretics have been knocked out of the running. This is the squad that has been at the forefront of Tier 2 throughout 2025 and into 2026. And here we are now, where they are no longer in competition. It is incredible to get to a situation, into a moment like this, and this is just to accentuate the level of achievement that Team Secret Academy has actually gotten to the level of, because this is a huge surprise, a positive one. If you're a French fan out there, and I know that the French community adores competitive Siege, when you have Alems leading the squad of mostly young gunners that are trying to find their way into professional play, well, lucky for you, because they're only one match away from making it to EML, to playing in the next season. That is incredible news for them and for the entire community. Now, final words on here, because we actually have an NA Challenger series that is starting off in just a bit, so Last words, my friends, before we call up our bracket. Go ahead, champ.
What a day of Siege so far. Absolutely fantastic games. Both best of threes that we got to watch on stream were delivered. We got full, all 3 maps. I just absolutely love when both teams are showing up to the races, and I don't feel like anybody let themselves down. I do feel like we got the best of each team, and I think that we have managed to, I guess, not quite qual, but get the best of the teams through. You know, against, yes, Heretics not going through is a big surprise, but Team Secret, that's not really a surprise to see. They have been one of the longest running rosters. Yes, they've made changes, but they were really, really good today, and I've really enjoyed what they've had. So it's been fantastic stuff. I just can't wait to see who's going to go through. It's now Italy versus France, basically.
For me, I think Marta said it best there in the end. For the entire year, it was Heretics that had the upper hand against Secret Academy, and the game that mattered most for these two teams in this year, it was actually Secret Academy that takes that win. Like, if there was any game they had to choose to win, it would have been this one. And, well, I just hope for them that they're able to continue that on Sunday.
And that's what you're going to see here in our Challenger Series bracket for our playoffs at EML. And that is Secret Academy awaiting the loser of Maestroesca and Giglioetti. They'll be playing against them for the final spot into EML. But, of course, have to qualify a team first. That means our focus is on the upper bracket final tomorrow in the early afternoon. So, hey, if you're a Siege fan and if you're looking for more action, don't you worry. This is the perfect weekend because you basically have 24/7 Siege on the channel. Chamberlain Hap, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been wonderful going through these games with you, just chatting and having some good old fun. Of course, all of you at home. Now, for those that still want to have more Siege, don't you worry, because in just a bit, it is the NA Challenger Series that is kicking off. If you wanted to watch Tier 5 Siege, that is the place for you to catch it all. Until then, hello so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rainbow Rumble.
That's who you want as your opening pick.
Doc could dive around this bomb chassis, and he will win his one. Avoiding the catwalk on the side of Booster, but it's going to be a flurry of kill feeds.
This is looking pretty good, but that's good for Mercury.
Basically, it's passion, it's passion.
Gets the diffuser down. Shed there with a covering angle as well as Jacques now removed. Got one back, but can't quite get away from it.
He gets the kill, and it's a 1v1 weapon.
It is Siege, 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 isn't it?